Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. How are you? Hold on one second. All right. I got to turn the volume on my phone down here. Otherwise, it'll just be ding donging the whole goddamn day. And then that's all you guys will hear is my phone going ding, ding, ding. I am in my I am so tired era right now. And I am in my I ran around with kids and overdid it era today. And so I am messy hair up in a bun, don't care Sunday vibes. So don't judge me. All right. Don't judge me, guys. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Okay. Just don't judge me. Don't judge me. I do have somebody you should judge, though. His name is a sewer turtle. His name is a sewer turtle. I have lots of judgment towards him today. Um, Happy Sunday, everybody. How is your Sunday? Happy Sunday, happy Sunday. Yes, happy Sunday. We are right? Like, listen, it's Sunday. Sunday, don't judge me. Don't judge me. It's Sunday. We are pulling the raffle winner today, but I'm going to do it at the end of the show. Going to do it at the end of the show for two reasons. One, it makes for good content, right? To put it at the end of the show. And B, it also gives anybody who pops on the opportunity, the last minute opportunity to get themselves a spot in the raffle that we're going to pull later on in the show. So if you want your last minute raffle spot, get your last minute raffle spot, okay, before the end of the show so that you can, get in on possibly winning this. All right. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that if you're getting yourself a raffle spot, that you let me know it is for a raffle spot, right? Because as I've said, we get regular donations to the channel and then we get raffle spots. So you got to tell me. So how do you get a raffle ticket? It's a good question, Grammy Cheryl. So any of our regular direct donation options like Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Chime, Revolut, our Justice Chat link, which works for any credit, debit, Apple Pay, Google Pay, any of those options, you can send whatever amount you want to get for whatever spot. So the amounts are here at the top of the flyer here. One spot 20, three spots 50, five spots 80, 10 spots 150. Now remember, we didn't have a ton of people sign up, which I expected, because I'm not a large channel. But there were two purposes of this. One was a way to give back to the channel in a way that made sense and was fun. And another was I'm going to be missing a lot of days in August. It's essentially like taking days off of work, right? To help take care of my sister. Now, my sister's mother-in-law is going to help as well. But she also doesn't drive and she lives in Whitman, which is about 35, 40 minutes from where me and my sister live. And so I'm expecting the bulk of the work to be me. And I only live 3 minutes down the road from my sister. So I can Uber there for less than $20 and back to my house. And so I am the closest person, even though I don't have a car, neither does my mother-in-law. So, well, her mother-in-law, her mother-in-law. She doesn't have a car either. But so it'd be nice. Tom can Uber her in, right? Nobody want to be in an Uber with that creep. Because he does live in Whitman. You're right about that. But I expect there's going to be many days that I'm just simply not going to be able to work. And obviously my sister's health, her kids come first, right? But I also need to be able to pay bills because I have to have food in my house and a roof over my head and all of those things. And so the raffle made sense to try to bring in a little extra money for August and also give back. So it was a two-parter really to help out in different ways. I don't know how I'm going to survive August, but I'm gonna, one day at a time, 1 hour at a time, 1 minute at a time. Remember, on Tuesday, I will not be here. Tuesday is my sister's surgery. I will not be here. I will probably be a mess. So there's no way I'm going to be able to like focus until my sister's surgery is done and she's in recovery and I've seen her and I know she's okay. Like that you know what I mean? There's no chance I'd be able to focus here with that. So I won't be here Tuesday. So I'm just know for our regularly scheduled programming, I'm not going to be here. So don't worry if I'm MIA on Tuesday. I will be with my sister and awaiting her to come out of brain surgery. So that's, I don't know about Wednesday. I can't tell you what emotional condition I'm going to be in at that point. So I can't tell you. Of course it can, Grammy Cheryl. Of course it can. We use any of the regular donation options for your spots for the raffle. Just get them in before the end of the show. Because we're going to pick the winner at the end of the show. I have a wheel. All set up. I'll add names to it as needed until the end of the show when we pick the winner of that. So let me get this thing off my face because I have to keep doing this and it's obnoxious. Okay. It's obnoxious. And we got lots of things to talk about. Apparently Aiden's not going to have soggy pizza and soggy t-shirts because he has now postponed his whole ass golfing event. His whole ass golfing event. Okay. WNBA time, right? He's postponed it, folks. He has postponed it, you know? And of course, like he put it out there like it was better for him, you know, because, you know, more money, more golfers is obviously better for him. But he, you know, he put it out there like, you know, breaking news, you know, breaking golf tournament missing last seen looking for participants. Breaking flies asking mosquitoes for directions. Exclusive golf balls file missing persons report. Where are all the goddamn golfers? Where are they? Where are they? Where the fuck are they? No, you have to tell me it's a spot. I've made that pretty clear throughout all the streams that it's, if you want a spot to the raffle, you have to say that it's for the raffle, because as I've said a million times, we get regular donations to the channel because people just want to support my work and I appreciate it. So that's, I think you missed too many shows, dear. I think you missed too many shows, my love. Think you missed too many shows. Yeah, my mom too on occasion. She still works. My mom has a full-time job, so she'll come when she can. And I also suppose that there'll be two of us at once sort of helping as well, because one's going to have to tend to my sister. I mean, one person tending to my sister and her like medical needs after surgery and her 3 kids, like that's a lot for one person. So I'm also like expecting that, you know, maybe my sister's mother-in-law and me, or our mother and me, be at my sister's house at the same time, and one can sort of wrangle the kids and the other can deal with what my sister needs, or, you know, and cook and clean, because it's a lot when you got a my nephew is just a teeny tiny baby still. He's just a few months old. And then my niece will be 2. Well, we just had her birthday party, as you guys saw, but she won't be 2 until the end of August. My sister had the party early because she wasn't going to be able to attend after surgery, if you know what I mean. Like, so she wanted to have it while she could attend, while she could be there, while she could do this. And she did an amazing job. Okay. All right, Grammy Cheryl, let me add you here. Let me add you to the wheel. Add you to the wheel, darling. And then what do I got? Lorelai. Thank you, LTG. I appreciate that. We're gonna need it. I will take all the prayers I can get. Absolutely. I will take all the damn prayers I can get. Literally. So if you got them, I will take them. All right. Let's see. What do we got here? Go Duke. You want some raffle spots? I got you, girl. I got you. Go Duke. Add to the ones you already got. Right. So they said, at least this is what the surgeon says, this is what he guesses. He said that for the first couple days, and he didn't say specifically, he said the first couple days she'll be at the hospital. And then after that, they kind of have to see what her strength is. With these kind of surgeries, usually people are extremely weak. And so I guess what he's saying is like most people have to end up going to like Spalding for like a week or like a rehab for a week. Not everyone, but a lot of people when it comes to this surgery. So he's not sure yet whether she will go right home after the few days after surgery, or with her strength, will it be so weak that she won't be like, she'll have to do like a Spalding for like 4 or 5 days. We don't really know yet until it happens. They also said that, so the first, I think he said 3 weeks to a month, her like speech and things like that, movement will be really slow, because they're kind of going into a part of your brain. I mean, they're going into your brain anyway. Like, and so he said something about like her speech not being like, she's not gonna be able to have a conversation with me like this, right? Like she might be able to get out a few words for a little bit, and that's in my mind already just gonna be tough to see. You know what I mean? Like in here, like I'm used to my sister being like a million miles a minute talking like me, you know? And so I'm hoping that on some miracle that, you know, she isn't as like weak as most people are, and she can not have to go to any sort of rehab for strength, you know, and she can come home and like, in my mind, I'm like, her speech is going to be fine. She's going to be fine. It's going to be amazing. You know, like this doctor, the surgeon is really good, and he's going to work miracles, you know, like I have to believe that. I have to, even if it's not reasonable, I have to believe that. That's what, you know, that's what's getting me by. So I have to believe that, like, you know, my sister's a young, you know, she's young. She's early 30s, very early 30s, just in the beginning of her 30s, unlike me at my end of 30s, and healthy otherwise, you know, other than she has like a thyroid issue, and other than this brain surgery, she's healthy otherwise, really. So I have to believe that like she will bounce back quick and easy, you know, like I have to, like I have to, like I have to, that's what I have to believe. Even if it's not reasonable to believe that, you know how it is when it comes to family. You just, you have to, you got to, like it's gonna, you have to. Okay. Oops. Sorry. She is in good hands. I will tell you, I'm very comfortable with the surgeon. Um, he was very thorough to the point where I really didn't even have to ask like a ton more questions, because he like hit on pretty much like everything that I was gonna ask. And he is super kind. He's got like the best bedside manner of any doctor besides my own that I have ever met. And so I'm comfortable with him. And he's about to have a baby himself, and so he will be out um after my sister's surgery, and she really didn't want a different surgeon. And so that's the reason why the surgery is happening now, because if she had waited any longer, she'd be waiting like for another month or like close to a month. The end of the month, he would have been out for his paternity leave on having a baby. And my sister didn't feel comfortable with a different surgeon. I probably wouldn't have either. I really like her surgeon. He knows what he's doing. He's a good surgeon, right? So, and he runs out of Mass General. She got a second opinion at one point. I'm not saying you missed like whole shows. I mean, like you probably, while you couldn't hear or while you were dealing with like family stuff, you probably just didn't hear me reiterate the part where I make sure to tell people, like, if you're getting spots in the raffle, make sure you tell me that there's spots for the raffle and not just a regular donation. I know it's just hard. It's one of those things that's like hard to even talk about, and I want to manifest, I want to manifest like she's just going to jump up out of the bed and be like, here I am, I'm fine. I just had brain surgery, but I'm fine. Like that's what my brain wants to tell me. Obviously, that's not reasonable of any stretch of the imagination, but there are risks. And so that is that the risks of the surgery, I think, is what's got me most sketched out, if that makes sense. Although, again, I trust the surgeon. He is a good surgeon. Like that guy made me feel so at ease, and my sister loves him as a surgeon. She just had her MRI the other day that she had to have before the surgery, so that's a good thing. I gotta turn my mic up. Do I need to turn my mic up, you guys? Is it too low? I know I'm a loud person in general. I speak loudly, so do I need to? I gotta turn it up a little. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I know you guys here on YouTube can't see Reno, but good morning, Reno, and welcome. Welcome. I'm skipping. It is going to be fine. I'm manifesting that it's going to be fine. I'm manifesting, like I said, that she's going to hop up out of the bed and be like, here I am, bitches. Here I am, bitches. She's going to get up and say, yeehaw, bitches. Me and my daughter, my oldest, were joking about that yesterday. I'm skipping. Am I skipping to everybody else too? Jesse said I'm skipping. Is anybody else hear me skipping? Because I'm hardwired. My internet is hardwired into ever since I hardwired it, I haven't had any issues with like buffering. Does anybody else hear me skipping? Good for you. Okay, so Go Duke said it's good for them. Van says she doesn't hear skipping. Maybe refresh me, Jesse. Refresh me. Like refresh me and see if it's just like YouTube. Could be YouTube. That's a good question. I mean, Mass General is the hospital that we'll be at. So I suppose, yeah, of course you could send like a, get well card to Mass General. I think she would love that. I remember one time, one of you beautiful people, when we first found out, sent her a Facebook message. And again, you have to do a lot of work to find my sister on Facebook if you don't know me personally, because like she doesn't have the same last name as me, obviously. And like she doesn't even use her last name on her Facebook. So like you'd have to do a lot of digging, is my point, to find my sister on Facebook. And she got a really beautiful just message of love and prayers from one of you beautiful people who was watching me, and sent my sister a message and was like, hey, I was just, watching your sister, and I just wanted to send you my love and prayers. And like that, she was like in tears, and it got me in the feels too, but she very much appreciated that message. So I think right now it's hard for her to even talk about, because it's about to happen, and it's been a hard thing to talk about, to begin with, because she got to think about the risks and all those things. But she, is also petrified herself. They're about to go into her brain. Imagine, Oh my God, yes. I will take a prayer circle. That's amazing. I will do that. I will take a prayer circle from any, and I will take all the prayers y'all can give her. I will take them all of them. It's nice to see you, my friend, by the way. It's nice to see you. I'm so glad you're here. I don't get to see enough of you, I feel like, these days, I feel like I don't get to see enough of everybody these days. I'm just like, feel like I'm always busy. No, okay. Jesse might need to just refresh. Thank you, 1-800-Fraudbusters, for your flower. I appreciate that. Maybe it's, yeah. I'm frozen? Am I frozen like this? Am I at least frozen in a good position? Am I like, or am I frozen in an ugly position? Like which one? Girl, I have been, I had like no sage left. And I was sort of going through one of the boxes I had in the closet yesterday morning, and I found like this much left of like one I had wrapped up in like a Ziploc. And I was like, I need some good juju this shit. You know what I mean? We're going to good juju this shit. And so I used it because I had none left, and that was a good find. But I will take it. I will love it. Just definitely give all the concentration there. Yes, Jesse contact. I forgot you told me that. I think you told me yesterday probably, and my brain was just like running it after kids. But Jesse asked her local church to give prayers to my sister, which I very, very, very much appreciate. Girl, I looking like a mess. What you mean? I got a bun. I'm in a bun, and I'm just like crazy hair. Don't care. I mean, my shirt. Hello, it says F bomb mom. Tattoos, pretty eyes, and thick thighs. Okay, that's what the shirt says. Because I'm, me and my t-shirts and all. Just I gotta be me. I gotta be me. I gotta be me. I gotta be me. Thank you, Capybara. I will take all the healing vibes. All of them. I'm still skipping? Jesus Christ. Jesse's computer and or interwebs and or YouTube. Get your shit together. Maybe you should yell at it. Yell get down at your interwebs, Jesse. You should be like, get down! Like it has ears, Get out the Windex. Spray it with the Windex, Jesse. See if that works. No, I'm just kidding. Do not spray it with the Windex. I'm kidding. Undo that. It was very sweet of her. I appreciate it. Lorelai also submitted a prayer request to the church. Oh, I love it. Thank you. Thank you. Girl, listen, okay? You want to know where I got this t-shirt? Fun fact, okay? Don't hate on me, all right? I got this t-shirt as a free item because I bought wait, where are they? I have them over here. Hold on. Had these in my old apartment everywhere. And in my new apartment, unfortunately, there's like ones that are two. Like at my old apartment, there was the single ones like this. And then most of them were single ones. And then around the plugs were single ones. Here at my new apartment, mostly, not all of them. Some of them are one. Mostly are like two long. And I only have the ones that fit 3 and the ones that fit 2. So I got to get ones that fit, ones that fit 1 and ones that fit 3. So I got to get ones that fit just 2 light switches. But I got some of these because I wanted them, and they're pink. And like, who doesn't want your office in your bedroom to have like pink, blingy, whatever. And they were super cheap because I got them on Temu. Okay. I got them on freaking Temu. And I got this t-shirt as a free item on Temu. Okay. And I will tell you, it's not flimsy. It's not cheaply made, right? Temu. Don't hate on Temu. Okay. Don't hate on Temu. They have some good items. Fun fact, some of the stuff you get on Temu is actually the exact same item. And I've tested this once that you get on Amazon, except the Amazon sellers buy it from the same warehouses where Temu buys it from, and they sell it for more money on Amazon. That's how they make their money. So you're buying the exact same item, except you're waiting less time, and that's what you're paying more for on Amazon. So, I love Temu when it comes to things that I need that are like not super expensive, but we're like, this is not cheaply made either. This isn't like cheaply made. The stones don't just fall out randomly. When I clean them, they're difficult because they have like little things in them, but when I clean them, the little jewels don't fall out. Like it's nice. It's nice. It is nice. Okay. So it's not skipping. Yeah, she's, I'm trying to manifest like not like being sad, because if I do, then I'll just be sad all the time, prayer emojis. I love prayer emojis. I love those. Well, that's the other thing. And she looks fine and happy, and she's not. And that's like the other thing that just gets you. It's like, do we really need to do this? Like, she looks fine. She's happy. Like, it's like, yeah, of course you have to, because then if you don't, like, worse things can happen. So, no. So my sister was just saying yesterday that they haven't given her an exact, I know it was early morning. They wanted her there like a few hours before the surgery. But they didn't give her an exact time yet. She has an appointment today on a Sunday, which is annoying, but that's because her surgery is Tuesday. So I'm guessing that they're going to tell her today um, what time exactly the surgery is happening. But Mass General is a good hospital. They are now sort of like intertwined with Beth Israel, although I heard that they're separating now. I don't freaking know. But Mass General are the ones doing the surgery. So I have, they're really, really good when it comes to, yeah, they do sell good personalized stuff, much cheaper. Yes, I can't stand just the basic white. It's just like basic. It's basic. I'm not a basic girl. I like things that are pink and that are, blingy, or black and blingy, like pink and black, pink and purple, black and white, purple and black. I like those color mixes. Although I need to get t-shirts that are not black. Most of my t-shirts are black, and I just realized, like, yeah, that's probably not a good look for summertime, Right? See? Okay, so I'm not the only one. Don't be hating on Temu, people. All right? Be hating on Temu. They do. They sell good stuff. I think last year, one of my kids, my oldest, was like, Mom, get me a gift card to Temu. And I was like, well, you're asking me 3 days before Christmas. All the money's been spent, kid. All the money's been, maybe next year. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. All right. Yeah, let me get out of this funk. Let me get out of my brain funk. All right, let's get into the funnier stuff, because I, like you all, need some actual laughs. I need them. I literally need them. Like I can't without them. Okay, so let's get into some funny shit and some fun shit, because we're dealing with a sewer turtle here, folks. Okay. And oftentimes the sewer turtle says the quiet part out loud. It's just a piece of human waste. While you all are at it, make sure before, you got to read the measurements, definitely, because otherwise you might get something way smaller than what you planned. Always read the measurements, always, because a lot of the time, like when you're buying something, and also read the description. Some people will see a picture of a grill and a cover, and then it's really just the cover, right? And they're like, well, where's the grill that I bought? And you're like, no, you bought a cover. You didn't buy a grill. Look at the description. You got to read the description, and you got to read the size, because it might look big in a picture and you get it and it's like teeny tiny. So you got to read and make sure you know what you're getting. A lot of the times, if you're buying like small items, like they're smaller than you think they are if you don't read like what they're going to be. All right. It's a great hospital. And that's the one thing I can say is Mass General is a great hospital. They're very good at things like this, dealing with things like this. And the brain surgeon is, I am confident he's going to get in there and do what he needs to do and get out. Temu fails are awesome. Yeah, some Lord of the Flies. We got it. Let's Lord of the Flies this shit. All right. Do me a favor before we get into these Lord of the Flies, because it's funny. And we got some funny shit here. All right. Do me a favor and smash the like button and go punch it in the face, and then replace its teeth with chiclets. Okay. Just keep boxes of chiclets in your pocket. So then when you punch the like button in its face, you can give it a box of chiclets, and it can just replace its missing teeth with chiclets. Okay. Do that and hit subscribe. Now, I checked my analytics yesterday, and it looks like some of you have your notifications on, but you haven't changed your notifications to all, right? So if you go to the little bell where you subscribe to the channel, subscribing, by the way, is free. To subscribe to the channel is free. So when you subscribe to the channel and you hit the little bell notification, right? A thing pops up and it'll say some, all, never, whatever. It has 3 options. You want to make sure that you move it to all. When you subscribe to a channel, it's set at the middle ground. So if you're not getting notifications that I'm live every time I go live, it's because your thing is not set to all. So make sure you change it to all. If you would like to donate to the channel, we could definitely use any and all help, especially this month. You can do it in one of a bunch of different ways. We have super chats. We have jewels. We have memberships. You can gift memberships to other people, which I love. We are going to do a members only live stream this week again at nighttime. So that'll be fun. We have a bunch of different ways, other ways that you can donate to the channel if you so prefer, like Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. We do have an Amazon wish list. We have I'm gonna start adding like clothes for my little for school because this I just realized like back to school shopping needs to happen, and my life. And we have a Justice Chat link that is pinned to the top. It works for any debit, credit, Apple Pay, Google Pay. And those are how you just donate to the channel. Then at the end of this stream, we're going to pull the winner of the raffle. So you have until the end of the stream to get any entries to the raffle. If you want entries to the raffle, you do all the basic donation options that we have that are direct, which are Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime, or our Justice Chat link that works for credit, debit, Apple Pay, Google Pay. Use any of those options and let me know that you want spots. And of course, how many spots, right? They're all listed here on the top of the flyer anyway. The more you buy, the better deal you get, basically. But you have till the end of the show before I pull the wheel up and we pick a winner. All right. So let me pull this down and let's get into, what's happening? What did I just do? Jesus Christ, Elise, get your shit together. Get your shit together today, Elise. Back. Oh, yes. In your chat. A lot of people forget this. When you're in your chat here on YouTube, it's always set to what's called top chat. So if you go to the top of your chat and it says top chat, click on that and change it to live chat, because then you get all of the comments. Top chat shows you what YouTube wants to show you and thinks is the most important comments, which is weird. And sometimes I even forget to change it to live chat when I'm watching other people. And I'm like, why the fuck can't I? Oh, that's why. So you might miss a comment and be like, well, why can't I see that person's comment? Because it's not set to live chat. It's set to top chat. And YouTube decided it wasn't an important comment for you to see, apparently. So if you change it to live chat, you'll be able to see everyone's comments and not miss any of them. All right. Now, let's get into some Twitter tales. We have quite a few Twitter tales and quite a few things to talk about today. We have some questions for Ethel. We want to call out a fraudster, scammer, sewer turtle for being a deplorable piece of human fucking waste and what he did to Lisa last night, which really fucking pisses me off. Perfect. Perfect, my friend. Perfect. All right. Let's get it. Get her done. Let's get her done. Let's get her done. If I could find my bumper, that would be, get your shit together, Elise. Talk shit to myself today. Get your shit together, Elise. God damn it.
Grab the tea, because Twitter is melting down again.
We have not yet, Jimbo, but we're getting into that too. That's gonna be in the portion of our Twitter tales that's for fraudsters. Don't worry. We're working on it. We got all the tea, all the things and all the goddamn tea. All right. That's what we're doing. All right. Here we go. So we got quite a few things. Thing number one. This piece of human waste. Okay. And I will point out that the sewer turtle here, before I play this clip. Okay. Pull it together, at least. Jesus Christ. Get your shit together today. God. Fucking horrible today. My brain is on fart mode. I'm telling you, it's running around with my niece yesterday and the kids. Like, that's what I just did it. All right. It's my brain. And it's like, no, thank you. Hey girl. So again, there's a lot of stuff to go over today. Some of it is going to be hard to listen to and hear because we're dealing with fraudsters who want to call other people fraudsters. It's amazing to me, right? Now, the sewer turtle makes $10,000 or so a month just on his memberships and subscriptions to his ridiculously overloaded ad website. Okay. Now I made a post here on YouTube. I made a post on Twitter as well. About Lisa. Lisa is someone who used to follow Aiden just like a lot of people used to. And she found out not that long ago, just months ago, that she had cancer. And so she, you know, she fought for our country. She was in the military. And for me, I never got to know her until I'd say probably like more than 6 months ago. And that is because it was at that time that she started to realize like Aiden was just like a liar, right? He was just a bad person. And it sucks because some of the people that I probably had so much in common with that I didn't know that I had so much in common with, I really didn't get to know, and they didn't get to know me. We didn't give each other chances because I don't support anybody who's, supporting Aiden. But he's a horrible person. And they, of course, think I'm the devil because Aiden said so, right? So we only started talking after, she had started to realize he's just a liar, right? But she has always been super kind and super nice and just like a wholesome. She wants to talk about, cooking and recipes and her dogs and dog training and, all of the regular salt of the earth stuff, right? She's never asked anyone for anything. And yeah, I mean, he of course he's proud of himself. He likes to hurt people, right? So I made a post on Twitter. I talked to Lisa and I made one here on YouTube as well. And I talked about it a little bit yesterday in the little quick live stream I did at the birthday party. And so she's been fighting cancer, and her husband's had to take time off of work to care for her, a lot of time off of work to care for her. And I'm about to do that myself, right? With my sister. So I know that I have no idea how I'm going to make it through August with groceries, with rent, with electric. Like, I don't know how I'm going to make it through August. Never mind if, there was only one person, like her husband, taking all that time off of work. And so they really needed some help. They really needed some groceries. They really needed some financial help. And she had to suck up her pride, which I have had to do, and ask for help. And it is extremely fucking hard to have to do that, dude. Okay? Especially when you are going to get criticized. People are going to call you names. They're going to say you're a grifter and a scammer and a this and a that, even though it's very clear what the help is needed for, right? Even in a traditional job like her husband, you don't have months of paid time off, right? You run out. In my industry, we don't get paid time off, right? I don't get paid time off here. I either work and get paid whatever you guys choose to donate, or I don't work and I get nothing, right? So, but even in a traditional job like Lisa's husband, you run out, right? Like you run out. There is not paid time off till the end of time, right? And what happens when that paid time off runs out? Well, nothing. You either ask for help or you're screwed, I guess, and then people shame people who have to ask for help. And it's like, everyone, including Aiden, expects that, if he needed help, he would go to his parents or now he doesn't have parents living. He has his mom passed of cancer herself. But his dad, right? He has multiple siblings and a dad he can go to and ask for help who do very well for themselves. No one else, not everyone has that, right? I can't call my dad from heaven and say, hey, Dad from heaven, can you send me some money to buy groceries, right? Like, not everyone has people they can call for help. Okay. That's just not realistic. And I think sometimes that people who have large families or who have those support systems like Aiden, he looks down on other people who don't have those support systems, who don't really have a choice but to ask for help, right? They're like, well, why don't you have this or that or that? And it's like, not everybody has living relatives that can help them or are even in a position to be able to help them, right? So it's like, I wholeheartedly understand her needing help. And I'm like, we're going to do whatever we can do, right? Yep, she's also Native American, and she does a lot with her community surrounding, like, all of that stuff. And so for me, it was kind of a no-brainer. Like, I am literally in that same position financially, not with cancer, but financially I'm in that same position right this very minute. And it doesn't matter if it's just $10. Like, I obviously don't have a lot to share, right? I don't have shit myself, but I've always found, and Lisa made this comment to me, which I know that she wouldn't mind me sharing, that it seems to be always the people that have really had it hard that are just the kindest. Like, even if you got $50 left in your account and someone else needs help, like, you send 10. Like, that $10 might have gotten you a meal, but realistically, like, you just fed someone else for a day. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just the right thing, right? So I know I couldn't do a ton, but I had sent $10 over to her Venmo the day before yesterday. And just like they did to me last week or the week before, they the sewer cult was reporting Lisa's Venmo until it got locked. So no one could donate through the Venmo. She couldn't transfer the money that was in the Venmo at that point, right? Yep, it all adds up. And so I was fucking furious when I found out yesterday. And I think I found out later than everyone else because I was at the party and I hadn't really looked at my phone much after I saw you guys. My sister wanted me to get video of the party. I put my phone pretty much down. I didn't really look at it much during the party. So I didn't find out until way later on. When I found out, I was fucking so angry. Like, this is what they do. This is what the cult does, right? They sit there and they report your very real thing, right? With fake reports and flood it with fake reports until it's shut down or locked. That's disgusting. That's fucking disgusting. He does enjoy being cruel, and that's half the problem, right? Like, half the problem is he enjoys being fucking cruel. You know? It's just gross. You know? And that's the other thing. Just because people have family around doesn't mean that you can call anyone for help. Not everyone even has it to share, And from a man who has literally scammed his viewers out of a fucking house and a brand new Lexus, I find it quite funny that he has anything to say about Lisa asking for help with food, groceries. Now, groceries is something I struggle with on a monthly basis. It is fucking expensive, and I get no government help for that. I did many moons ago, but apparently my husband's whopping 20 something dollars an hour is too much for any help. So I'm in that middle ground where you don't make enough to pay all of your bills, but you make, quote, too much for any government assistance. So I'm in that fun little, portion of you're screwed, essentially. That's what they should call it. They should call it the middle section of you're just screwed. You can't get any help and you don't make enough to survive. So, like, you're in that middle, go fuck yourselves, part. So, I was more than happy to help Lisa. And I think if you haven't yet, please do. If you can, please do. She needs help. She needs our help. And being a content creator, I would rather give the message, right, that someone else needs help. Like, I get it, right? Most content creators are not going to want to do that because it affects their bottom line. But in my world, her bottom line is the same as everyone else's, right? So if she needs help, like, we help regardless of what it would take from me. Like, that's irrelevant. Like, she's done a lot for this country, for people in general. And the only thing that matters to me is that she gets the help that she needs, right? And so if you can help out Lisa, she has PayPal, which Jesse just put in the chat. And she does have a Cash App now. And I think Sanchez got her set up with crypto. And what was the other thing? I don't know if her Venmo is unlocked yet. I don't think so. But I did tag Venmo and tell them they need to work on that ASAP. I also went onto their social media and left a comment like, can you fix this, please? Like, this is unacceptable. It's been done to many of us and it's not okay. I'm dealing with it on PayPal right now from someone. So it's like, it's obnoxious, it's obnoxious. It's just weird, like, why does he give a fuck? This is the same man who grifted an entire house and a new car out of his viewers while begging for legal fees. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. It's just like, again, this is the same man who sat there and cried for legal fees. Now, here's the thing. I don't have a problem with people giving for legal fees, right? I don't think that there's an issue with that. The problem lies when you're telling people that you need money for legal fees and you're so desperate for money for legal fees, then you go out and buy a house. Obviously, you're not desperate to pay legal fees if you took $200,000 cash and put $200,000 cash down on a house. That does not scream, I need help with legal fees. What that screams is, I didn't want to pay my own money for legal fees. That is called a scam. That is fraud, right? If you needed help with legal fees, then you wouldn't have money to buy a home. All right. So we're talking about someone who needs help with groceries, with bills, right? And he has the fucking audacity to say a goddamn fucking word about Lisa needing help as a person struggling with cancer, okay, right now, because her husband stays home to care for her. So they're losing a lot of money. Obviously, someone has to care for her. And so she needs help with basics like groceries and bills. Like, he has the fucking audacity to say a single word about that? Like, are we for real right now? Like, I would like to know which one of the sewer cult people in his chat, because I heard it was vile, condone this shit. I would like one of them, just one of them, to sit there and fucking argue with me over a veteran who served our country and just a wonderful person in general, right? She just cares, even if you're a stranger. Like, a lot of the reason why I connect with Lisa is because she's a lot like me, and she also reminds me of Leah too. We're very similar when it comes to certain things. And so it's like, you never knew her, Aiden. You never bothered to get to know her. You know, you only cared about her donating to your channel, but did you get to know her as a person? Nope, you didn't. You fucking didn't. You didn't bother. You didn't bother to get to know a single fucking thing about her. You know? I will never understand their brain process. Like, anybody condoning him saying a goddamn fucking word about a former veteran, okay, who is struggling through cancer, who needs help with groceries and everyday bills, and had to swallow their pride to ask for it while he is begging for legal fees and grifted a house and a brand new fucking Lexus, has goddamn audacity. Goddamn fucking audacity. My PayPal's fine, but I'm like, one of the people like made a donation and like immediately told PayPal that they didn't, right? So then they open an investigation and they either take the money back or they don't, like, you know what I mean? Like, so I'm like, don't make a donation to the channel and then retract it immediately to try to fuck with my PayPal, bro. It's something they've done before. It's really shitty to do. You know, when you make a donation, it isn't as simple as just clicking a button. So it's not like you could have accidentally done it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to fill in things to do it, right? The amount and everything else. So it's not, oh, you did it on accident and like you needed to, like, that's just not, it's not feasible. Okay. Mike and Brian both posted. Good. He has no shame, none at ever, not at all. He doesn't know. Well, I mean, he does focus on himself a lot, but his content is shitting on people. So who better to shit on, apparently, than a cancer survivor who is fighting cancer right now, who needs a little bit of help, you know? Well, I feel like Mike probably gets a little more of the trolls than I do. I mean, I used to get a ton of trolls, right? We used to get a ton of them. We don't get a lot anymore, but we used to get like a shit ton of them. We simply don't anymore. But sometimes you gotta like just call them out. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you gotta put their dumbass comment on the screen and just laugh at how fucking stupid it is. But I'm also not gonna sit there and argue for 20 minutes with them. I'm just gonna laugh at how fucking stupid they are. I'm gonna do that because, well, they're stupid. They're stupid. They're fucking stupid. Well, that's the other thing. If he didn't have everybody else paying his bills, he'd be in fucking jail, right? Like, it's weird. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened with that either. It is weird. I don't know what happened with that. I mean, I thought it was going to get unblocked, but I don't know. It's not his business. Of course it isn't. You know what I mean? But yeah, well, see, here's the thing though. Like, I mean, that's just not even a justified argument for Aiden, because if that was the case, right? I guess me, Brian, Mike, if they put up the information for Lisa, like, I guess that would, that stands to reason, that would fuck with our bottom line as content creators if we're, sending people over to send money to someone else, right? But it's the right fucking thing to do. Someone needs help, we should help, right? Getting angry that people are donating to someone else and then shitting on someone who has cancer, like, it's just gross. Hello. It's gross. He's just a gross person. Like, he didn't give a shit how he affected my income when he sat there and lied, and how it has still to this day affected it. He didn't give a fuck. He still doesn't give a fuck. He's just a deplorable human. Thank you, Diana. I appreciate that. Diana said her son is in the army. Don't fuck with my veterans. It will help her out. I appreciate that. The point is when someone needs help, we help, right? Regardless of what it could or not do for us, right? Like, that's, no, we can't do all that. We gotta help, dude. It's the right fucking thing to do. We can't look at it as, this is what's gonna happen. Like, we're gonna, it's gonna lose X amount of dollars for us on our channel. So fucking be it. So be it. It's the right thing to do. If someone needs help, we fucking help them. And, her situation hits me right in the feels, because, like, I'm going to be taking care of my sister, helping take care of my sister. And, like, that's not just hard, like, physically, but emotionally, when you're taking care of someone that you love that is sick. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wish I had enough to donate them a fucking vacation somewhere, because, listen, I feel like I need a vacation. So I feel like anybody going through this shit sometimes just needs a few minutes of woopsa. And if I had it, or if I owned an Airbnb, or if I would donate a vacation to Lisa and her husband and her dogs, because everybody deserves, like, a timeout. I call them adult timeouts. That everyone needs an adult timeout once in a while. But I would appreciate it if anybody can help Lisa. I've made posts with her PayPal on YouTube and on, I got an update too on that, on YouTube and on Twitter. So yeah, my grandmother's a breast cancer survivor. She had a double mastectomy. And now she's dealing with about a melanoma in her late 80s. She's a decent human, and we should always want to help another decent human. You know what I mean? Like, we should. He does lack basic human decency. That's the shit that pisses me off, is he simply doesn't have basic human fucking decency. He just doesn't. He just doesn't have any basic human decency. He is a loser. It drives me fucking nuts, dude. And that's exactly what communities are for. It is. It's what communities are for. It's to help one another when we're having a rough go of it, Loza. It's a loser. He's just a loser. A loser. I don't think he has, the capacity to have empathy or sympathy or any of those things at all. You know what I mean? It is very hard to navigate, especially, my grandfather had pancreatic cancer, and unfortunately it took him very fast. Very, very fast. They thought they had gotten it all in a surgery, which my grandparents kept from us, the surgery that he had. And then I think it was like 3 months later, it had spread pretty much like everywhere. And that's when they told us. And within 3 weeks or so, he was gone. So it was really hard and my grandfather was a very large man. He was like over 200 pounds. He was a large guy. And by the time he passed, he had just withered away into nothing, which was sad. And it just gives you that perspective of, like, losing someone close to you or someone who's sick close to you is so fucking hard, dude. It is hard to watch. I've been watching it my entire life with my own child. Okay. It is difficult. It's fucking mentally and emotionally taxing for the person who is sick and for you, because you feel very helpless. You can't do anything to fix it, right? If I could give my left arm and my right leg to my child and it would, you know, take her terminal illness away, I would give it in a minute, right? To stop her suffering. I don't have that capacity, obviously. So the only thing I can do is watch her suffer. And as a parent or a loved one, it is extremely fucking hard to watch. You feel extremely helpless because there's nothing you can do to make it better other than pray and just be there, right? You should never have to bury your spouse or your children, and it's just fucking hard. I don't think people realize until you've been through it, like how extremely hard it is on both parties, the sick person and their loved ones, because you have to kind of choke it down and be strong for them, right? So I mean, I'm like a pro at that at this point, right? When it comes to my daughter, like just choking it down and like trying to find the silver lining and joy and fun in it all. Otherwise I'd probably just curl up in a ball and cry. And so you have to be strong for them and you have to show them that there's faith, there's a glimmer of hope that this can work out well, right? Even if it's a small glimmer of hope, right? That's what you do. That's what you do, you know? You mean for Lisa? You gotta be more specific, girly. For what? Oh my God, oh yeah, because of his thing is canceled. You're right. But for what? For Lisa? Yeah, I saw that little clip it. I got a couple updates on that stuff too. Yeah, I laughed. Netflix doesn't want him. Narcissism and his drive to control everyone and everything all the time. It's exactly it. And you know, he also oftentimes will say like, I never try to control everyone or everything. Like you do all the time, every day. I have a $2 donation. Thank you so much. I'm not going to read the person's name because it's their real name. And it says, I enjoy your channel. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very, very much. Every little bit matters. Thank you. Thank you. You know what? This is what we should do. This is what we should do. All right. This is what we're going to do. I just came up with an idea. Right. That's we should also be willing regardless, you know? That's what we should be doing. We do. You know, the stress is a fucking killer. It literally is. It literally freaking is. Decent humans are not fake reptiles. I agree with you. He has no empathy, completely soulless. I agree. Dark side, I think TV is addicted to the dark web. Probably, you know? If she was asking all the time, then I'd be one thing she needs help, and it takes more to ask for help than not. You know what? This is what we should do, guys. I just thought of something. I think today's our Sunday show, right? And so I think what we should do is or what I should do, is a 50-50. So what a 50-50 is I am offering to donate 50% of all of the donations I get today to Lisa, right? Because I feel like that would help her, right? So let's try to make them direct donations though, because super chats and super like jewels I don't get until anything, and now we're in August, so anything I get in that aspect I wouldn't get until the end of September. So that would really help her right this very second. So I feel like we should do a 50-50. That's what we should do. So 50% of all the donations that I bring in today, I will donate to Lisa. That's what we're going to do. So that's one way you can help Lisa, is you can donate to the channel, and I will give her 50% of whatever direct donations we bring in. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Our Justice Chat link works for credit, debit, Apple Pay, Google Pay. We have Chime. We have Revolut. I think it's a good way to try to help her and show Aiden that he's a piece of fucking human garbage and nobody gives a fuck what he says. Ugh, listen. New Jersey, I would assume, would like to revoke his bond. Massachusetts has to do it, though. It can't be New Jersey. New Jersey could arrest him for the indictment, but that would be interstate, and it's a little more complicated. So, you know. Oh, there was a lot of people investigated during that time. A lot. I mean, I knew that. You know, I knew that there were quite a few people who were being investigated for their uh portions and helping him do things, you know? Um I'm gonna play the clip of what the fuck he says about Lisa. It's wild. Um yeah, it shows go. That's the fun thing, right, Priscilla? Is it shows no conspiracy to shut up any creators. What it shows is you cannot go around conspiring to harass witnesses and then have the cops not look into you. I mean, do you expect that if you're just a creator that magically they don't look into you when you do something that's criminal? Come on, you know, it's wild. There were quite a few people that were investigated during all that time. You know, all right, let's play this really gross clip and let's remember while this disgusting clip is being played that we're going to donate 50% of all of our donations today that we get for the channel, notwithstanding the um the raffle. That's like a separate thing that we're doing. And remember, we're pulling the raffle winner at the end of the stream today. So well, so she said she was okay for like 2 weeks for food. 2 weeks is that runs out fairly quickly. So my point is 2 weeks, like let's try to make it longer than 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Like, listen, I go week by week when it comes to groceries, so I feel
And
like
yeah,
it's let's try to make it a little longer for her. You know, like I know her and she's being modest of like, you know what I mean? Like let's try to make it longer so that she doesn't have to worry about it for a bit, you know? Yeah, let's like Leah said, let's get her set up for like 2 months, you know? Like he still has to keep taking time off. So she's going to need in the future. You know what I mean? So let's just help her now while we can. You know, believe me, I know the pressure that's about to be on me. Like I don't want that for anyone. And if I can help in any way, then let's do it, you know? Connecticut. She lives in Connecticut. All right. I'm going to play this. It's hard to listen to because he's just a deplorable piece of fucking shit. But please remember that while we're listening to this, we're going to do a 50-50. That's what we're fucking doing. So 50% of our direct donations today, I'm going to send to Lisa. That's what the fuck we're doing.
and yeah, but as it turns out, she apparently made some sort of post the other day, like, I can't buy food, like give me money on my Venmo, which is, I don't care. What do I care if you're that?
He says he doesn't care. I don't care. I don't care. But then he goes on to shit on her for it. Meanwhile, again, he bought a house while saying he needs legal fees. Well, you could have used that $200,000 that you put on a house for legal fees. So you lied and you scammed your audience out of a house.
That pathetic that you have to ask strangers to literally feed you. I mean,
yes, Aiden, that happens sometimes. Not everybody has, a family with 7 siblings and a parent that's well off that they can say, hey, I need some money, right, to help pay my bills, right, or feed myself. I have no one to ask. So when I run out, I'm shit out of luck. So unless I ask someone, I'm screwed, right? His beef with her is she tried to educate him on sexual abuse as a child and SA victims, and he was mad that she did it in the kindest way possible. So his problem essentially is that she educated him and he looked fucking dumb for trying to go after her after that because he's a petty bitch. That's his problem.
times are tough. Times are tough for the anti-Turtle Boy people. So let's give poor Lisa a break. We don't want her starving. What was her boyfriend's name again? The guy that we
like, why do you have to
wanted
mention
justice
him?
for, whatever his name is. That poor
For
guy.
what?
He can't work. So she needed money for groceries or whatever.
Or whatever.
So she did this like post asking whatever. And then it got canceled, right? Like so Dances with Breast Milk tried, let me see, hold on.
What is his obsession with like breast milk? Also, I still want to know why he needs to hold his microphone like it's a dick. I just don't understand it. Right. So he's criticizing someone for needing help with groceries as he gets on his fucking stupid thing. Okay. I can't. Oh, really funny, because I said that I would join Brian's sanctioned boxing match for charity, and I would be happy to box both Aiden and Will. And they still have yet to accept that. So just saying, you know, yeah, we do it together, my friend. No worries. We just do it together, you know? Right? Get a fucking connector, bro. I don't understand what's happening. Hello, Space Coast. TB played a clip of Brian saying he'd fight him in a gym. No, he won't, because we've offered a sanctioned boxing event for charity and he refuses to respond. So come on. I'd say make it a fundraiser, but well, we're going to do it for charity, but Aiden doesn't. That's the fun part. Even if we set the whole thing up with a time and a date, Aiden would be like, oh, can't make it. Oh, can't do it. Oh, criminal charges. I can't. What is he going to do when he's homeless living in a fucking box because he has to pay out all of his victims? What is he going to do then? I think you're right, trying out for the Masked Singer. I think he thinks, right? Like, he forgets when he was sleeping on his wife's couch, driving a beat up old, what was it, a Toyota or something? He forgets that. He simply forgets, right? Because it's easy for him to dupe his audience into buying him a house, right? He has the audacity to say anything to anyone about needing groceries while you're a fucking cancer patient and your boyfriend or husband is taking care of you and having to take time off of work, which is money out of your pocket, to do so. I'm sorry. Turtle chats? Like, listen, I'm a content creator. My paycheck is whatever you guys choose to share with me. That's my paycheck, okay? In the same way that it's his paycheck, right? So criticizing someone else for needing help, like, listen, me and him are not like, I'm a much smaller creator. He makes way more than I make, right? By a long shot, all right? But he didn't always. He was struggling to have a few hundred people watch him before the Karen Reed trial, okay? So where the fuck does he get off? Where the fuck does he get off running his fucking mouth about somebody that really does need help? The man has no morals, no moral compass. It simply doesn't exist, right? He is human waste. He let a van down by the river. You think Tom CP will visit him in his van down by the river? That's what he's gonna. And I agree with you, Space Ghost. You could tell he was wanting to run his mouth about Jimmy on JFK's show, but you could tell he's afraid of Jimmy. Like, that's sad, you know? Lana has a clip where she's saying he has 6 people. Yeah, I mean, he was struggling to have people watch, you know? He's quite blessed to have many fans paying for his legal fees. Yes, comes up. He's not grateful. That's why I freeze. He's not grateful. He thinks it's owed to him. That's the difference. Is where, one person donates. I got a $2 donation earlier from someone who just said, like, I enjoy your show. Like, that means something to me, right? Like, I don't care if it was $1. I don't care if it was $100. Like, that, I am grateful for that for me, right? Like, I am only one human, right? I am one human. I can only do so much. And I appreciate when someone appreciates, like, my work, right? My show. Like, I never expect anything. As a matter of fact, I always plan for, like, the worst, And so, I mean, I don't want him to go to jail. He deserves and needs to be in jail. He committed crimes. So that's kind of how it works. Right? Mike against the Blair in a wrestling match. I would love that. That would be amazing. The mozzarella sticks. The Mozzie sticks came out amazing.
There it is.
He's so vindictive. He's also a fucking hypocrite to the highest extent.
Let's see where we got it. Where'd it go?
Making fun of a woman who has cancer and is trying to just survive. Like, what the fuck? Oh, he's gonna burn.
Oh, Jerry. It was Jerry.
Down. He's such a piece of shit.
She's going to take a nap. She just wants to alert the internet. I'm going to take a nap.
He has done that.
Glad to hear that.
He's such a piece of shit.
Let's see.
Oh, Lisa. I am glad you're here, my friend. I know my channel doesn't make a ton of money. And it might not be much. But I am happy to donate 50% of whatever we get today because I just thought it up randomly out of nowhere. And I can't do a ton to help. I'm in the same sort of financial position, but whatever I can do, whatever is within my power to do for my little community here, I am happy to donate 50% of whatever I get in donations today from my community to help you, my friend, because it's the right fucking thing to do. I'm about to be taking care of my own sister in just a few days after her brain surgery, and it is fucking hard on everyone. I don't get paid time off, and I'm sure your boyfriend's probably run out of his a long time ago, and that's money, right? And but you got to have somebody who's helping care for you. You have to. So it's like people don't think of these things, and so I'm happy to do it, Lisa. And I wish we had gotten to know each other a really long time ago, because I wish I had known, like what kind of person you were. And I feel like Aiden has kept so many like decent people. Oh God, you're gonna make me cry. Decent humans, from like talking to each other, like being friends with each other. Like he just, this person's evil and this person's bad. And it really starts to get to you when you start to realize like the relationships of people that you would have never met if you didn't realize he was such a piece of shit, and you can't get that time back. You can't get the time back of getting to know people, but I'm glad that we did, because I feel like I've picked up so many relationships of people that I wouldn't have befriended otherwise, because they were sort of on the opposite side of things as me. And he says I'm the devil, so I guess I'm the devil. Oh, all the love in chat for Lisa. I love that. I know you can't see because you're there over on X, but there's some love for Lisa here in the chat. He does hate women, in my opinion. Yeah, they're very devoted, Yeah, that's why he doesn't have the plaque. Brian got him a plaque. All the love over here for Lisa. Oh, so nice. I love that. I love that. YouTube, I think I can't remember if it's either 30 or 60%. That's why I always say, like, well, at least for this, I said if we're doing a 50-50, let's try to make it direct donations, because everything from Super Chat, I don't get until next month. So anything in August that I make on Super Chat, they do take a cut, and I don't get it until the end of September. So if we're going to do a 50-50, let's try to make those ones direct donations. That way we can get it over to Lisa today when the show's over. But I can't remember. Is it 30 or 60? It's 30 on some things and 60 on other things. I think it's 30 for a Super Chat percent they take, I believe. Don't quote me, but I believe it's 30% on a Super Chat that they take. They want their cut, 100,000. You need 100,000 subscribers to get a plaque, but you have to be monetized. You have to be monetized when you get to 100,000 to get that plaque. And he was not monetized. And so Brian got him the plaque because Brian's a nice person. You know what I mean? And so he turns like, the one thing I find in the silver lining of this is like, you know what, for all the things that he has done, the silver lining in it is that when people realize who he is and what he's done, they actually start talking to one another and realizing that, like, hey, he said this person was bad or this person is the devil. They're not actually the devil. They're not actually bad. Like, yay, right? Like, and they start doing this thing called having adult conversations and talking to each other, which then in turn turns into people actually starting to connect, right? In a way that they wouldn't have otherwise, because they were believing whatever he told them, Yeah, well, that's the other. He hates anybody who's willing to tell the truth about, who he is, And it's just, it's a sad fucking thing, Thank you, Lisa, for reposting the stream on X. We appreciate you, my friend. All right, I'll keep the donation information on the screen while we're playing this disgusting fucking clip of his. And remember, 50% of donations that I get today, we're going to give to Lisa, because we got to help. We got to help in whatever way we can. We have a small community, but I'm hoping that we can help.
All right, so she goes. Shit. So she made some post. Well, she keeps trying to get me in trouble for the 100th time. It is illegal to hold a raffle in Massachusetts without going through the AG's
for the commissary.
office. Yeah, there are no such things as giveaways. if you have to buy a chance to win. That's called a raffle. Stop breaking the law. Keep in mind, this retard supported the Free Can't Read movement, which we all did. And there was a million giveaways.
everyone's a
Yes, you're
retard
right,
now.
Lisa. The giveaways are
Hello,
the raffles
Salty.
are technically illegal. Krusty has been saying that for like 7 years now and constantly reporting us, and nothing ever happens. The Attorney General's office does not give a shit if you do a little bootleg raffle. They don't care. Okay. But that's a Krusty thing.
That's your problem? Like, that's your problem, and your problem is that? Like, come on. You know, they allow all creators to bypass their system. My justice chats are a bypass of the system technically too. There's no rule against it. But you know, I think that they leave it open because a lot of content creators would leave, especially small ones, if they didn't. Because a small channel cannot survive on just ad revenue or super chats because they don't get many. So then, like, you know what I mean? A ton of creators would just move and go over to things like Kick. You know what I mean? Other options that allow you to give other payment options. So I think that's the reason why they don't try to crack down on that, because they would lose a ton of money if they did, is the point. So even though, for instance, they allow you to use bypass options like his turtle chats or my justice chats, people would completely leave their platform. So they would be losing all of that money. And so for them, it's got to be a balance, right? Like, you know, you never know. Narcissist. I love channels that talk about narcissists because it just shows you what kind of people, you know. Well, there's a reason. Like you know, YouTube would lose all those creators and the ad revenue. They make a lot of money off of our ad revenue, and they give us pennies for it. Okay, so the money that they're making off of our ad revenue alone, even if it's a small channel, is a lot of money. So if all the other creators were like, no, we're going to go to a different platform that allows us to use different payment options, they would be losing millions or billions of dollars. And so that's why they don't just try to kick that out, you know? All right. Putting the donation information back up. We're doing 50-50 here for Lisa. Oh, I have a $50 one. This is so nice. And it says it's not much, but I hope this helps both of you. It does. I'm not going to read your real name. Thank you. I'm just writing them all down so I can split them, you know. Okay. All right, back into this we go. If TB goes to jail, you wouldn't have a show to do anymore. Of course I would. Of course I would. What do you mean? Of course I would. I literally have done a billion other trials. I would have plenty. You realize that my show, like, we talk about like everything from like kids to animals to recipes to this deplorable piece of fucking human waste, and we've helped many other people with other things, right? Like, you realize that, right? Like, you realize that, right? Like, I go hard on him because I have helped and spoken to dozens of his victims, right? That's the reason why. And people tried the whole don't talk about it because he's not relevant thing. And he just decided that he would use that silence as a way to hurt more people. And so I never, ever, 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 ever am going to magically shut up about what a deplorable piece of shit he is. If you don't like the truth, Scooter, I don't know what to tell you. The truth is this man is a deplorable human. He's essentially a internet terrorist that ruins and destroys people's everyday lives because you didn't do, say, or donate what he wanted, or he got jealous, or he's trying to hide his own bad behavior. Now, if you knew what I knew, and you saw everything I saw, then you'd have a problem with that too. Everything he says and does needs to be shit on. It's nice to see you, Sunken. I love that. I love that. I love it. Thank you so much. You're 100% right. Ooh, high homebrew iced coffee. Listen, we say welcome to everyone. We say welcome to everyone. You want to troll? Like, be my guest. But I'll tell you right now, like, nobody here thinks Aiden is a good person. Nobody here believes that he shouldn't go to jail, really. Okay. And I'm going to tell you this much. You don't know what we do. You don't know what a lot of us do. So you want to send him money, buy him another house, buy him another car, contribute to him getting more charges, be my fucking guest. Also, light the shit on fire while you're giving it to him, you know? Maybe throw a couple extra $100 bills in the toilet and just flush it, right? Like, go ahead, do it. Support him. Do all that you can. Okay. I'd have so much more content because I would have the time to cover some of the other things that I've been wanting to cover. But I'm the only voice out here for some of these victims who aren't even publicly identified because they're so fucking scared. Right. And so until this human, this waste of life, this stealer of oxygen goes to prison where he belongs, I will definitely still be calling out his bullshit. When he goes to prison, I will have a large party that everyone is welcome to, and then I will move on to other things as I've done a million times over and helping other people. We're not going anywhere. Sorry, not sorry. And if you think it's going to make a difference in my community if I don't cover Aiden related things once he goes to prison, you got another thing coming. You got another thing coming. Not everyone's here just because Aiden's a piece of shit. Some people are here because we enjoy being here as a community and we talk about all sorts of things. All sorts of things. Our animals, our children, fun places to visit, history, stories, like news stories, fun feel stories, helping others. We've done, fundraisers for other people, for other things. Like, yeah, it's prison. It's prison. But I mean, I don't, my question to you, I guess, is what are you trying to prove? Like, what are you trying to prove? Because if you're trying to prove that, like, I wouldn't have a channel without talking about him, well, you fail in that one. You haven't clearly watched me enough to make that determination if that's your stance. Yeah, no. What do you mean? Once again, we talk about all sorts of things all the time. All the time. So you weren't just asking, right? There was no question there. You were making a statement. So come on, please. Freedom of speech? No, don't. I mean, doesn't Aiden love freedom of speech? Isn't that his big thing? Like, everyone support him for the 1A? Right? Isn't that his mission in life? I'm certainly not the only one who goes hard on him. Yeah, right. Isn't his big thing? He calls out shit behavior. Like, isn't that his big whining, bitchy thing? Is like, oh, I'm going to call out shit behavior. Well, cool. So am I. So am I. Except I have inside knowledge and information on the things that he's fucking done. So yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Right. No, I think you're missing. I think she's typed in the wrong one. So there's a Sparky, Jesse, and then there's the Scooter. Right? And we talk about anything depending on the day. We love some feel-good animal videos or some feel-good stories, news stories. We love those, right?
Karen Reed, back when we were freeing her, we were all on the same side and
Back
shit.
when we were
We
freeing
did
her?
like 1,000 raffles for Karen Reed, like 1,000,000 of them.
How many times do you think he says Karen Reed in one like stream?
We called them giveaways. Very weird lady.
Yeah.
And
you can't call it a giveaway because it's not a giveaway. You idiot. A giveaway, you just give something away without tickets or spots. A raffle, you have to buy into. A giveaway, you just give away, which I am hoping to be able to do more of in the future, like just straight giveaways, like you comment your favorite color or whatever, and a randomizer picks whoever for like a $10 gift card, Yeah, only his freedom of speech, Well, clearly he or she has not been here long enough to know that, right? You know what I mean? I'd either sit and listen or move on if I don't like what I hear. Why? And you do the same, right? Like, I mean, clearly, It's not been here long enough to know that. See, that's the difference between trolling and not trolling, is if you've never really sat and watched someone for an extended period of time, more than just a half a show or a show, like, then maybe, just maybe, you should figure out that there's more to me than just talking about him. It's also more to me than just talking about him and his bullshit when it comes to helping his victims. Maybe, just maybe, you'd be able to help his victims too if you knew the shit that he did. You know? It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's pretty fucking bad. Grave sends $100 and says, for TB is the ugliest baboon in the zoo. He's a fake turtle. Okay, cool. That's $100. And so for a 50-50 for Lisa, that's whopping $50 for Lisa. That's good. So we're almost at 100 each of us. That's pretty good. I think it's at like 70 something, 50, 60, 70, 76, 77, something like that. 77 for each of us. So if you're just popping in, I decided today I was going to do a 50-50 for Lisa. So I'm going to donate 50% of all of my direct donations to Lisa because she deserves some fucking help. I know how hard it is to try to care for someone and not be able to fucking work and put food in your fridge. And I'm about to be taking care of my sister in just a few days here. And it's extremely hard for both parties. If I had enough to give you money for a fucking vacation, girl, I would do it because I think everyone deserves a time out and a vacation to just enjoy without having to worry about a goddamn thing. You know, maybe one day I can hand out vacations. Maybe my show will be so big one day I can just like hand out vacations. Oh my God, we totally can. We can. We so can. We can. We can do a giveaway for that. Fucking weirdo stalkers. Goddamn weirdo stalkers. So if you're just tuning in, 50% all direct. Let's try to make them direct donations because anything that goes through like super chat, I don't get until next month. So I wouldn't be able to split any of that until next month. But anything that comes through direct donations today, we're going to give 50% of that to Lisa because she needs our fucking help. She needs our goddamn help. Okay. And I might not have much, but I have a community. And if we just come together, we can make a difference. Okay. Yes, we can, girl. I've been wanting to do like small giveaways of like maybe $10 or $20 like Amazon e-gift cards because you can just send it to someone's email. I feel like that would be fun once in a while to do, you know? I feel like that would be fun, you know? That's definitely his business blueprint, you know? Definitely. Hello, how are you? Oh, Grave. You're gonna make me cry. Stop it. Stop it. Grave sends another $100 and says, ah, hell, have another. Y'all are gonna make me ugly cry in a second. You guys are gonna make me freaking ugly cry in a second. Literally. Let me stuff it down. Just gonna pretend it's not there. Okay, let me.
She go, oh, this was it. I'm waiting for my social security checks to start. Jerry has had to take 2 days off a week to take me to appointments for months. Vacation used up. I have no money right now. I can't even afford groceries, and I really need help. So Lisa's starving. So 10 cents a day could keep Lisa and Jerry alive. Okay. Meanwhile, in the next breath, she's like,
fuck you,
raffles are illegal. Okay.
Fuck
you know,
you
you'd
guys.
be, and this is the woman I told Team Cancer, and they're all crying about it because I don't give a shit about this lady.
And that's the problem right there. That is the problem right there. I don't give a shit about this lady. Like, is he for real? Is he for real? Like, is this for real? Like, is he like, what the fuck, dude? I don't get it. I don't get it. I really, really don't. You know, I don't give a shit about that lady. Well, I don't think he gives a shit about anybody for any reason at all. I don't think he gives a fuck about anyone. And that's half the problem, is he doesn't give a shit about anyone, anywhere, anyhow. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just simply does not. And it's like, I don't know if maybe it's just like I was brought up in a different time, right? Or, before I was in foster care, my grandparents helped, you know, took care of me. And like, I just learned sort of the old way of living and thinking. But like, my grandparents were one of those people that like, you reach out and help even if you can't help yourself. If you could do something and it takes time or energy, like, then you do it, right? It doesn't cost me anything but time to run a 50-50 to help Lisa, right? I can still, make a little money and help her, and it costs me nothing but time, right? Like, I, to me, I don't get it. Like, I don't get how you don't care about other people. I don't give a fuck if she was a complete and utter stranger to me, right? Like, I just don't understand that at all, right? I don't get it. Like, I don't know if it's just me that I just happen to give a shit whether they're a stranger or not. Like, you know, a stranger hurting makes me hurt because they're hurting. They're still a person. You know what I mean? Like, they're still a person, you know? Well, that's the thing, right? You bought a house, dude. You bought a fucking house. You bought a house while begging for donations and doing all these different events for your, what he calls, right, legal fees. Well, if you actually needed help with your legal fees, right, then you wouldn't have been able to buy a house. All of your money would have been going towards whatever you could pay in legal fees. And then the rest of what people donated would go to pay for it as well. If you actually needed help with legal fees, if you're using that money to buy a house, or you're using your own money to buy a house while saving all of the money people are donating for legal fees, that's a scam. You don't ask for legal fees if you could pay for it yourself simply because you don't want to pay for it yourself. That is not you in desperate need of legal fees, right? Also, most people don't then go out and beg to be sued, create other criminal actions that they might have to deal with and hire more attorneys for. So you're creating more legal fees and then putting it on the shoulders of everyone else to pay for while buying a $200,000 house. I don't get it. Exactly, Nan. Thank you. Exactly. Why is Lisa's cause any less important than his? Why is it any less important? You know? Yes, her medical is, but her husband or her boyfriend, like, having to take time off to care for her, like, he's out of time off, and if he's the main breadwinner, that's all that much. Listen, my husband was the main breadwinner. We split everything 50-50, but I had a hard pregnancy with my last one, and he was the main breadwinner the entire time. Basically, I was put on bed rest, and it was fucking hard. It was really fucking hard. And it wasn't enough to cover everything, and I ran out of paid time off. And back then, Massachusetts did not yet have paid time off when you had a baby, right? It didn't exist yet. It didn't exist for like another 2 years, I believe. I think it was 2 years. So for me, it's like, I totally understand what that's like, right? Having a kid myself with a terminal illness, there's plenty of times that I've had to be at the hospital, right? And I can't work, not making any money, right? Like, and I don't know how I'm gonna buy myself dinner or lunch at the hospital. It's fucking expensive. You know what I mean? Like, I know what that shit's like, and knowing that just a few days from now, I'm going to be helping take care of my sister and her 3 kids and her household and my household at the same time. Like, I don't get paid time off either. I work here. This is my job, right? So like, I don't get paid time off. I have no idea how I'm going to be out a multitude of days this month and still put groceries in the fridge and still pay rent and still, like, I have no idea how I'm going to do it. It seems impossible right now in my head, but like, I take it one day, 1 hour, one step at a time. Why is my struggle or Lisa's struggle or anyone's less important than his. Neither one of us are buying brand new houses or brand new cars while asking for help, right? No one else is doing that, right? Not asking for legal fees while I put $200,000 cash down on a house. It'd be one thing if he put like $10,000 cash down on a house. He did not. He put almost $200,000 cash down on that house that he bought. A $700,000 house with 4 bedrooms. Did he necessarily need 4 bedrooms? No, right? It's wild to me. It's absolutely fucking wild. My God, yeah. Animal health insurance is fucking expensive as hell, dude. My daughter, my oldest, she gets Social Security. Obviously, she's blind and very, very disabled, but she has insurance for her service animals, and it's a lot of money, dude. It's a lot of money, even just for that. Never mind still paying all the things that you need to be taken care of while you're fighting cancer, because he's just a turtle, because he only cares about himself. You got that right, Nina. It will never be enough for him. He considers the fundraising his expendable income now, and he's in some weird thing where he needs to make more than, does think he needs to make more than Karen. Aw, Grave, the stream sponsor bought out the onion cutting ninjas. So sweet. Thanks. Don't make me cry again. I had to shut my camera off. Any money that came from the J.O. Karen Reed situation is supposed to go to him. He's made that loud and clear for years now. See, that's what he thinks, right? Like, he keeps using Karen's name and he keeps using John's name. Like, what the fuck? And that's true. For years, he has like tried to control who donates to who and when, where, what, how, why, right? It's wild as hell to me. Wild as hell, dude. I have to read this. I can't. I have to read this. This is amazing. Space Coast, you little sneak you. Space Coast sends $100 and says, sapphires in my pocket for today's cause. Let it be known, if TB calls you during today's show, I'll give him the same, but he'll need to come here and get it in person. I still haven't gotten that phone call back from that baby back bitch. I highly doubt he will, even for that $100. I mean, why not, right? Make a phone call for $100. I doubt he will. He's a baby back bitch, Well, raffles is one thing. A lot of the times the state and stuff, like, it's an old law with the raffles. And a lot of times, like, Little League or even softball, I've seen it at softball where like they're doing like a charity tournament or something, or they're just doing a big tournament and they have like raffles for people to sign up for, and you can win certain things that people will donate. So they'll donate all different things and people make them into baskets or tickets or whatever they have. And, it's to raise money for XYZ, this family or this cause or whatever. And, they're not going to go after every person. So it's like, yes, it's technically illegal, but the state isn't going to go after people running raffles. They're just not. Because if they went after him, they would have to go after every soccer mom, every person trying to do good or who needs desperate help and is trying to give back by doing, like, you know what I mean? Like, they're just not going to do that. And that's essentially how he gets away with it. But they don't care until they care, right? Like, they'll care when like it's tied to like a murder. That might be, I have a clip of TB asking people to donate and explaining his legal fees and how much his lawyer's fees are. Then a clip of him 3 months later talking about buying a house. See, that's what I mean. Like, that's it right there, right? Like, that's just wild. It's nice to meet you as well, Georgia Gazette. It's nice to have you. I love seeing nice new names and new people. I love new community members. You're more than welcome here. Welcome. My community, actually, if you're not, trolling, as you're not, I'm not saying you are, you're not. But some people come to troll, right? Once in a blue moon. We don't get a lot of those lately. But once in a blue moon we do. They actually like do this thing where they come and they troll and they say, well, I was just asking, right? How many times have we seen that? Well, I was asking a question. There was no question being asked. It's a lot of times just weird statements they make, like, well, what's going to happen when this? And what else do you talk about? And like, oh, well, aren't you poor? Yes, I am poor. Thank you. Everybody thinks, like, as content creators, that every content creator makes a shit ton of money. I think we all need to remember that, like, in order to make a shit ton of money, you have to be like a medium to a large content creator. Anything under like I'd say 100,000 or even like 80,000 subscribers, and definitely anything under 10,000, you're not making money hand over fist. That's just not really how it works. Like you're barely keeping that channel going, you know? What do you get here? You get honesty, no scams, no misinformation. It's really, we also have an amazing community of people, you know? Nan TV got pissed off about Turtle Rider Kentucky Mavericks fundraiser for a double lung transplant because it diverted money from him. Well, that he gets mad at any money that's diverted from him. You know, he needs them rooms to rent while he's locked up, and when he gets out, his parole might include no internet. I would love that for him. Imagine if they're just like, yeah, no interwebs. And what happens when that happens? And the court can order that, right? Do you want to know what happens when that happens? Is they actually call the internet companies in your area that service your area, and they put a lock, a government like lock on your address and your household getting internet service. I'm not kidding. I'm so dead serious. Like that's what happens. Well, he's got multiple defamation lawsuits, Peggy. He has one out of California that he talked about the other day with Kylie, who sued him for defamation. And then he's got the one here. And yeah, they're both, in my opinion, multi-million-dollar lawsuits. Yes. So he's screwed, you know? I can only imagine the begging he's going to be doing at some point. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Yes. Yes, Space Coast. He was made for court. It's a vocation for him. If he wasn't talking about all his legal matters, what would he talk about? Well, he would talk about what he does here in this clip, right? Shitting on Lisa. The thing Stuart Turtle does is he will get a ticket donated, so it's paid for already, and then instead of passing it on to someone, he makes people donate to be able to win. How many? So didn't I not call that? Did I not call that? Did I not say like that is happening? Like that's happening. Like that is fucking happening. Like it is happening. I knew someone said they donated it, like gave it to him because they couldn't make it. And then he was like, well, it's going to be a giveaway. It's going to be a raffle. No, I mean a giveaway. Well, there's a difference between the two. A giveaway, you just give it away. A raffle is you have to pay to join. And so it's like, if I'm giving something to him, I would hope that I would say, no, I've already paid for these. So you're going to give them away. You're not going to raffle them. You're going to give them away. You know what I mean? Like, no, I knew he would do that. And of course, what does he do with them? Da-da-da, exactly what I said he would fucking do with them. Such a piece of shit, dude. You know? Fucking bullshit. You have to report it yourself. So iFile is like a sole proprietor. You have to take what they send you at the end of the year. They send you a form with all your earnings from AdSense. And you take that and then you do your itemized deductions. You keep receipts for everything that is, you know, going to running your shit here. And those are deductions, right? But I don't know what he does or doesn't do. I know what I do. I can only speak for me. And iFile is sole proprietor. You know, you're supposed to report it yourself. So, and it's technically not YouTube, it's Google AdSense. So everything that you get through YouTube goes through what's called Google AdSense. Google also runs YouTube. So like, it's kind of, you know what I mean? Like it's one and the same, but everything that you get paid, whether it's your memberships or your jewels or your super chats or your ad revenue, all of that goes through what's called Google AdSense. And then Google AdSense has like a portal basically. And so at the end of the year, Google AdSense sends you the forms of all of your, like what you made for the year. And then you take that and you use it for your taxes. So, oh, he'll just milk Karen Reed's name until the cows come home. You know what I mean? That's what will happen. Like, I'm from Chicagoland when they would send in law enforcement for March Madness squares. Oh, wow. That's wild. That's wild. That's fucking wild. Oh my God, I remember the guy who sued Pepsi over their contest. Then there was the guy who sued, wasn't it Coca-Cola for the plane? There was like a whole documentary on that. You know? The military plane, that was it. Pepsi for the military plane. Yep. There's actually a documentary. I can't remember if it was on Netflix or where it was on, but it was on. There was a whole documentary on that plane, on that lawsuit and on that plane. So there, yeah, because like a lot of those contests too, like the McDonald's Monopoly one was rigged for years. And it's like, cool, you're going to pay out all the people who bought extra to like win. And it was someone who like helped print them that would give like the winning pieces to certain people and they would claim it. And then that person would give them a cut. And so for years and years and years in the 90s and early 2000s, the fucking Monopoly game from McDonald's was rigged. I mean, to be fair, I honestly feel like all the fucking contests from those big companies are rigged. To be honest, I don't honestly think that they have winners. I think that they just have people to, think, because they always say like, oh, get a list of winners. Cool, you get a list of names. I could just make up names and where people are from. All the if I'm a company, I could just make it up. You know what I mean? Like, who's to say that anybody actually fucking won? You know what I mean? Especially when it comes to those really large, crazy giveaways. I don't know. Especially when it comes to like Coke, Pepsi, McDonald's, like. They're not giving away shit. They're too greedy, Too greedy. Hi, Rose. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm sure he is asking for money to pay for his and his attorney's hotel accommodations. He's staying at like the most fanciest hotel in Boston for no reason whatsoever. But he has a problem with Lisa needing, groceries and to pay regular bills, It's wild. I don't think they're married. I don't know if they're married. I don't think. I'd have to ask Lisa. I don't remember if they're like actually married or not, but also that could have been something that they did already a long time ago. You know what I mean? Like they don't help forever. Yes, he is, of course. Well, no, I know you're not. You've been very kind. I appreciate that. For me, it is a double dip for him. I prefer to help when we can, Yes, 1099-C. There's 1099-A, there's a 1099-B, there's a 1099-C. Oh, tax stuff is bullshit. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's in his little traffic school today, guys. He's got to learn some shit. He's in driver retraining class today.
I don't care. I said Team Cancer just to be mean. And it's like, yeah, my mom died of like the worst kind of cancer ever. So.
Oh, his mother died of the worst kind of cancer ever. So it's totally okay to say Team Cancer to Lisa because you don't like that she doesn't support you anymore, that she saw you for who you are. She quietly stepped away from you. Like, Lisa didn't do anything to him. To be fair, I didn't do anything to him either. I don't know. To me, like, nobody has to do anything to him to get shit on like this. This is just what he does. And then he comes up with some ridiculous reason on why. You know what I mean? Like, why he needs to shit on them. Now, fuck that. Fuck that.
Well, I can say that. And if you don't like it, great. Team Cancer, I apologize for nothing. The fact that you guys are still crying about that literally makes me hard. I love it.
First of all, I just need to point out, I don't know what normal fucking human on Earth constantly talks about getting hard over all sorts of weird shit. I think you need Sexaholics Anonymous, sir. You're fucking a weird pervert, all right? You're a weird little man and a weird pervert. Like, I don't know why everything has to be about some weird sexual innuendo. It's fucking weird, okay? This is a man that says #Team Cancer and his mother died of cancer. Like, does that not tell you everything you need to know about him? Turtle Riders, please explain to me why you still support a man that says #Team Cancer just to hurt someone who did nothing to him while his mother died of the worst kind of cancer. Please explain that away. Please twist yourself into a fucking pretzel and then while you're at it, salt yourself to tell me how it's okay for him to do that and how nobody cares. Please do. Okay.
But I love offending you people. Nothing brings me more joy than offending you.
Does he realize he's not like offending anyone? He's like, you're not offending me by saying Team Cancer. What you're doing is making yourself look like a piece of shit because your mother died of cancer. Does he really? I don't know. I'll check in a minute if there's a spaces. If he really thinks that he's like offending us and that's why he's doing this shit, like, again, you have to understand that his like mindset, the way he thinks, is not normal. So in his mind, he thinks, oh, I'm saying this wild shit and it's offending all these people and haha, fuck them. No, bro. No, you're not offending us. You are making yourself look like the person that you are. People should believe you when you show them who you are. Because this is you, sir. This is you. Your mother died of cancer. My grandfather died of pancreatic cancer. My living grandparent had a double mastectomy. I would never say Team Cancer because I have loved ones who have passed of cancer. Are you offending me by saying Team Cancer? No, but you're showing the world that you're a piece of shit. You're cheering on cancer when it killed your mother. I can't imagine that your family is uber proud and impressed by you, right? They're so impressed. Your family's so impressed, Aiden. I'll check in a second. They're like so impressed by you. Okay? They're just so impressed.
Losers, you losers.
Everyone else is a loser. Okay?
And yeah.
So I can tell you a little bit about the Netflix documentary. The Netflix documentary is coming out from the perspective of the O'Keefe family and the witnesses. It is not going to be fun for him. It's not going to make him look good in any capacity. And it's going to give a lot of facts that he does not want out there. All right? And that will be coming out, I believe it was supposed to be at the end of August, but I believe it was pushed back until like October. It was either October or November. Bottom line is it'll be out before Christmas. And I'm guessing before his trial, which is not going to be so great for him. You know? Just saying. It'll be quite interesting to watch because, the turtle riders will be like, oh, that's fake. It's false. It didn't happen. They're lying. How dare they? How dare Netflix not check facts? They're just lying. Oh, God. I'm just going to laugh, Decades ago, a local car dealership ran a commercial saying they'd sell a car for a certain amount. Yeah, and then you have to actually sell it for that. You know what I mean? Or else that's false advertisement. No, he has no empathy. Yeah, I don't think he wants it for the hotel. He could pay for that on his own. He just wants it. He just wants another reason to tell people he needs it, There is zero spin he can put on that statement to make it even marginally socially acceptable. Agreed, Rose. I agree. I freaking agree, my friend. Yeah, I'm not a fan of mainstream media because they refuse to cover things that need to be covered. They refuse to talk about things that need to be talked about. And they cover for, someone might know the owner of that newspaper, the owner of that media company. So we're not going to tell this bad story about someone who might be friends with my husband's sister's wife's hamster. We're going to kill that story. I don't trust mainstream media anymore. There's plenty of times I've had people go to mainstream media with all the evidence in the world of something that was corrupt and stunk, and they did nothing. They said nothing. Just crickets. So no, I have to depend on people like me willing to tell these stories because mainstream isn't, I'm going to give you guys an update on that. Don't worry. It's just gross. It is gross. I do, and that might be off-putting to some people, but for my little community here, they know at least what they're getting from me, right? They know what they're getting from me. They know that they might not agree with every opinion that I have, all right? Or my take on everything, but they know that what they're going to get is what I really think, right? They know that I'm not just going to box it up into something pretty and put a fucking bow on it. They're going to get what I actually believe, When TV said he deserved a new house because he went to jail for 60 days. Well, do I deserve a new house too then? Just wondering. I mean, I worked in a jail. Does that mean I deserve a house? I worked in a mental health prison for a long time, right? Do I deserve a home for that? Because that was taxing. Okay. I even hurt my leg there. I had to wear a boot for 12 weeks. It was awful. And I was pregnant at the time. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know there was a 60-day, you're inside of a jail in any capacity. That means you get a new house. Is this Oprah now where I'll just handing out houses and you get a house and you get a house for being in a prison for 60 days? Get the fuck out of here. He doesn't deserve anything but prison time. And he's going to end up having to pay out all of his victims. I mean, not all of them, but the ones suing him at least. The rest of us, poor people don't have the money to sue him. So we'll just be sitting here on the sidelines cheering on the people who are suing him. And I can only hope that I get justice through them. You know what I'm saying? They get justice. Therefore, it makes me feel like at least someone did. You know what I mean? Oh my God, I forgot about that. I think he was Rose, Tiger Woods made to attend Sexaholics Anonymous. I forgot about that. Yeah, salt yourself. Salt your fucking self. Turn yourself up in a pretzel, salt yourself, I'm glad he doubled down too. More people can see what a piece of fucking shit he is, Hey, Lisa, how you doing, girl? I bet it's so nice to hear somebody say your name correctly. I would be so ecstatic to hear people say my name correctly. I'd be like, oh, finally somebody fucking gets it. And I go to this place and they always say my name right. God damn it. Yeah, I mean, I also don't think there's a conspiracy there, but, different opinions and all. Ooh, cookies? Cookies. Cookies. I'll check the spaces in a second. Sugar cookies? Ooh, those sound good. Yeah, mainstream media propaganda. That's just horrible. My sister died of cancer. She was barely 13 years old. I was 6. Yeah, he's just, he can die in a hole. Oh, girl, I got the shovel ready. Here we go. We'll just will shovel the dirt on him like he does to everyone else, you know? He says that on purpose because he knows it bothers people. If he thinks he made Karen Reed likable, that's funny. Where's his TV trying to make him likable? That's true. Who's making him likable? You know what I mean? Like, he is Turtle Boy, and we call him the sewer turtle because he is literally like a digital cult leader that attacks pretty much anybody who disagrees with him, who can prove he's a liar, who can prove he's a degenerate, who can prove that he's an evil, diabolical piece of human waste who tries to get people falsely charged. He's lied to courts. He's falsified documents, text messages, emails, and had people falsely charged. He writes blogs. He calls himself a journalist, but he writes blogs that smell like wet socks and broken dreams. And he just says a bunch of wild lies in it, and there's no actual fact checking happening. And he just says shit as out of spite to hurt people. He did this to me many years ago. He did it to many other people simply because he was trying to hide his own bad behavior. In my case, I didn't lie for him, and he got caught cheating on his wife and 3 other women, one of which I didn't even know existed. But that made me the devil because I didn't lie for him. And so then he made up a bunch of shit about me, went on a tangent, and periodically, you know, mentions my name here and there now, and how I'm the devil and bad. As a matter of fact, half my audience found me through him talking shit. So thank you for the free advertisement. They were like, I got to go see this devil. And then they came here and they were like, where's the devil? I like it here. Actually, you're the devil. Aiden, go fuck yourself. You sewer turtle weirdo. Bye. So that's the footnotes version, my friend. Yes, Lisa's PayPal is it's Crow's Roots, and it'll say Paleo Pipes on it. Right? Any child being off just so sad. I wish we could just stop help. The Summer Wells one and Jack Lily one, that just, they still bother me that kid hasn't been found. It's just, it's awful, you know? Yeah, I'm not a fan of mainstream. I'm not a fan. I got to get to the bottom of these comments because there's like so many. I haven't even. Who's asking about missing persons cases? I'm an advocate in real life. I love doing missing person cases. As if some of you are new here, the reason I started my channel was I have a friend who's been missing, and it'll be 20 years in September. He still hasn't been found. He went missing out of Maine. He's from Massachusetts, and it sucks. It sucks. So, you know, yay! We're doing a 50-50 today. So any and all donations that come into my channel today, 50%, we're going to help Lisa, and we're going to give her 50% of whatever comes in to the channel today. So if you can donate, these are the most direct options, and our Justice Chat option, which works already, credit, debit, Google, and Apple Pay. And then we have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. It's a certain amount of bananas. One guy bought that amount of bananas, and yes, the dealership had to sell him the car for bananas. That's hilarious. Nobody's going to advocate for him. Nobody's going to step up and do anything for him because they don't want to be charged, you know? Oh, the Gabby Petito case got me in my feels too. That one was just awful. Wait, what? Am I missing something here? His fans do try, though. They try. Not very well, but they try, I guess. You know? So it's the correct spelling is the same as hers. It's Elisa. Most people call me Elise. It's said Lisa. If that makes sense. Instead of, it's not Elisa, it's not Elise, it's Elisa. And so it's said the same, it's spelled the same way as hers, Elisa. Most people, including my dad, who passed away, as you guys know, from suicide way back in the day. But my dad was the very first person as a pet name to just shorten, not even shorten it, because it's not short, the same amount of letters, but to call me Elise instead of Elisa. And it was funny because nobody called me that except my dad. And then it was probably maybe a few months after my dad died, out of nowhere, people just started just calling me Elise instead of Lisa. These are people who knew my name, right? And who never really heard my dad call me that. So it was weird, just kind of like a cosmic shift. And it's just easier for people to use Elise. And it's easier for them to say, remember. And so that's pretty much what everybody calls me anyway. Well, it's definitely not just for clicks and views. It's, you know, fame, fortune, He's a horrible, horrible human being, you know? It's just not, you know? That's awful. My mother died of cancer when I was 18. My dad when I was 28. I've had 2 cancers, but all clear now. I reckon I'm a cockroach. Just can't exterminate me. Me either. I have like 9 lives. I didn't have, you know, all the kinds of cancer, but I have died several times, and I don't know how I'm still alive. But you know what? I have to believe that there's someone up there that thinks that I should be here. You know, like that's what I believe. You know what I mean? I believe that there's some reason, you know? Oh, thank you, Elisa. Elisa sends $50 and says, I love a 50-50. I love a 50-50 too. It came to my mind like as we were already doing the stream, and I was like, you know what? We're doing that. That's what we're doing. We're doing that. That's what we're doing. We are doing that. So thank you for your donation, my friend. I appreciate that. I love that we can give Lisa 50% of this today. I hope it'll help. You know, I know it's not a ton and we're a small community, but we got to do what we can to help someone else, you know? Okay, I'm ready for it to be pulled too, but we're not pulling the raffle until the end, folks. So if you haven't gotten your spots for the raffle, you have until the end of the stream so I can put you on the wheel. Okay. So if you haven't gotten your raffle spots, get them while they're hot. We're pulling the winner at the end here. All right. So at one point, does a lawyer say your case? Well, that's the other thing is they should be telling him like he doesn't have a good chance in this, but I don't think they are, to be honest. Right. I think they're giving him all the hope in the world. So he just keeps, you know, paying them, you know? No, they just stay on making money without caring, I guess. You know, I mean, I can't imagine any self-respecting attorney wouldn't have bowed out by now. Any self-respecting attorney would have bowed out at this point. You know what I mean? Like they would have bowed out and said, listen, you're doing more damage to your case on a daily basis than we can actually help you with anymore. So we got to bow out of this. You got to find other attorneys. We can no longer properly defend you because you're giving alternate answers to what we're giving in court on your fucking streams, guy. Like, you know, we're singing a little song. It's raffle day. It's raffle day. I mean, it happens. You just kind of get through it one day at a time, you know? That's what you do. That's what you do. You gotta try to get all the communities together to do, you know, other people call me that too. that too. That too. I followed Delphi closely. I did too. I followed that one and a bunch of other ones really closely. I won a gift basket at a family event and felt so guilty taking it. It was loaded with things, glasses, wine. I only took the chocolate and left the rest. Oh, but somebody else probably, you know, picked up the rest and took it home and enjoyed it. You know, you never feel guilty. You don't feel guilty if you won. You won. You won. You know, if you won, you won. You won. You won. All right. Let's get through the rest of this because it is fucking brutal to listen to his nonsense.
What else does she say? I'm deeply humbled and my heart is full. I want to thank all of you who helped me today. I have groceries in the fridge and the cabinets. Oh, that's great. I have enough.
I mean, his face is quite punchable right now. I'm just going to say it.
For another 2 weeks, they got all the canned food. I know in my heart that your generosity will come back to you.
He of course does like the dramatic reading as if she doesn't really like appreciate it. And what I can tell you is she does wholeheartedly appreciate any and all help in the same way that I appreciate when you guys donate to the channel. Like it is coming from the bottom of my heart, right? The spot amounts are at the top of the thing there. It's just like, fuck, man. Like, what the fuck? Like, why are you trying to make fun of somebody's heartfelt thank you? Like, who the fuck does that? Like, who the fuck does that shit, bro? I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. Why shit on someone like that? She does appreciate it, and she was humbled. Like, the hate in his whole aura, you know, is just like there. Lisa, Lisa, will be banana, for pizza. My mom used to sing that. And now it's stuck in my head. Thank you very much. It'll be stuck in my head for the rest of the day. For the rest of the goddamn day. For the rest of my days. Yeah, yeah. All right. me get that thing off screen. I got to get through this. I have to get through this because I have other things I need to talk about that are funny and other things to talk about that we just got to bring up. And like, I got to get through this, but it's so fucking hard to not pause it, bro, because he just talks so much shit and says so many things and tries to like narrate to his audience that like everyone but him is the devil and awful. And like, Lisa's one of those people that like, again, she had to swallow her own pride to ask for help, right? Like, had I known she needed help, I would have just done it myself without her needing to ask because I feel like that's the right thing to do. Hold on one second, guys. My sister's calling, and that's important. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. I need to bring my little downstairs so she can go play on the water slide. My sister's done with her little appointment that she had, so um, she wanted to take the kids just over to the house to play on the little water slide thing. So I got to bring her downstairs. I already packed her little bag here, so just give me, 3 minutes so I can go grab that. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Those stairs are going to kill me one day. 3 fucking flights of stairs. And my sister's a little upset. Seeing her upset makes me upset. Sucks. Water. Okay. Oof. Fuck. Okay. Rose buys 3 spots on the wheel for Miss Jessie. Oops. Wanted a capital there. On the wheel. I got it. Okay. He does worship himself. Okay. I gotta get down to the bottom here. I just got a lot of. Oh my God, teacher made you read a lot to class. I remember when we used to have to do that. Now they get text messages. You know, we used to get little notes. You know, we used to get notes. All right, sorry. I was gone for a second. I needed to deliver the package to the car, the child to the car. All right. Here we go. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Is Tim not home? I was gonna say, I wanted you to bring him on the other day so I could give him a shout out. Tim is my favorite buddy. We have a couple people named Tim, but Rose's son is my buddy. It's my buddy. You play this back for Tim later, and you tell him I said, "You're my favorite, buddy." We were gonna give you a huge shout out the other day. You know, you were missing Dad, so we just wanted to let you know we were thinking about you, and we wanted to give you a big shout out and say hi to Tim. Okay. Here we go. She's just upset. She's just upset. No, she just called. She's waiting for the on-call doctor to call back. Now she's got like her ear hurts. So the problem is she can't take any medications a week before surgery. And she doesn't know if it's an ear infection or what. So she had to call the on-call surgeon, like the office for the surgeon, and find out what, what's going on. She's upset. It's a lot on one person, So, okay. All right. Let's play the rest of this deplorable nonsense.
Dog food I had. They are fed. You fed the dogs too.
Yeah, you got to feed the animals,
That's
dumbass.
Great.
Service animals need to be fed.
BLT wants credit.
How dare Brian help out? He didn't ask for credit. Does that say thanks for the credit? Does it say that? Does it say thanks for the fucking credit? Does it say that? I'm pretty sure it does not. Said you're welcome, right? Does anybody see the pattern here of him narrating things to them? Like if you're his audience and you're buying what he's selling you, it's wild to me, right? Look at BLT wants the credit, he says. Where the fuck is Brian asking for any credit at all? All he said was you're welcome. That's it. He didn't ask for credit. He didn't ask for anything. He said you're welcome. He was responding and said you're welcome. Anybody buying that bullshit narrative, oh, he wants the credit. Look at BLT, wants the credit. Where the fuck does he say he wants the credit? I mean, the flies showed up. The golfers didn't, but the flies did, Today's winner, the fly with the lowest handicap, when the flies outnumber the foursomes in golf. Golf tournament canceled due to a swarm of unpaid spectators. That's why I had to make it known that we have a couple Tims. You outed yourself, okay? But that's why I said we have a couple Tims. And that's why I said it's her son. Rose's son is so cute. He's so cute. Brian's a good egg, Even the flies asked for a rain check on that one. They were like, "No, we're not doing it. We're not doing it." Breaking: the flies have formed a union and elected a queen. They've been there so long, they know his streaming schedule, you know? They now have squatters' rights. They've declared it. The flies have now declared squatters' rights in his house. They keep renewing their lease every 30 days, you know? They should, at this point, the flies should start paying him rent. That's what he's going to start. Like, his whole narcissism is going to be like, start yelling at the flies that they need to pay him rent. $5 or more for the turtle chats. Flies, you need to start paying rent. You know, the flies aren't pests anymore. They're channel members, Aiden. They're channel members, all right? Even the fly swatter filed for workers' comp after this one. The Windex also. It filed for workers' comp, okay? It filed. He was like, bitch, this is too much work. Yeah, they, today's winner will be the fly with the lowest handicap, you know, in the golf tournament. If you don't know what a handicap is in a golf tournament, Google it. The fly showed up, but the golfers didn't, you know? The flies outnumber the foursomes of people who bought tickets. It was canceled, but maybe it was actually canceled due to a swarm of unpaid flies as spectators, you know? Even the flies asked for a, quote, rain check. It's like Big Ben. Surprised he's not fundraising for pest control yet. Fucking hilarious. He will be, don't worry. Windex. You know this Windex I go through, you guys? It's all-purpose cleaner and Windex. $5 and more. $5 and
He's like, you're welcome.
more. We needed you to narrate that because no one else can read that.
Of course he got.
Says the guy who's holding his microphone like a dick.
He said you're welcome. It's so funny. I said you're welcome. Is he for realsies right now? Like, it's so funny. He said you're welcome because this is a fucking knee slapper.
Like, what are we doing, bro? Like, this is your content?
He said you're welcome. Said you're welcome.
I can't. Oh my God, I'm going to love those jail calls. Maybe we'll send him a message while he's in jail, you know, through the app. How many tickets did TB sell for the chicken cutlet golf tournament? It was a mediocre golf tournament, okay? And his mediocre golf tournament sold 18 single tickets. And I think it was like a few foursomes. He claims there was 80 people, but that doesn't add up. Those numbers don't add up to what it started with and what's left to buy. So that don't make no kind of sense, you know? Yeah, we had, you know, we get trolls once in a while. We get trolls. Hey, Pepper. Everybody remember, we're doing a 50-50 today. 50% of my proceeds of today's stream go to Lisa. And then separately, we have the raffle. And of course, we're going to pull that at the end there. So you have until the end of the stream to get your ticket for the raffle before we pull the winners of that.
Yes, you're welcome. BLT fed you, Lisa. BLT's.
He finds himself so funny. He's like,
Well, somebody was a good person. It's so funny. BLT was a good person because he's bad now. Because I said he's bad because he helped out someone in need. That makes him so stupid and bad.
and his whole chat's just like laughing along. Like Seal's like, yeah, that guy sucks. He helped out someone in a tough time. What a bad guy. What a bad guy BLT is. What a horrible guy.
I fed her. She did not start because of me. You're welcome.
The only person who wants credit like that is this fool right here. No one, we don't need credit, right? Doing the right thing doesn't involve a fucking medal all the time, sir. Okay?
You're welcome, bitch. I want that credit.
You're welcome, bitch. Maybe you can say that to Bubba when you don't drop the soap in prison, sir.
You're welcome, bitch. You're welcome, bitch.
So BLT wants. Nobody should ever go hungry, says Jim. I'm happy you and Jerry have what you need. Love you, my friend.
What a horrible thing to say, Jen Altman. How dare you say nice things to Lisa, who's struggling with cancer and needs help? How dare you do a nice thing? You must be a horrible person to do a nice thing. I mean, imagine like that being your narrative. and you narrating that to your audience. And then, yeah, all purpose cleaner. And then imagine your idiot audience buys that shit. I said the other night the hood buggers are going to tattoo a turtle saw on his butt cheeks. Yeah, while he's in prison. Don't drop the soap, bitch. Do you think he'll actually get up to them? 80 golfers. He said 80, but the numbers don't add up. His math ain't mathin'. Okay? The website tells you how many tickets are left. And for what it started at, his math is not mathing. I'm going to bet TB never helped out anyone financially in his life. I don't think he has. Didn't he steal money from Karen? He owed her half for a fundraiser. He never paid her. That's true. I don't think he ever paid that out, you know? If you don't care about someone, why focus on her? He's pathetic. Because he does care. Let's be honest. That stupid, and as Rose points out, the stupid shit-eating grin on his face, like, because he thinks he's funny. He gets off on hurting people. He's a garbage human. Yeah, the flies are offended by him. That's why they fly around his head. They're offended by him. You know? They are offended. They're like, we're not, the flies are just flying around his head like, we're not touching you. They're just terrorizing his life. We're not touching you. Na, poo poo. Oh, we did meet, me and an undisclosed friend. We decided we were going to do rain dances, last night. We did rain dances. We did rain dances. And so he's canceled his tournament. He canceled it and postponed it until September. I was supposed to say turtle shell. That's okay. Turtle shell's okay. He can hide in that fucking thing. Don't drop the soap, bitch. TB's doing a rain dance. Yeah, we did a rain dance already. And then magically this morning, boom, he postponed it till September. I think the audience that is uncritical of that behavior is worse than him, reflects bad on society. I don't know how to raise the comment, but I love watching the way one disappears. Sometimes YouTube pulls them. YouTube will pull it itself if it that's like a YouTube thing. It'll pull a comment itself if it thinks it's is too much. And then we'll pull ones that we think might be too much. I haven't pulled a comment in a while, but YouTube will do it and just pull something if it has a keyword that YouTube doesn't like, which is weird. They have YouTube has its own weird keywords that they don't even tell us about. Hey, avoid these words because YouTube will pull comments from people. They don't even tell us what the keywords are. They're just random words, random ass fucking words. All right, let's get through this. Let's get through this. Let's get through this part. Again, we're doing a 50-50, so any direct donations we get here, doing 50-50. 50% of that's going to help Lisa. We're going to give it to Lisa because she deserves some fucking help. And what he did last night with this whole segment of trashing her was disgusting, hypocritical, and fucking gross. He just goes back to people being
nice. And then she makes this post. The reports.
Did he just say she made it up? Is that what he said? Fact, it's not made up. Fact, her Venmo was locked. Because stupid turtle riders who have done the same to me, right? To my PayPal, where they go and donate, and then they immediately go to PayPal and say, hey, I didn't buy this, right? Okay, well, you can't just press one button to donate. You have to do a few things and you have to type some things in. So that's not how it works, right? Weird. His payoff, it's a payoff inside him, catch. Inside of him. Marsha, thank you for your $25 donation. We'll add that right here. I'm writing them all down so that I can keep track of them as they come. Thank you, Marsha. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. It's a payoff deep inside him. It makes himself feel a little bit better about himself for shitting on other people. That's what happens. So he makes himself feel this much better by just shitting on other people. That's what the payoff is. Listen, I've always said it's a dumb strategy, especially since a lot of the people that he has shit on that could have helped him or did help him in the past, who didn't really know what kind of deplorable human he was at the time, including myself way early on, and then Mike and Brian, those were benefits to him. Having smart people or people who are willing to go out and raise money for you and your shit without being asked, like those are benefits to you. It's a bad business decision to shit on people, to hide your own bad behavior. You could just get out there and be like, yeah, I did this thing I'm not proud of, and I apologize, guys. I'm a human and I make mistakes. Instead, he had to make up a whole new narrative of why I'm a bad person because I didn't lie for him, right? It's wild, you know? So now can't she drop a bomb on him for financial harm, stack the harassment charges up? I mean, she could, but I highly doubt she wants to. I mean, again, she's suffering from dealing with cancer right now. Like, you know, the time and energy that would take to do that is a lot. Listen, if I had the money, I'd sue his ass for defamation too. There wouldn't be anything left after everyone else gets to him, but it would be the point, right? For me, it's the point, right? I wouldn't, you know what? I think even if there was money left and I asked for damages, part of my damages would be that he's never allowed to be on social media or the interwebs ever the fuck again. You know? Oh, he said she made this post. Yeah, she did make the post because it was locked and she didn't want people sending money to a thing that she can't transfer to her own account or use at all. That's why. It's called awareness, dumb fuck. You know, he's so fucking stupid. He's such a dumb fuck. Awareness, Aiden, so people don't do it. You know? It is a cult, 100%. And I'm sure that is going to be in the forefront of a lot of this, is showing his pattern of behavior, you know? TV moves into the home of a family on vacation. They come home to discover this stranger living there. They call the police and report a slaughter. Imagine. I'm just moving on up. He's moving on up to a D cup. His new depot date, I don't. It's this week. I don't know what day this week. I'll find out, but it's this week, this upcoming week. But I agree. Take bets on what his next excuse for not attending will be. If he blows it off, I can bet money that they will then go for contempt. I did not expect them to do it the first time, as I said, like they would just make another depot date. But if he comes up with some random, ridiculous thing, then and he skips it again, so fucking be it, you know? So fucking be it. Should be one attorney running an ad on TV if you've ever been harassed or harmed by two, right? Like, call this 1-800 number. We've talked about, a lot of us victims have talked about quietly, like, should we try to get like a giant suit together with a bunch of people and see if there's an attorney that'll take it on like contingency, you know? But there's no money that's going to be left to even pay that lawyer because he's not going to have anything left after everyone else who's already sued him is done with him, you know? Please do. Thank you, Lisa. It is hateful content, but all, to be fair, I think it was 98% of his content is hateful and abuse and harassment, and yet YouTube does nothing. So it's been brought to the legal department. They still do nothing. What is your vendor? I can't read it on my phone. Stop. I'm old. Okay. Vendor for what? For the raffle, you mean? Like who's going to personalize the items? Me. I'm going to personalize them myself. You mean like the who's going to personalize the pillow and the canvas bag and the locket? Me. I'm going to personalize them. I do heat vinyl, so it won't come off when you wash it or anything like that. It's heat pressed on. I design it myself, and then I print it, and then I weed it out, and then I place it where I want it to go, and then I have a giant heat press. I also have a very small heat press. It's like this big that you can use for like hats, shoes, small items, but I have a very large heat press that's like this big that I use for sweatshirts, t-shirts, pillows, canvas bags, things like that. But for the raffle, who's the vendor for like personalizing stuff? Me. Me. I'm the one making them myself. I used to do a lot of it back in the day. I used to make a lot of stuff like this. I just, you know, A, don't have time anymore, and B, like it is a lot of work. A lot of hours of work. But I was happy to do it for you guys. So who's going to make the items, the personalized items at least? Because the slow cooker is brand new. That's in its box. It's over here. It's brand new. I drilled and set the pearl myself on the ring, the bracelet, and the earrings. Here's the ring. It's a little dolphin, and it's one size fits all, so you can pull it out or push it in to make it bigger or smaller. Thank you, my friend. But I am the vendor. I'm the one making them. So I'll be the one doing the pillowcase and the canvas bag and the open face locket. You'll pick what charms, what you want it to look like, and I will make that myself. I've made a ton of open face lockets that I have all come out wonderfully. My beach themed one was definitely my favorite. I feel like ones that I made was my beach themed one was my favorite for sure. I had so much fun making that one. Okay. Let's see. What do I got here? I have $20 here, and it says for you and that lady. Her name's Lisa. Yep, for Lisa. And to symbiotically flip the bird to that piece of shit. Best wishes to you, your sister, and your family. Thank you, Jay. We'll call you that because that's what you signed off on. Thank you, Jay. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Write these down. Yes, he is allowed to plead the fifth when questioned. But this is what could happen. I was actually talking to somebody on the phone yesterday about this on what could happen. So essentially, what can happen is they can ask him to answer, right, all the questions, and then he can then say he's pleading the fifth to all of them. It didn't go through yet, Steve. You might want to check your thing just to make sure it didn't stop itself because it's not there yet. But he could plead the fifth to every single question, right? He could plead them all the way. If they ask him, did you or did you not have your kids in an emergency? And he says, I'm pleading the fifth on that. And they ask him, what's the weather out today? And he says, I'm pleading the fifth on that, right? And then they go back to the judge and they go, Your Honor, he pled the fifth on all the questions, but we don't think the Fifth Amendment applies to what the weather was like and whether he had his kids or not, because there's no crime committed if he, can tell us what the weather is. There's no crime committed if he tells us whether he's with his kids or not. So there's no way he could have incriminated himself. So we want him to answer these questions. The judge can then look at it and say, I need you to tell me why you think the fifth applies to these specific questions. So, could the judge in theory be like, okay, you don't have to answer questions 1 through 100, but you have to answer question 101, 105, and 107 because the fifth doesn't apply to that? Yes, they could. Will they? That's another story. Some judges just err on the side of caution and just let you plead the fifth. But here's the fun part about a civil case. In a civil case, if you plead the fifth, right, then the court is allowed, or the jury is allowed to draw a inference from that, a negative inference from the fact that you pled the fifth in a civil case. In a criminal case, they can't do that because it's your right to plead the fifth to not incriminate yourself. In a civil case, they have the right to then take a negative inference from you pleading the fifth. So no matter what he does, he's not only screwing himself by pleading the fifth, but he's also screwing Karen. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you, Steve. Steve sends a whopper of $200 and says, happy to help. I'm blessed to be on vacation with my kids, so take my donation to deserve it. And Lisa does. God bless. Thank you, Steve. That was really nice. Thank you. I love this, you guys. We are helping. We are helping, and we are doing a great job. I love it. Tax evasion brought down Capone. TV is no Capone. I'd be super interested in talking with any CPAs who might know about his sloppy fundraising efforts. Ooh. I know that when Meredith was in, she did like most of that stuff. And so she did it right, like by the book. But I can probably bet that before and after her that, like you said, it's probably sloppy now. You know what I mean? Like pretty fucking sloppy. I wonder if there's anyone facing charges who might want to cooperate. Well, I feel like he's going to be the one, His trial starts December 7th. It's December 7th that his trial starts. He's got to have certain things in by the 13th of November and then the 11th of November. But it's supposed to start the 7th of December. TV's the devil. If he gets hit by a bus, it wouldn't be enough. And I'm generally a nice person. You mean drinking out of a straw? I'm not going to lie. If that actually happened, and I never wish that on anyone, but if that actually happened, I can't say that I wouldn't celebrate and laugh about it. Like imagine that he was just like all of a sudden hit by a bus or a train or something, and the only thing he could do to get on the interwebs, because he has no hands anymore, right? Like he's paralyzed now. So the only thing he could do is like put the pen in his mouth and like click the buttons to the turtle riders. He had to write a whole rant with his mouth on the keyboard with this. Like imagine. I guarantee you he would still do it. You know, he would still do it because the interwebs is his life. Is literally he has said this that the interwebs is his life. He can't get, you know, he can't not be on the interwebs. When he was in jail, he said it was the hardest time for him because he couldn't get online. He couldn't get that support and that love he felt from his viewers. And it's like, bro, if you need that love, it's nice to have, of course. But if you need that, like there's something missing in your life, in you, you know? This was pretty bad, Current. This is just disgusting. I didn't see it until late last night, but like I could not. Somebody messaged me. Thank you to that person, by the way, because I wouldn't have if it weren't for some of you guys telling me about certain things that are going on his shows. I wouldn't know because I don't watch his shows. Okay, I don't watch them for a good reason because the amount of gaslighting that man does is just harmful to people. It's gross. It's harmful. It's disgusting. It pisses me the fuck off. Like I can't do it. I simply can't do it. And so if it weren't for some of you directing me to certain things, I wouldn't know, you know? Oh, we will get panels. And make no mistake, during sentencing, I will be in the courtroom. I will be in the fucking courtroom for sentencing. Make no mistake about that. I think we probably will do panels during the trial, you know? I think that's a great idea. I think I would love to do panels with them during that, you know? That would be better punishment. For him, it would be like such a horrible sentence to not be allowed on the interwebs for 10 years. He would, of course, break that, right? And try to like buy us, you know, what we call a burner phone or something that has the internet and get on, like, you know what I'm saying? Like he would try anything to have other people buy him phones that, you know, they sign up under their name, and he will try many things to circumvent the not being allowed on the interwebs. I guarantee it.
Locked up my Venmo. Oh no, somebody reported her Venmo. I didn't even know this was going on.
No,
like I give a shit about her.
I have to assume that it's to protect her children, because Aiden, of course, as we now know, also recorded her without her permission several times. And I'm sure probably once or twice when she was pissed off and screaming and yelling at him, as I would have at some point, right? Thankfully, in the 12 years I've been with my husband, I've never had to scream and yell at him. Fun, right? Fun fact that I've never had to scream and yell at my husband. But I'm betting he pushes so many buttons, he makes you want to fucking lose a gasket, all right? So he has recorded her. So I'm betting money that the reason she doesn't speak out is to protect her children. I'm sure he's threatened her in some capacity, in some way. If you ever fucking say a word about me, I will release these videos. I'll embarrass you. I'll try to take the kids. But, you know, that's how narcissists and abusers work, guys. You know, they threaten all these things, none of which they're actually going to do most of the time. But they threaten all these things because they're pieces of human garbage, you know? Wild. Can you imagine the shit they'll try to exclude via motions and eliminate? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You know? Oh, yes. Can you tell us who are new how you came to have interacted with TV? Unfortunately, when I covered the Karen Reed trial very early on, I was one of the first, like, 5 creators covering this trial, pre-trial to any trial that happened. And I interacted with him many times, many events, many different things. I was friends with his girlfriend, who then was an ex-girlfriend, then another girlfriend, who was then an ex-girlfriend, then another girlfriend who was an ex-girlfriend, and then another girlfriend who was already an ex-girlfriend at that point. So I learned a lot just about him from A, his own behaviors, B, from them, and C, from watching what happens in real life in interactions I had with him in real life versus what he does on the screen. Also, it's a quick fun fact that at least for those of you who don't know, most of you know it's like a longer story, right? But that's like the footnotes, the quick footnotes version of it. That I am an abuse survivor myself of a narcissist. And so those traits, they like to hide them, but they come out fairly quickly. Within months, you start to see those sort of little red flags about certain things. And you like to give the benefit. I like to give the benefit of the doubt to anybody. Like, oh, maybe they're just, you know, stressed out. Maybe they're just aggravated. Maybe they're just tired. Like, whatever. Like some people, you know, everyone goes through it, you know, and you never know what someone's dealing with. And so you give the benefit. But when you start giving the benefit so much that it just doesn't make sense anymore, you're like, wait a second, hold the fuck up. Like something ain't right here. You know what I mean? Right? I need to just start screaming more, I guess. Yeah, he did 60 days in jail for a violation of restraining order or probation, basically bail conditions. So it was a revocation of bail, is what it was. So he broke bail by getting arrested on something else, and so it was a bail revocation. So that's how he ended up in jail for 60 days. But I could do 60 days standing on my fucking head. Complaining about doing 60 days, like in Dedham Kitty Camp, is the stupidest thing ever. What a baby bitch. What a little bitch boy. You know? He's into blackmail. Make no mistake about it. He has blackmailed several and tried to blackmail several people. Because that's what he does. You know what I mean? Yeah, if 60 days of medical counts. Dude did 60 days in jail in the medical unit. He does not have fucking PTSD. It's like a slap in the face to those of us who do have PTSD or CPTSD to have this guy falsely claiming he has PTSD from being in the medical unit of a fucking jail for 60 days. He doesn't have fucking PTSD, bro. Sorry, not sorry. A turtle tantrum on the floor. This is not fucking PTSD. This is a drunken tantrum, okay? And it's a slap in the face to those of us who wake up in puddles of sweat from night terrors and fucking flashbacks and hyper awareness of everything. Like those of us who actually have to live with it every day, it's a slap in the face to claim that you have fucking PTSD, which he then took back, by the way. He claimed he had it, then he took it back and said it was anxiety or panic attack. Then he took that back and said that he was drunk at one point, and then he went back again to say it was PTSD after he already said it wasn't PTSD and it was just anxiety. So he can't even keep his own story straight about what this was a drunken tantrum.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
Yeah, once you've been burned by it, you kind of learn from it. You can't deny the patterns, like especially if like your spouse or your parent is the narcissist, like it's just something you're living with for that amount of time and a length of time. So like it's something that's spotted. They hide it well for a while. But when you've already dealt with it, it starts to come out in little pieces. And then you're like, hold on. You know what I mean? Hold on a second. Right? Like, see, that's something someone would have PTSD over. You know what I mean? Like, when my best friend passed away and they took her off the machine, they asked me if I wanted to be in the room when they took the machine off. I decided to step out. I did not want to be. I had already seen my grandfather die. I didn't want to watch the life drain from my best friend's face. I wanted to remember her as she was, not in the last moments of her life when they took her off the machine. So I opted to not be in the same room when they took her off the machine, although her family gave me that option and I was grateful for that. But I thought it would be too hard for me. I knew it would be too hard for me. And so, you know, I had spent days just in the hospital begging her to wake up from this coma, and she didn't, right? But I, you know, sat with her every day. I talked to her every day. I fixed her hair every day because I knew that she would be pissed off if somebody to fix her hair. So I did all the things I knew I would have wanted her to do for me. And I said my goodbyes. I gave a lengthy, goodbye, and I left the room. And it was over quick. It happened quick after they shut the machines off. But watching that, right? You watching your husband and then having them shock him and do CPR for 30 minutes, like that will forever be burned into your brain. Forever. My fiance in 2006 was in a house that caught on fire. And he got out of that house whole. He got out whole. And just because of the person that he was, and this is why I loved him so much, he was a good, decent human. And there were still people in the house. He went back in to try to help the people still stuck in the house. And he did not make it out alive. That was fucking hard. That was a hard pill to swallow. I will never forget. I'll probably never stop having what's called survivor's guilt over it. Like maybe if I wasn't working that night, you do all the what ifs that you can't control, of course. And of course, nothing changes what happened. Right. But those are things that like will cause you to have things like PTSD, right? Abuse. A lot of us suffered abuse. I suffered SA as a child, and then abuse in foster care. And then at a very young age, I was 17 when I met my oldest daughter's father. And I was actually ran away from my foster home and got pregnant with my oldest. And then he abused me for the next 2 years physically. And so at a very young age, I dealt with a lot of abuse. And I think I already had PTSD before even my oldest dad. I just didn't recognize it because I was so young. And like when you just continuously have traumas like that, like those are things that you'll never forget. You will never forget watching him pass in the hospital. That is a tough pill to fucking swallow. When my grandmother died, I was there, and that was really hard because she was like my mom. You know, it was really fucking hard. And those are things that never leave your mind's eye. You can remember them like they're yesterday. You can feel them like they were yesterday. You can hear them like they were yesterday. They're not a kitty tantrum on the fucking floor while you're drunk. They manifest in different ways. But that ain't it. And it's a slap in the face to every single person who has had something like TJ speaks of here, which is horrific, you know, and my heart breaks for you because I know what that's like in a different way, right? Because I've thankfully anybody I've performed CPR on has always made it, thank fucking God. But I've done CPR quite a few times on people, and it feels like the world stops, right? Like time stops. So like 1 minute feels like 1 hour because it's a crisis, right? It's an emergency. And it just feels like 1 hour, you know? But it's a lot, right? Like I hold my breath every time they tell me that my kid's going to need another surgery, right? Like there's a lot that goes into that. I get afraid, right? I'm a mom. Of course I'm afraid. I can't show her that, but of course I'm afraid. I'm a mom, you know? The thought of them not coming back is a huge fear, you know? And it's like he uses that as like a hook to hook people in, you know? Hook people in like, oh, it's PTSD. It wasn't fucking PTSD. This will cause PTSD. Watching your loved one die and praying that they can bring them back and doing CPR like this will give you PTSD for the rest of your fucking life. And you'll have to live with it every single day. Every single day you live with it and you manage it. Every single day. There's no cure for PTSD or CPTSD. Okay. And it's fucking hard. And most people don't talk about it because it's a hard thing to talk about, you know? It's a hard thing to talk about. Like for me, I can't be in a restaurant and have my back to people, right? It makes me very nervous. I'm hyper aware of where all the exits are, how to escape quickly for no reason. There's no reason I would need to escape a restaurant, right? But I was so used to trying to figure out how to escape my abuser that like that's just ingrained in my fucking brain for no real reason. And it's been, you know, over a decade and a half. I mean, I'm 39, so it's been almost 20 years and I'm still like that. You know what I mean? I'm still like that. It's just like ingrained in your brain, that hyper awareness, that sort of like needing to know, you know, holding your breath and feeling like an elephant is sitting on it, you know? It was not a panic attack. It was a tantrum. It was a drunken tantrum. He looks like he's holding his breath and coming up for air. That's what he looks like, you know? Yeah, she does quite a few funny quips about him. That's my point to the writers about all this. If you stand for his rights in this battle, then you may as well let all your prior abusers, harassers, stalkers cases overturned, ROs too. Exactly. And this is the part they don't seem to like click in their own minds, right? I wouldn't allow my kids to see my husband in the hospital. COVID is a bitch. Hubby was on ventilator for a month. Yeah, see, I always say that like I feel like not being on a ventilator saved my life, and me having COVID before they started testing, like they knew it, like patient 0 was here, but they didn't know it was already spread. So they didn't realize before patient 0 got here it was already spreading. And I was one of like the first batch of people. I lived in Pittsfield at the time, so Western Mass, close to New York, where it was already spreading. And I had it very, very early on. And so at that point, they just thought it was like a really bad flu. And they didn't know it was COVID yet. I believe if I had gotten it 2 or 3 months later, they would have put me on a ventilator and I would have died. Right? Like I have no doubt in my mind, because a lot of people they put on ventilators and they didn't die from COVID. They died from the ventilators, right? Aspirating your lungs, you get lung pneumonia and you die, right? And a lot of people died from being on that ventilator, right? That's unfortunately that can happen. And so I am so sorry, TJ. Like my heart just like breaks for you, because especially during COVID, like there were so many protocols in place that like just hurt people, like you can't be at the hospital with them. Some people had to say goodbye over a screen, that's not okay. That's never okay for someone to be not with their loved ones and surrounded by their loved ones when they pass. It's just horrible. I dressed my mom UT orange before funeral director took her. I know she was smiling and giving me a high five from up above. Oh, thank you, Marsha. I read it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, he's got a defamation suit out of California. That one came, I believe, before the other one, shortly there before, I believe. So it does. It stands still in all the wrong places with it. It just does, it just like stops. It's like a clock stops. My mom's brain aneurysm became untreatable on the med flight to Philly from Cape May Courthouse. We had to wait for her breathing reflex to stop because she was an organ donor. Oh, that's so awful. I'm so sorry, Rose. Hypervigilance is a huge part of PTSD and CPTSD. Yeah, and I fucking hate it. And it's like can't make it go away, He looks like an old man. He has aged this past year hard, very hard, very hard. We are definitely, see, this is what I love about our community, though, is that we can share these really hard things and recognize that, like, I get it. Other channels don't want to cover them because they're triggering and they're sad and they're hard. But like when you don't talk about them, other people won't talk about them. They feel like they're alone and like they feel like they don't want to bring it up because maybe people won't, be okay with them bringing it up and they don't want to bring down the mood or they don't want to, throw their trauma on anyone. It's like you're not throwing your trauma on anyone here. Like it's okay to talk about. We need to normalize people talking about hard things, okay? Because I tell you, like it's hard, but every time you sort of get it out and every time you're able to connect with someone else who's been through it, like it gets a little easier and a little easier and a little easier. And it'll never be easy per se, but it gets a little easier to talk about and a little easier now that there's other people who have shared similar things, to connect with those people, Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there was a lot of shit they did that I just was wild, Well, that's the other thing is working. They didn't know the best ways to protect people. They're being told by the government what to do, and they have no choice but to follow it. So it's like they don't know. You know what I mean? Like they don't know. And I don't blame them at all. I don't blame the nurses or the doctors or the hospital staff. They had to follow the law, right? Or they had to follow what the top down is saying to them. They can't just do what they want. So it wasn't their choice. You know what I mean? Like they had to just follow the rules, like that's it. They had to follow the rules. They couldn't just decide, on their own how to treat it better, So I don't blame them. My aunt worked in medical records at the time and people seem to forgot they exist, because most of the people were bringing donations to like the ER and the nurses, and that's great and all, but like my medical records has to go between, they're now located in a different building, but at the time they were located inside South Shore Hospital. And they'd have to go between the ER and medical records to bring information, to get information, all that. And so every single day they had to be there every single day through the pandemic. And so I got together as a person and put it out on Facebook. Like, can we, make some goodie bags, like gift bags for these people? And a bunch of different people who made things like cups and pens and keychains and all sorts of different things. We all came together and little people donated here. We bought scratch tickets for everybody. We made these gift bags. Somebody made calendars. We had cups. And I asked my aunt to give me how many men, how many women in the department. And then we made extras and then we delivered them to the hospital for the medical records department because they were kind of like just being left out of everything, over there. Everybody was bringing it to like the ER and the nurses and the doctors, which is great. But like medical records is up there risking it too, And so I felt like, they deserved a little bit of people knowing they exist too. And so we did that during COVID too. And I was very proud of that, Oh, geez. I've always wanted to do the Appalachian Trail. I probably will never be able to do it anymore now because of all my mobility and health issues. But I've always wanted to just like camp down some of the Appalachian Trail. So that's a traumatic brain injury due to a fall on the trail. Geez, that's tough. That is tough. I am sorry. What's messed up? Let me visit him in the first 2 weeks when he was awake and able to talk. Oh, yeah, see, that's the tough part. That was the tough part I meant, that was tough for everyone is like They weren't allowed, even in some of the beginning, we weren't even allowed to say goodbye in person, which was awful. All right, let's finish this. Oh, I wish I could meet the person who got her beautiful green eyes. Her liver recipient is still doing well. I wish that they would give at least the recipient the information of the family of the person whose organs, because it's like you'll see news stories where people share like they donated their son's heart and this woman got it and she comes and lets them listen to the heart. Like I wish like that would be allowed, and I get it, privacy and all that, but I feel like if someone had donated me a liver or anything, like anything, I would want to meet them. I would want to say thank you. I would want to hug them. You know what I mean? Like I just feel what I mean, I guess not everyone does, I guess, but I would, I would probably harass them and be like, just tell me who it is. God damn it. Just tell me who it is. Yeah. Damn it. Oh. Yeah. Don't be yelling at me. It's my mama, Nope. No one's ever alone. I feel like that's the reason why, like once you're a victim and then you become a survivor, like what's the next step is logically like Elisa, like what was the next step for me was to be an advocate, right? Like that was the natural next step for me was like, I wish there was someone who could have helped me when I was going through it. So why not be that person for someone else? Like you just put all that anger and that sadness and that fear and you put it all into like this box of like drive to just want to help other people. You know what I mean? Like that's what I do with it. I stuff it into this box that I use to just do, whatever for whoever. You know what I mean? That's just what I do. It is an extended family. I say that all the time. It's not even like a community. It's just like an extended family that I love, that I love. There are so many people that work behind the scenes that people forget about, like I wanted to make sure they weren't forgot about. And they were so happy. They were so happy. I had Birchbox was having a thing. You guys remember Birchbox? They give like the smaller so Birchbox was having a thing where you can nominate a hospital. And I lived in Pittsfield at the time. So I nominated the local hospital and they delivered, I think it was like 100 and something. I have the email still, 100 and something birch boxes to the hospital there to people who worked there. So I was pretty proud of that too. Like, I wanted them to feel like somebody saw them and like, they're not a ton of like in Western Mass, it's like a whole different realm. It's in the mountains. So like, there's not a ton of hospitals like there is closer to Boston or south of Boston or north of Boston. In a small distance, there's like one hospital within like an hour radius. So they take in a lot of people, a lot. Yeah, I mean, listen, my husband also refused to get jabbed. So there's, you know what I mean? My daughter didn't have a choice. At the time, my oldest was on chemo drugs and had no immune system. So that was tough. That was tough too. Imagine the school at the time was giving us a hard time that she couldn't go back in person because she was on chemo drugs. I kid you not, the school actually argued with us about that because she got on them during COVID. And then the year after COVID, they wanted all the kids back in school. That's great, but my kid's on chemo drugs and the doctor said she can't risk it. So the school actually argued with us about that. Even after Children's Hospital and her specialists all wrote notes, then the advocate there wrote the note, right? And reminded them of the law several times. They still were like, yeah, too bad. She needs to be in person or it doesn't count. And we were like, no, medically she cannot be. Like, that's not a thing, right? They actually fucking argued with us over that. Argued with the doctors over that. Like, she's got an immune condition, which leaves her with no fucking immune system, just like me. And then she's on chemo on top of it, which gives you literally no immune system. A cold could kill her right now. No. You know what I mean? No. Like fucking wild. Absolutely wild that I even had to argue with them about that. Like just wild. Like wild. Fucking wild. I live in Mass normally when I'm not stuck in another state falling off a mountain. Oh, girl. Listen, I am so glad you made it off the mountain, but I will say that I have always wanted to like do parts of the Appalachian. Maybe not the really, really hard ones, but I've always wanted to walk some of it and then like camp on some of it. I always thought that would be really fun.
So I can't transfer money right now. And I'm not
No,
sure
she
anyone
couldn't.
can send. Then how did you pay for all those groceries? You just
Is he fucking stupid? Is he stupid? So again, he tries to make her out to be a liar. Let me correct him. When she first made the post, including when I donated money to her, she was able to transfer it as it came in. So if I send $10, she was able to transfer that $10 into her account. At some point, right, people reported it, and whatever was in there at the time is stuck and locked in there. Nobody else could donate further to the Venmo, right? So she paid for the groceries with the money that she had already transferred before your idiot turtle riders had it locked. That's how, Aiden. So again, here he goes making up a narrative, not fact checking anything. It would have taken him 5 seconds to go back because she made a comment about it in one of the comment section. He doesn't bother. He doesn't care what's true or not, right? He doesn't care what's true or not. He runs with the narrative. Well, how'd she pay for the groceries then? Well, if you took 10 seconds to do research because you're supposed to be a journalist, right? Then you'd have known how, you dumb fuck. All I want to do is go back. I hammock camped. Oh, I love those hammocks that have like the zip thing over it. You just put it between the trees. I've always wanted to try one of those. They have like one person and 2 people once. I'm a huge camper. I love camping. And I still haven't done that yet this summer. I'm just like dying to go camping. Yeah, Berkshire County.
yesterday you made a post saying, I'm starving, give me food.
She didn't say I'm starving, give me food. That's not what the post said. See, this is what I mean. Like this is what we narrate. I'm starving, give me food. That's not at all what it said. Not even close.
And then hours later, you're like, oh shit, cabinet's full, motherfucker, for 2.
Yep, because she was able to transfer some of it over when we donated. Then at some point, your turtle riders fucking reported it wrongly and had it locked. So the money that was in there at that point was stuck. Let me reiterate, okay? That's why, you fucker. Once again, he doesn't care what's true or not. All he cares about is making someone look bad. He's done it to me, right? He'll take any bit of what you said and try to twist it into something that's unrecognizable. I will remind you all that we are doing a 50-50 today. So any direct donations that come in, we are sharing that 50% with Lisa. So if you can help out, this is the person that Aiden is, of course, trying to shit on right now, who is fighting, cancer and needing a little bit of help. And so we're going to help the best way that we can by doing a 50-50.
Weeks. And now you're like, I'm hungry again.
No. See, that's what I mean. Like now he narrates, now I'm hungry again. Nope, doesn't say that. And look, he doesn't even read the whole thing. She says it right here. The report's locked up my Venmo, so I can't transfer money right now, and I'm not sure anyone can send. Luckily, I made a few transfers before this happened. I would say I'm surprised how shitty people are. I'm definitely not surprised, but I'm disappointed. Does he read this whole thing to his audience? No. He narrates, oh, I'm hungry again. Well, how'd you get money then? How'd you get food then? It says it right here in the thing that he's showing on his screen. Are his turtle riders smart enough to read it themselves or just believe the narration that is coming out of his fucking mouth?
They took my money. Luckily, I made a few transfers before this happened. I would say I'm surprised they're shitty.
Hence why we're called Untwisted right now, because we have to untwist the fucking nonsense that he twists into a goddamn pretzel.
People are. I'm definitely not surprised,
Thank you,
but I am
TJ.
disappointed. Then all the usual suspects are in here. Kylie Kirkpatrick wants to be part of this.
Kylie Kirkpatrick kindly donated to Lisa because she's a decent human, Aiden. I think you're just mad she's suing you for defamation. And I think you're just upset about that. Why don't you tell us about how upset you are that Kylie's suing you for defamation because you wrote a bunch of lies about her that then were used to bring to police to like hurt her and have her falsely charged with something she had to deal with for 6 fucking years until it was dismissed. Kylie's a beautiful soul and a beautiful human, and one of Aiden's many victims, one of which was falsely imprisoned and had her child taken that she had to fight back for because of him. I can't with him. Imagine trying to make people's kindness into something bad, because that's what he does.
So bad. Like, in case you haven't noticed, every time one of the antis posts, Kylie Kirkpatrick is in the comments.
In case you didn't notice, she's a person who cares about people, just like me. So if someone on either side, Free Karen Reed or not Free Karen Reed, posted something like that and they needed help and I saw it, I would help because it's the right fucking thing to do. And I would probably comment too. Would that make me a bad person because I care? God forbid I comment on it because that would make me a bad person, right? Aiden, why don't you do an entire stream? Why don't you do a 50-50 for someone else besides yourself? Besides yourself or Karen Reed, why don't you do something for an everyday person? Why don't you not work for anything for one day like we did for Ashley and her dog and donate everything to someone else for a cause? You won't. You won't because you're a fucking coward and a liar and a schemer and a fraudster.
And being like, yeah, guys, I was wrongly arrested too. Remember, she's the school lunch scammer.
Except that didn't happen, right? Like there was nothing scammed. As a matter of fact, Kylie donated out of her own check to the school, like her own money before the I think it was like $100 the GoFundMe made. It wasn't a lot. She donated that money to the school before it ever even hit her bank account, which is ultimately, of course, why the charges were fucking dismissed, because he made up this big long story that he allowed somebody from California to tell him. Somebody from California, by the way, who is a rich person who is paid him $5,000 to write the story of bullshit, and who was upset because her son, which she didn't anticipate, got a lot of media coverage for wanting to pay the school debt, like the school lunch debt for these kids who were like being shamed for school lunch debt. And how dare she bring that up in that very prestigious area and make them look bad, right? And so that person paid Aiden $5,000 to write a fucking hit piece on her, which then was later on used as some sort of evidence in court, which on several occasions his blogs filled with lies have been used against other people. The fact that any police force at this point should all take notice. If you're using this man's blogs as some sort of factual information, then you're not doing your fucking job and you're lazy. Okay? For fuck's sake. There was no scam. He can keep saying that until the cows come home, but fun fact, that's why he's being sued. That's why he's being sued for defamation. That's why he's being sued for defamation, for being a liar. You know what I mean? Oh, that's true. That's true. Even because he says he's going to split the money, he keeps it. I didn't think of that. You're right. You're right. I don't know if I would say I've done like primitive, like obviously I've pissed in the woods when I go hiking and stuff. Haven't been hiking in a while, but I used to, yes, piss in the woods with just, a tent and no facilities. I have a solar like shower. You just fill it with water. But I've done it without with a tent and no facilities for the bathroom, but I wouldn't say I've done it without a tent. I've never been like a lean-to or something like that. You know what I mean? I've definitely only done it with like a tent. His rant on Lee's last night proved all points to his character. Even when he was ranting on Mike, his viewers in the chat were questioning it as necessary. He can't even read his own room. He's a piece of shit. I think both Free Karen Reed and Antis all helped Lisa. They did. People came together to try to help, It's wild. It's wild.
That's trying to sue me, and it's not going to end well for her. She was arrested.
Oh, it's not going to go well for her? Aiden, do you want to maybe... You know what? No comment. No comment. I'm just going to say no comment on that. He just said, oh, she's trying to sue me, and it's not going to go well for her. What I can tell you guys about that is I'm not going to give a comment right now. Okay? But I it's him that it's not going to go well for. I love that he's so delusional, though. I love that he's extremely delusional to the fact that he's willing to say that with a straight face, knowing differently.
Literally government petitioning. I worked with the police and the prosecutor's office in Napa.
Aiden, sir, lying to the cops, lying to the prosecutor. You didn't think that was going to come back to bite you, sir? You didn't think that was going to, you think it's been so long that it was never going to come back to bite you? This pleases me that he says this here. I love this for him. I love this for him. I love this. I love that he does this. Oh, well, she's a scammer because I worked with the cops. I'm a snitch. I'm a rat. And I worked with the cops and the prosecutor because someone paid me $5,000 to write the story. Aiden, did you tell the cops that you were paid $5,000 and a free trip to Napa to write the story? Did you tell them that? Did you tell them that you didn't actually get any factual information, that you went based on what that lady told you? No, you didn't tell them that. Oh, okay. Did you think that maybe what they did was inappropriate and maybe that would never be looked into? Did you think that it would never be looked into? Oh, you did. You're that dumb. Okay. Well, fun fact, sir, You're an actual idiot. And I'm just going to say this. I love this for you. I love this for you. I love knowing things that you don't. And I can just revel in your fucking stupidity. I can just revel in your stupidity. Revel in your stupidity. He did this whole stream on Lisa, but right now he's talking about Kylie because how dare Kylie support another cancer survivor and donate and be kind? How dare she do that? Because if anyone Aiden doesn't like, or he's written a blog about, ever tries to be nice or kind to anyone else, he has to try to call them a scammer. Meanwhile, he is literally scammed his audience out of a fucking house by claiming that he needs help with defense funds while being able to pay them himself. Right? He was literally handed a story to type and struggled with that. Like, come on. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah. Except the problem is he's not reliable and he's a liability now because every fucking police force he has worked with and helped, he's lied to. He's filed false affidavits. He's lied to the cops' faces, lied to the prosecutors' faces. So he's a literal fucking liability as a snitch. Okay? Literal liability as a fucking snitch. Like, that's sad.
And
sad,
they brought
bro,
charges on her. They arrested her.
Very sad.
It was a
Yes, they brought charges. They arrested her. And then guess what happened? After 6 years, they were dismissed. Dismissed because every nonsense thing you proved was disproven with facts and records. Isn't that about a bitch? Fun how he doesn't mention that part, though, to his audience, right? And he's being sued for defamation for saying this shit. Her charges were dropped, right? I've seen the documents myself, right? Like, you're being sued for defamation over this, and you don't tell your audience that the charges were dropped and that the shit you wrote in your blog was disproven. Why? With like records and things, like, no. Oh, okay. I don't know, Wait, 5 days? Maybe he doesn't know that it's on 5 days. Mine's 3 minutes because I figure this, right? I figure if you're here to troll, and I used to just not put that on my channel, right? That you didn't have to subscribe to comment in the, it's free to subscribe, but you didn't have to subscribe to comment. The problem with that is that just invites ridiculous sewer trolls. So I figure if people are engaged enough and they want to comment, then they'll wait the 3 minutes to be able to comment, right? Because they like the content. Now, if you're a troll and you subscribe to my channel and then you wait 3 minutes to comment, you're just fucking pathetic. Like, that's just pathetic, really. And so I keep it on for that very reason, so that when they then go to troll, I can go, okay, hi, cool. You just subscribed to my channel and waited 3 minutes to make that ridiculous comment that's gone before anybody can ever read it, and then I just block you from my channel. Like, how smart was that? Like, you share brain cells with a sewer turtle, I guess. But it helps weed out shitty people. You know what I mean? Or trolls. They do. Well, there was a lot of people that have been quiet. I love that term, quiet quitting. There have been a ton of people that have quiet quit him. The public ones who own it are definitely gratifying. I agree with you. But the quiet ones are going to be quite impactful, especially when it comes to money for him. I wonder if he knows that's 5 days after subscribing. That's a long time. Maybe he meant 5 minutes, and I don't know. I'll ask him. I'm a dork. I'm a big dork. I'm a giant dork. I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd and a dork. Yeah, but sometimes we put those on there for a reason. Like, for instance, if we know that we have like a members only coming up and there's like troll, like a big information, and we know that it might draw in a lot of trolls, we might put on a multiple days to stop trolls, if that makes sense. So I don't think it's always been like that. I can ask him. I can definitely ask him and see. Catch it, it'll fly by though. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I got blocked from JFK at one point. I'm probably still blocked. I don't know. Listen, you got to get to know Brian. He's a very good human, just a good person in general. Like, you got to get to know him. Like, just give him a chance, dude. Okay. Give him a chance. He's a good human. He's just a good egg. Okay. He's a good egg. Like, if you like good humans, like just decent humans, like, he's a good egg. Okay. He's a good egg.
She scammed like millions of dollars out of people, like biggest scam.
He just said she scammed millions of dollars out of people. There was no millions of dollars. The fucking lunch thing was like $100. And she paid for that out of her own bank account. And before the GoFundMe money ever hit, she went to the school and paid the check. And like, so like, what? Like, what you talking about, sir? There was no scam of millions of dollars. That's not even a thing. Like, that was never a thing. And of course, here he is just lying, and he's already being sued for defamation for this. Like, why continue to fucking lie? Why?
And so
Why
she's
lie?
always trying
I
to
don't
like
get it.
piggyback off of TBDS.
She's yeah, again, his fake medical condition, TBDS, that doesn't exist. The thing that he uses to explain away why people don't like him. It's weird. It's fucking weird. It's weird as fuck, dude. You know what I mean? It's wild as hell. You know, I know a lot of people who are like, can we get a refund from the money that we donated to TV? Can we send it to other people who don't suck at life? You know, it's weird. It's fucking weird. Recently people have been resubbing to JFK and apologizing in the chat for leaving. Weird. Why did they leave to begin with? Did they leave because Aiden said they were bad? I mean, do you know I lost thousands of subscribers because Aiden said I was the devil. None of them, of course, ever thought to maybe talk to me and ask what the hell was going on. And even the ones that like publicly would say something to me, it's like, do you want to hear what actually happened, or you want to hear the spin that he gave you? Like, which one is it? You know what I mean? Like, which one? Like, what one? Like, oh yeah, it's weird. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. You know? Oh, he knows. I don't know if he knows. Six Jones and his fans and supporters are quiet quitting him. I mean, they quiet quit because they're afraid. You know what I mean? He doesn't know how to spell cops. So how does he think anyone believes he spoke or worked with them all the way out in Napa? I mean, he did talk to the cops out in Napa to try to screw her over. The problem is he can't give factual information. He didn't give factual information. He was paid $5,000, of course, to write that story, and didn't tell the cops like that he was paid $5,000 to write that story, of course, right? As he's over there doing laundry money. Aiden is just one of those people. You know what I mean? Like, he's just a piece of shit. You know? A piece of shit. I haven't seen any of that. I haven't seen him bashing anyone who, like, gave to the movement. I know that he's called Aiden out, as he should. I know that they've called out, like, people who have sort of shit on them on behalf of Aiden, which I've done as well. I mean, listen, I think when you've been quiet for so long, sometimes, guys, you know, when you're so quiet for so long about some of this stuff, like when you're finally ready to speak, there's a lot you have to say. You know what I mean? Like, I don't agree with JFK's stance of I don't want him to go to prison. Aiden deserves prison more than anyone I've ever heard of. Aiden deserves prison. He has destroyed innocent people's lives to hide his own bad behavior. Okay. He has lied and schemed so he can hide what he has done, to distract away from what he has done and to hide what he has done. He tries to shit on every person that can tell anyone the truth. Right. And he's just a shit human being. You know what I mean? A shit. He did. He pressed record and play. You can see it all for yourself. So anybody literally still arguing that he doesn't belong in jail, it just doesn't make sense to me. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, he called her the C word. Like, you are a fucking horrible person. Hello, Tippy Dog. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any news? Any news on what yet? I mean, there's news, but on what? You got to be more specific, my friend. I went off JFK for a little bit after he inaccurately covered Turtles. Yeah, that's the other thing. Is like, I'm not a sort of a fan of the sort of pandering of back and forth about, like, you know, Aiden is listen, I can be fair, right? I can be fair, but Aiden often just is lying through his teeth. And most people who have been around him, including JFK, would know that he's lying through his fucking teeth. So I do not like when people do that whole, like, oh, well, he doesn't, you know, he sucks, but he doesn't belong in jail. Now, he does belong in jail. If we're saying he doesn't belong in jail, then do you think the murderer next door or the rapist next door doesn't belong in jail? At what point do you believe that someone does belong in jail, is my point. If he can get up there and lie to thousands and thousands and thousands of people about you and destroy your reputation and destroy your livelihood and hurt innocent children, family members and people's lives, at what point does he belong in jail? Is he going to have to stab someone for them to happen? Destroying lives isn't enough. At what point would he deserve jail is my question. You know what I mean? Like, at what point would he deserve jail if you don't think that he needs jail right now? I get it. You know, I get it. I get that, like, you know, you kind of have to be like, oh, no one deserves jail. Cause like, listen, fun fact, I grew up in between the projects and between my grandparents who are upper middle class. Okay. I'd say like medium upper middle class. They weren't rich, but they weren't poor. They got by fine. My grandmother was an RN. My grandfather was a diesel mechanic. They worked hard for everything they had. But they didn't struggle. Okay. But I grew up between my grandparents' house and my mother's house in the projects. Okay. So I get the whole, like, I was, born in the hood and lived in the hood, need to keep up appearances. If I'm not a rat, no one should go to jail. But at the same time, if someone harmed your family or your child, you would think that they belong in jail, right? Regardless of where you grew up. So at what point does he deserve jail time? At what point does he deserve prison? Is he going to have to, punch someone in the face or stab someone for him to deserve prison? I just feel like it's almost disingenuous at some point to say he doesn't belong in prison. The man has committed far enough crimes. Like, listen, just possessing drugs is a crime. I did that one time, right? I was an addict at one point in my life. It was like 2 decades ago, but I was, right? I possessed drugs, and guess what? I did the time for that. I sat in a jail cell for that, just for possessing drugs for personal use, okay? When you do the crime, you got to do the time, right? I committed the crime, I got to do the time for that, right? At what point would he deserve prison? It would be my question to them, is at what point does he deserve prison? You know what I mean? At what point? At what point? If he did some digging, he may have found out about those texts between Google and but that's good and Proctor. He doesn't want to dig. He wants everything handed to him. Freeze, you know that. He doesn't and never has dug for anything. He takes whatever someone tells him at face value and says, this is the truth, regardless of how much of a lie it is. You know what I mean? It's hard, Oh, he knows. Okay. Well, that might be something that he's doing on purpose, like we do have reasons for doing certain things, guys. You can always just ask him. I'm sure, like, he'll be happy to answer you why, like everyone has their own reasons as a creator for doing certain things. And sometimes it's to like weed out the shit, sometimes, especially if you're getting dumped on a lot, Well, I don't think that he thinks you're all idiots. I think that he doesn't appreciate like people sort of sticking up for the turtle. I think they also, and this is just from my perspective, is that, like, for instance, when people say to me like, he doesn't belong in jail, like my first thought to that is like, yes, he does. We all know that he does. Saying it, like, to me, like, it's just like, no, he belongs in jail. Okay. But when people come at me sideways and they're like, oh, well, why do you talk about the turtle? Do you talk about anything else? You're just obsessed, right? When they say shit like that, I'm like, then you're in a fucking cult. If that's what you really believe, then you're in a cult and you don't know anything about me, right? You didn't bother to get to know me. If that's your first thought, is that how dare I, speak to dozens and dozens of his victims behind the scenes and cry with them and, know what they're going through because I'm a victim myself. And how dare I stick up for them by going over the shit that he does and why he does it and why it's just fucking evil. Okay. And the shit that he does that's so diabolical behind the scenes that people don't realize he does. Like, if you think that that's all I am and do, like, then you don't know anything about me. And it's like offensive. You know what I mean? It's offensive to the work that I do. It's offensive to the victims who aren't publicly known, that have no other voice. Right. And for me, like, it just gets me to a point where I'm like, you know what? Fuck you then. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not dealing with you. Like, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't know me, then fuck you. So I can only imagine that they might be tired of people being like, oh, don't talk about this, or things like that. You know what I mean? Like, hey, don't talk about this, or you're better than this, or whatever. Because it's like, we are better than that. But at the same time, like, you're allowed to fight back, right? Like, you're allowed to speak up. And you're allowed to tell your truth and not let him, because as you guys can see, he narrates. And so if we just leave it alone, a lie unchecked does in fact become the truth with him and his cult. So if you don't check it and give the truth and show how he's narrating it and spinning it and changing it, then unfortunately people are just going to believe it. You know what I mean? Like, they're just going to believe it. And it's like, we spent a lot of time saying nothing. I know I did, and I know they did, at different times, obviously. But I was tired of that. I'm tired of people just believing nonsense that isn't fucking true. A lot of the times I just laugh at some of it and just go, you know what? I don't fucking care. But at other times I'm like, no one can be that dumb to believe that. You know what I mean? Like, no one, that can't be a thing. You know what I mean? Melanie's is 5 days, is it? I didn't know that. I don't watch her either, but I don't know. Good question. That would be my question to him, which is, at what point does he belong in jail then? That would be my question. You know, I think he absolutely deserves prison. No doubt about it. You know, this could be controversial, but should Lindsay Clancy go to jail? I think that is kind of, I mean, it is controversial, although everybody's going to have a different opinion, of course, you know. Which, okay, Megadot's names are now in case documents. I remember that came out the other day. Ruthie said, please smash the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. It's free and greatly appreciated. It sure is. I don't think TV should go to jail over opening a story and exposing, but that's not what he did, Kimberly. If he only did that, then we wouldn't be having this conversation, right? That's not all he did. He showed up to people's homes. So when a journalist shows up to someone's house and they knock on the door and they ask for comment, if that person says no comment, they don't then show up to their children's sporting events. They don't then bring by the way, you need a permit for a rolling rally. They don't bring an unpermitted rolling rally with a bullhorn by their homes to call them murderers when they're just witnesses, right? No matter what you think of them, that's not appropriate behavior. And that would open it up for everyone on planet Earth to go by any witness's house in any murder trial and just call them murderers if they wanted to get off on their own case, right? Like, that's what that would do, right? There are rules in place for witnesses specifically on purpose, right? And I think what people don't seem to understand is, if you think those are the only things he did, then you haven't been paying attention, okay? There are a lot of things that he did behind closed doors that most of you know nothing about. And there's a lot of reason why I haven't talked about some of them. And that is mostly because his trial, and I don't want to affect the legal system. I want them to do their job and I want them to do it correctly. Right. So I don't want to interfere in any of that. But I have his almost $49,000 page phone extraction. Okay. I know from the texts and things that I have between him and other people, many victims, many people who used to be very close to him who are not anymore, what all the things that he did behind closed doors and who he did them to. Okay. When he's calling your children's schools, your parents, your estranged brothers and sisters, and he's leaving messages and he's having conversations with them to tell them that you're a shitty human, you're a horrible person, right? When he does those things to you, you would be the first person at a police station saying this is stalking and harassment, because you can't do those things. You can't incessantly stalk someone by calling their relatives, their children's schools, their jobs. Like, you can't do that. And if you think that only turtle riders did that, then you're going to be in for a rude awakening, because guess what? He himself has done many of those things and was dumb enough to leave voicemails or text messages or emails with his own name on them, like a dumbass. Like a fucking dumbass, because when he gets really upset, he does that, right? He does that. So that's not what he did. He didn't just do that. Not by a long shot. Not by a freaking long shot. He didn't just expose a story. That's not what happened. Or ask questions. Okay? Like, there's a lot. Like, do you see any other actual journalists being charged with doing any of these things? No, because nobody's stupid enough to, I don't know, break the very clear laws and the boundaries that exist for a reason, right? Aiden wanted fame and fortune. He never cared about Karen. He never cared about Karen's case. He never cared about exposing corruption, okay? Nor really did he. He cared about money, fame, book deals, movie deals. That's all he talked about. So if you think he really gave a fuck about Karen Reed or John O'Keefe, then you're in for another rude awakening when his trial comes. You know what I mean? Like, I just, for me, it's like, I already know all these things and I've seen all the evidence to all these things. So for me, it's a no-brainer. But there is a ton of evidence out there that people just either choose to ignore, pretend is fake because he said so, which isn't, or they just run with his narrative of he's exposing corruption and everything is for the First Amendment, which is bullshit. That's all a lie. It's a scam. It's a fraud. It's fraud, you know? It's fucking fraud. It's just fraud, you know? Well, that's the other thing. Is he more privileged than other people who have kids who go to jail? Right? Consider your kids before you fucking act on impulse and revenge to screw people over and lie about them and commit crimes. You know, he's very lazy. Hidden Killers with Tony Bruschi did an excellent overview of the Lindsay Clancy yesterday. Oh, that's good. Jail teaches many lessons. Although I don't think he's going to learn any lessons from jail. I don't think he learned any last time. I don't think he has the capacity as someone I believe to be a narcissist and a sociopath to ever learn any lessons at all. You know, the simple threat of prison hasn't forced him to act right and drink a whole fucking, you know, a whole gallon of act right, you know, for him to change his behavior. So what's the next step? Prison. You know, throw away the fucking key. You know what I mean? It's wild. It was a huge conflict of interest. You can't do that and then be, you know, out there, you know, telling a story. Like you can't do that. You can't fucking do that, dude. You can't fucking do that, you know? Space is probably if TB goes to prison in my next. Who knows? I mean, I don't think so. Aiden would be the one that I believe would be, you know. To me, what Brian and Mike are doing at times lately when they verbally bash people who ever supported TB or the movement is victim shaming. So that's that. Listen, I think they fully understand. I think they tried to give Nurse Kim some grace. I believe they did. And for me, I think I've been dealing with this so long that you start to, you know, you learn over a period of time. But for me, I do think that some of the cultists, and that's what I call the group of them, are victims, right? They're victims of brainwashing. They're victims of manipulation. They're victims of like being fed mantras and lies of his, and they act on those. Anytime anybody has come from outside of that and stepped outside of it and realized like what happened and that they were sort of duped, anytime anybody has ever asked me to unblock them, anytime they've apologized, anytime they've wanted to talk after getting out of that, I have obliged and done just that. Because I do believe in some capacity, some of these people are victims. And a lot of people stay silent because they don't want their families attacked. They don't want their livelihoods attacked. They don't want to have to deal with that. I don't blame them. I don't blame them one bit. I do not blame them, right? But I also have to, at the same time, be aware and call out people who are just repeating his lies and say, whoa, you're saying this about me that never happened. Why? Because you just repeated word for word what he said. Do you even realize that you're repeating word for word what he just said? They don't even realize it. They don't even realize they're repeating mantras word for word of what he said. They don't even realize they didn't bother to take 4 minutes to look to see if that's actually true or not. They just repeated it as if it was, right? So I realized that a lot of them are victims and a lot of people stayed silent. And other people didn't, you know? And I think everyone has their own timeline of when they sort of figure out who he is, you know, like some people it takes longer, some people it doesn't, right? And I don't think that says anything about a person per se. I honestly think that a lot of people who just want to see the best in people give him the more benefit of the doubt, you know? I think he is very manipulative, you know, very, very, very manipulative. And at least for me, I can't speak for anybody else. I can only speak for me. At least for me, that people know once they've sort of exited the cult, they know that they are welcome to pop over here or get in contact with someone that I know and have me unblock them. Every person I've ever unblocked, I've never had to reblock. I am very proud of the fact that I've never had to reblock somebody who's asked me to unblock them. I love that because I would much rather get to know people than not. You know what I mean? Like I would much rather do that than not. Like that for me, I would much rather like get to know people and them know me for who I am and me get to know them for who they are versus being told by him. You know what I mean? But I feel like that's also on everyone else's sort of timeline, right? Like I learned a lot of things over time and I think everyone's on their own sort of path there and their own timeline for that. So I guess what I'm saying is give grace because it's a lot to deal with. Like a lot of it is a lot to deal with, you guys. And until you sort of know the full picture of the pressure and the manipulation that you had to deal with, being close to him, like you won't understand the full sort of gravity of all of it. So I think what I say is give grace understand that, like, when you stay silent for a really long time, like there's a lot that you want to say right away. And sometimes your emotion might take over, but we're only human, you know? The biggest lie most refuse to check is this case is not about the First Amendment. It's not about fighting corruption, but you got folks like JFK acting like it is. That's my other sort of issue with JFK is like, it is not about the First Amendment. His case is not about the First Amendment. Nobody's First Amendment is going to be thrown out the window if he loses his cases. Nobody's First Amendment is in jeopardy if he loses his cases. It has nothing to do with the First Amendment. It never has, and it never will. Him and his lawyers can argue until the fucking cows come home. First Amendment, First Amendment, First Amendment. They just argued that in an anti-slap and lost. Why? Because it doesn't stand up to scrutiny or the law. It has nothing to do with the First Amendment. You know what I mean? I think that's part of it. You know what I mean? I think that is part of it. I feel like that's part of it, you know? I think for me, like, that's what it seems like. The whole like street cred, street cool, like, you know, you don't want anyone in jail, I'm not a snitch sort of like persona, which I get, but you know, at some point you got to be honest enough to say, all right, he's done a lot of damage. He does belong in prison. You know what I mean? He's the smallest man who ever lived. I agree. I think JFK's getting caught up quickly on what exactly happened with the witness intimidation or wiretapping. WI always throws me off because I never know if somebody means the wiretapping or the witness intimidation. What I say is give grace. You know what I mean? But I do understand the sort of different aspects and reasons on why you think someone thinks this and why someone thinks that. Thank you, Joy, for your jewels. Uncle Alert. Thank you. Over a week now. Oh yeah, that's the block, right? Anyone who listens to Brian Enton regarding Koberger needs to do more research. Well, I like Brian Enton. I've watched him on a couple of other things, not on the Koberger stuff, but I really didn't have time to listen to him on the Koberger stuff because I was doing my own sort of research on it. But they don't buy sports tickets under false names, right? I think TV needs a long ass internet ban. I agree with that. I think that too. Amen. TV has done some really bad things to really good people. He sure has. Also, we don't have to like all the same people just because we agree on one topic. I'm not a fan of a few people, but that's allowed because this isn't a cult. Bingo! Because this isn't a cult. You're allowed to like who you want. You know what I mean? That's absolutely true. Okay, calling jobs is weird. Witness intimidation. Thank you, Julie. Thank you. He's not an accredited journalist. He's a douche. That says he's a journalist. Oh, I agree with you, Lisa. Writing blogs is not journalism. Spewing facts fed to him isn't journalism. He's a poser. He is a poser. He is. No, actually, fun fact. Liz called one person. And fun fact, that one person, do you realize what happened in that, portion? Do you realize what that one person did was try to, get Liz fired? Now, Liz has nothing to do with anything. Just because her ex-husband or husband, whatever they are now, I don't know, but is a piece of shit doesn't mean that Liz deserves it. And see, that's the difference, right? That's the difference right there. Liz didn't deserve people calling her family, her job. So she called one, not people's work to get them fired. One person, one, not people, one person. See, that's what I mean. Like, you have to have the facts and know, like, the circumstances. Context absolutely friggin' matters. Which is kind of why I haven't just dropped that extraction directly on the interwebs. Because there's a lot of other people in that extraction, and there's a lot of things that just are not appropriate for, like, public consumption, right? Like, there are a lot of private things that other people don't deserve to be victimized. Just because Aiden wanted to out Lindsay's extraction and post it for everyone, he of course didn't care about Lindsay or any of the other people who she talked to who would like to keep their stuff private. You know what I mean? But there's definitely a reason why I haven't dropped the entire extraction, because there's a lot of other things in there that have nothing to do with anyone and are nobody's business. You know what I mean? They're just not. And I would never victimize someone with their personal private information simply because they talk to Aiden, right? That's just not the right thing to do. Now, you can black out names, you can black out numbers, so that no one ever knows who it is, of course. But there's a reason why I didn't just plop, half the extraction here, half the extraction there, and kept it basically to myself, because there's just stuff in there that's just not appropriate for, public consumption, Propagandist, that's right. Well, we also use WI for wiretapping. So people will often use WI as the acronym for wiretapping on X all the time. So I always want to clarify with people because some people mean the wiretapping and some people mean witness intimidation. So yeah, weird. I've never recorded somebody without their permission. It's weird. It's weird. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know why. He wanted to be the sequel. He wanted to be the trilogy, you know. He thought he was going to get book deals, movie deals. Him and Karen were going to tour the world. He actually thought that, you know. Absolutely. That's the other thing. Like, people are protecting their children, their families. Like, I totally understand that, you know. I was already, you know, public as a creator, and so I had to do what I had to do, but not everybody's a creator that needs to tell people their names and be public. That's why a lot of his victims are not public. They have their own families to care for. And so I use my voice to help them, you know, because they can't say certain things because then people would know who they are, right? So I use my voice to do that because that's not fair to them. You know what I mean? Right? Me neither. It's weird. Who the hell wants to record people without their permission? It's fucking weird. I wish it would, Panda, but I just don't think it is going to teach him. You know, I don't think it's going to teach him anything. You know, I don't get it. You know, I just don't. I don't get it. A gallon of Actrite, yeah, a gallon of Actrite. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't have a gallon of Actrite. You know, I don't know. Maybe that, you know, the riding the fence thing. How do you text or call TV after he trashed the late girlfriend of James? Yeah, that one drove me. I will never understand that. I think what people don't understand, and this is what, like, why would Kim have over an hour phone call with him? Like, you can almost bet that he fucking recorded that to use later on in case you decide you don't like him later on, which he knows you will because he's a piece of shit. But, you know, he's going to use that he can criticize her whenever he wants. And then when she says anything in retort to that, he's then going to, you know, put out there the wiretap conversation or pieces of it because that's who he is. I would never have a conversation with that man on the phone knowing how many people he's recorded without their knowledge. Fuck that. I don't understand why James would have ever had any conversations with him after that. These people don't seem to grasp it. Like, I get it. You're trying to like make peace so that he like leaves you alone and leaves your channels alone. And like, that's never going to happen. He will turn on you in a second. And because you decided to try to make nicey nice with him, he'll use everything you tried to make nicey nice with him, take pieces of it, twist it into oblivion and make it quote bad. It's like, bro, I don't know how many people this has to happen to before everyone fucking learns the same lesson. All right. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay. I don't fucking get it. Like, dude, like, it's not smart. Right? Once you realize he's a piece of shit, running back to him makes no sense to me. None at all. I get it. I guess if you're like, you need turtle riders to give you more subscribers and donations and like membership, like, okay, cool. Like, I get that. But like, when people do that, it makes me lose like respect because it's like, dude, it's easy to do that and take the money. What's harder is standing by what the fuck you know and what you mean and not taking it. You know what I mean? Like, come on. I'm so confused. JFK stands for Justice for the Kids, but there never seems to be anything about it. He says his name is oh shit, but the court documents say his name is Randy Kramer. People change their last names. I know my daughter thought about changing her last name to my husband's last name. It's not her biological dad, but it's her dad nonetheless to her. And she's thought about changing her last name from her dad's last name to her biological dad's last name to her actual, I'll say actual dad, because that's what he's been her entire life, her actual dad's last name. People change last names, even men, boys, men. So it's possible. Some men take their wives' last names when they get married. You know, it's brainwashing. And so we have to recognize that there are victims in the cult as well who have been victimized and brainwashed. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, what corruption has he exposed? He hasn't exposed shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, he hasn't exposed shit. You know what I mean? I mean, I wish that we could actually play music. I like music. I don't like as much as they play, but I do love music. And it sucks that I can't play little clips of regular music here without getting copyright strike because I love music. I just love music. It gives you the good vibe, you know? I mean, I guess we have our loose change little tidbit, you know? I like music. I probably would do it a little less than they do, but I do like music and wish we could play things that were not going to give me a copyright strike, you know? Is there a date for New Jersey for his case there? Good question. I will find out what specific. That's a good question. Let me find out. I'm gonna write this down. Let me write it down. As far as I knew, there wasn't yet, but there could be now, maybe. There wasn't, but there might be now. I'll definitely check on that. I think James is too forgiving, and JFK will never forgive Will. Well, Will fucking sucks. I enjoyed more when they were doing Eddie. Now there's no difference. Everyone's on drama. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just like the thing that everyone wants to talk about. So it's kind of like, it's hard to ignore. Tune in the show once in a while, but I'm not like I used to when he said they were going to ask questions of Blair, but then backed off saying Blair would call the. I don't give a fuck if he's calling the cops. I have a right to ask questions on a public sidewalk. What the hell? Chances are always given until shown otherwise for ugly behavior. Then bye-bye. Not tolerated. Nope. Not fucking here. Yep. Exactly. Who said you were a fence sitter, girl? Nobody said you were. Who said you were not a fence sitter? I can cut someone off without ever glancing back. So yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Catch. I appreciate that. You stay balanced so well. Good job. Thank you. Appreciate that very much. How about Jimmy? I've been trying to watch every Friday night. So I love listening to her. She reminds me of me a little bit, like on some of the things she's talked about that she's been through. I think she definitely is able to sort of get the point across on those certain things very well. I enjoy her as well. Turtle Boy cannot hide behind the First Amendment to justify illegal acts he did to people. Bingo! He cannot do it. Usual biggest case dealing with 1A in the country about people speaking out against the administration. Well, that's the thing. It's speaking out against the government, not speaking out against fucking, private citizens. And that's the difference, right? That's the difference. JFK saying is stupid given TB made whole channels to cyberbully and mock him, makes it look like a coordinated whack business relationship. In fact, well, that's the other thing. We know that Aiden did in fact make coordinated channels to harass people. And it's like, bro, when he does that and then you kind of like run back on it, like there's a difference between being fair. I can be fair and also know he's a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like the facts show what the facts show. He's a piece of shit and he belongs in jail. Can I still be fair when it comes to him? Yes, of course I can. I can. If there was anything to give him the benefit on, I would. But the problem is the facts sort of outweigh his bullshit lies. And that's, you know what I mean? The facts are the facts. You can't change them, Yeah, I've said this a million times. Nobody's rights are going to be affected by fucking Aiden's cases. No one's, I feel like she should start her own channel. I think she would be good with that. I feel like she would be good with that. The advisement given before Kohlberger's plea will stand up to. Oh yeah, he's trying to say he wants a new trial, right? Didn't they already say no on that though? I haven't really been keeping up. But I'm pretty sure that they said no, right? Oh, the raffle, yeah. Okay, hold on. Yeah, get your raffle spots in before the end of the stream. Also, again, for those of you who are popping in now, we are doing a 50-50. So 50% of the donations I get today are going to Lisa. She needs some help. She's going through cancer. Her boyfriend's had to stay home. He's run out of, time at work to pay him to be home and help take care of her. So we're going to help out any way we can. So 50% of my direct donations today will go to Lisa right after the show. So, and then we're pulling our raffle winner at the end of the show, which will be in about an hour. So if you haven't gotten your raffle spot, get your raffle spot. Okay. Let me skip down some of these and get done with this fucking nonsense. I'll pop some of these comments up on the screen while we're listening to the rest of his bullshit here.
And make it about her. When I was arrested, I sat with the ladies in 319 at the Napa jail, watching myself on the news, just stupefied how a few people were able to basically purchase a prosecution. No,
that's
bitch,
what happened.
There's tons
That's
of
exactly
evidence.
what happened.
Over 6 years later,
there was absolutely no evidence, which is why her case was ultimately fucking dismissed 6 years later. You idiot.
took a deal that some
There's no
police
deal.
department is.
The deal was, hey, we'll drop this. Cool, thanks. Like that, they were dismissed. Dismissed. The case was dismissed. Does he not know what dismissed means? Skipping over this nonsense because he's just trying to shit on my good friend Kylie because he doesn't want to be honest with his audience. Why don't you tell them why you're being sued, Aiden, by her? And how it's going to work so well for you.
Them so badly every time. and just no one takes the bait. Like if you look all of her like responses.
Again, we're just shitting on Kylie for no real reason at all. Cool. Makes sense. Okay.
The $500
He like is obsessed with the fact that like, oh, look at all the responses or likes or comments. It's like not everyone is looking for thousands of likes and follows, and like not everyone's looking for that, bro. Sorry.
Love this. You gotta see this. So yesterday.
Right, I guess that was it. But like gross. Gross, Aiden. Gross. You're a fucking gross little gremlin. Aw. Gross little fucking gremlin. So before I get into this other fool, this is the post out of every single post that did it for me. This one showed me that this is a person with no soul and empathy, a man whose only plot in life is to inflict suffering on people who disagree with him, whose job is to beg for money from stupid people who see his actions yet still support him. This took away any sense of human in him from my eyes. If you're a writer and you agree with him, please unfollow me. Anyone who has any relationship with him that does not denounce this, please unfollow me. I find no humor in this evil man anymore. There is none. You know what I mean? None. None at all. Yeah, but not everybody uses WT. They often use WI, unfortunately. I would use WT, but they use WI on Twitter, so I always have to ask. You know? See? That's a good thing. Everybody should always be like learning and questioning and digging, and you know what I mean? Like you're not learning if you're not. You're not like growing if you're not. You know what I mean? Yeah, we are. It's a hard one to cover because A, I have been just exhausted myself. And B, like it's about kids, so that's even harder, you know. Yeah, I mean, especially for any woman who's ever had postpartum, I feel like this is a really hard case to follow, you know, the Clancy case. It's wild. It is wild. A lot of people have said this, like Rose said, that they can't watch it, you know. It's very sad. It's wild. Also, I don't like how it feels like James and JFK are pandering to Aiden by trying to lay all the blame at Claire. Well, that's the other thing. It's like the blame lies mostly with Aiden, but the Claire is just following the footsteps for the money and the fucking, you know, it's the Claire that's playing you TV, but enough play you. Well, I do believe that Will is, of course, like he's got an angle. He's, you know, wants to take over what Aiden's going to lose when he's in prison. And what better angle than to try to make money off of him, right? Which he's already doing. But at the same time, like Aiden is the one pulling the puppet strings, make no doubt. And clearly, Will is a little afraid of him, as he said out in public. He said the quiet part out loud that time. You guys remember, right? Like, remember? Remember? Yeah, it's weird. It's weird to me. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. That's okay, girl. No worries. No, a lot of people can't watch it gavel to gavel because it's just so hard. It's hard, you know? Oh, your son dropped his last name. Yeah, some people do that, you know? I agree with you, their current resident, and absolutely agree with the self-congratulations. Listen, I congratulate myself sometimes when I feel like I'm proud of something. What's wrong with being proud of something? I like to be proud of doing good things. You know, it makes my heart happy. It makes my heart, like, right now, like, doing a 50-50, like, that makes my heart happy. Like, I can help someone else while doing my stream. Like, that makes my heart happy. I love that. Like, I love those things. Like, those are the things that I, like, live for. Like, it's, like, doing things that, like, we should be doing in everyday life to help someone. Like, listen, I don't think there's anything wrong with being proud of the things that you've done. You know? You should be. Listen, I love music. It pisses me off that YouTube has such a weird, like, thing with music. You can play it on TikTok. Why can't we play it here? No, he does. I do. I know the person who's suing him. Kylie is the person who's suing him out of Napa, California. And she is suing him for defamation. I've talked about this one several times. We had her on a while back, but we talked about it several times. They could, because it's interstate, right? So technically they would, I missed it. It was 420. Hey girl. I'm going to put the donation information up just so everybody is fully aware. We're doing a 50-50. So 50% of my donations today are going to go to Lisa because Aiden decided he wanted to shit on her last night and he's a piece of fucking shit. So there's that. Oh, That is so nice. Okay, I'll put you on the. Okay, we got a raffler here. Hold on. Gotta put them on the wheel. Gotta put them on the wheel. I love that. I love that. I love that. I love that. Hold on. One, two, three, four. I gotta make sure I put the right amount on there. Okay. All right. Okay, what do I got here? Oh, Joy, thank you. Joy sends 25. Thank you, Joy. Put it on here. Put it right here. Okay. Make sure I got them all here. I don't want to miss anything there. Okay. Now, do you guys know Purple? Do you guys know Purple? You guys know the purple guy, purple Kool-Aid guy? You guys know that guy? You guys remember that guy? I didn't think you were. I didn't think you were, my friend. No worries. No worries. Oh, I thought she said she was too at one point, but I mean, she's probably busy. A lot of people are busy, you know? That's the problem, is like working it into a schedule you already have, you know? Yeah, it's a hard one. He's obsessed with people are giving her money because that's part of it, right? That no doubt in my mind is that part of it where she's, you know, getting some help that she needs, and like that's a problem for him. You know, he's got a problem. You know what I mean? Yeah, Lisa's PayPal, if you want to donate directly to her, is Crow's Roots, and it'll say Paleo Pipes. It all adds up. It sure does. Always room for dialogue. I love having, you know, and our audience, as you guys can see, you guys have different opinions, but you all are remaining respectful and kind to one another. I love that, right? I love that. I love it. I have 8 followers on X. That's the other thing. Not everyone cares about followers and how many people are, you know, commenting or liking. I know Kylie doesn't give a shit about that. So it's funny he has to point that out because that's how he measures himself. He measures himself in like, yeah, exactly. I agree with you, Rose. They're positioning themselves to take over once he's convicted. Maybe. I just want other people to be proud of the things that they accomplish, right? For so long, I feel like my abuser, like when you're, you know, my abuser told me I was, you know, horrible. I was bad because, like, you know, him like hitting me is my fault for like speaking up when he's, you know, being a loser, right? How dare I speak up for myself? How dare I do that? And so for so long, you're like led to believe like you're just I lost myself back then. I didn't care about myself. Like I just, you know, that they beat into you that you're a bad person, right? And that him beating you is your fault, right? That's what they do. That's what abusers do. And so for me, it's more like being proud of accomplishments and being proud of like the kindness that I'm able to show my kids can be done for other people so that they don't grow up just hateful or always, you know, pessimistic. Like it's good to be realistic. But at the same time, like you want people to want to be proud of doing good things so that they will do good things, you know, like that's the stuff that like you want people to do. You want to create like that domino effect, you know, like you want to do that, like, and you never know what someone's like. I remember people saying in my earlier videos of like when I did the baskets and the medical records thing, we made videos on that, and the whole purpose of that was to try to create a domino effect where it might inspire other people to want to do it. And I remember getting just a few comments, but a few comments on each video of like, well, why do you have to do good things and like make videos of them? there are plenty of good things I've never talked about and never done videos on. Like the homeless backpacks we did a lot of those, and my friend Lisa thankfully helped me like pack them all up and everything. And it was a dead of winter when we did it, but the whole point was to create a domino effect. If I never told anybody that the whole point was to create like an inspiring domino effect to want other people to want to do these things, right? Like, then I guess everyone would just assume it's for clout or clicks or whatever, which wouldn't make sense because I didn't have a ton of followers at the time anyway. But you have to assume like there are plenty of other things that I've done to help people. I just don't talk about and don't do, right? Like I don't say it, right? There's no need to. But there's other things that I do share because I'm either very proud of it or I am like proud that like that person got the help that they needed and then they went on to inspire someone else. Like if they went on to help someone else and inspired someone else to want to help someone else and did create that sort of like domino effect. Sharing is more meant to create like people to want to do it, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like you want people to want to do good by their neighbors, even like not enough people check on their neighbors, right? Or share meals with their neighbors. I love doing that. I'm a weirdo, I guess. I don't know. I like doing that, you know? Yes, that purple. I got some news on that, you know? I got some news on that. Oh, this is so nice. Somebody donates a raffle ticket just for someone else. Okay. All right. You know what I need to do? I need to see in chat who did not buy a raffle ticket that wants a raffle ticket. And then I will have to decide from there whose name I plop into the spinny spin. That is so nice for somebody to donate a raffle ticket. Thank you so much, girl, for donating a raffle ticket for someone. I freaking love that. I freaking love that. See, this just made my heart happy. I love stuff like that. I'm a weirdo. I know. I'm a weirdo. I love that. If you have not gotten a raffle ticket, you simply can't afford to buy one, right? I want to see your name in chat and you telling me that you would want one because we got to give it to someone, right? We got to give it to someone. Ruthie. I'll give it a second while I go over some of the other comments here. I'm almost to the bottom. Yes, bootlicker purple. We got some insane information on that. Some quite insane information on that. Okay. Your comments are in another language? What? Yeah, pink lemonade. That's what people call pink lemonade. Miss Alisa. You've heard his name, yeah. Purple Crayola crayon, you know? Realistically, how lucrative is streaming from your own website after being kicked off YouTube? Probably better because he's getting it directly to him and YouTube isn't taking a cut, but you don't get as much exposure, I guess. So I guess it would depend. The answer would be it depends, you know? Joy said, exactly, Julie. This is an intelligent chat where people generally listen and comment. How was the move, Joy, by the way? I forgot to ask you, like, how was the move, girl? Did it go well? Like, how is it going in the new place? How is it going? How is it going? Okay. I am so glad someone bought a ticket and then girl, her name's already on there, or she'd have been the first person I put in there. Okay. She'd have been that I already put her name on the ones that you got because you told me to. Her name's in there. Or she would have been the first person I would have thought to. Okay, so Ruthie or Lisa. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Damn it. Why you guys make me make choices and whatnot? Make me make choices. God damn it. Damn it. Making me make choices and shit. Thank you, Current, by the way. I appreciate that. I appreciate you donating it, Current. That's very, very nice of you. Well, yes. So I guess, yes. So yeah, I think it would make more sense to do Ruthie or Lisa. Oh, you changed your mind on the move? Oh, girl, listen, I was going to say Colorado is beautiful. Beautiful. Aww. Oh, you bought a puppy. I love that. Oh, I am so glad you decided to stay. I feel like that's just like your place, you know? Your place. Okay, so now I gotta figure out. Okay. We got all right, hold on. Yes, purple is you mm, hold on. Oh, that is so nice, Van. Okay, so we can both you can both do it. Okay, we can do both of you. All right, we can do both. You did. Thank you very much. Don't worry. I never read anybody's real names. And fun fact, my Venmo is locked. My Venmo is locked, so nobody can see you guys's like names or anything like that. Like everything is locked. Only I can see it. So don't worry. I take it very serious to have everybody's privacy. All right, hold on. I got to add both Lisa and Cannoli here, and then, oops, no, I don't want two wheels. What did I just do? For fuck's sake, I don't want a second wheel. I don't need a second wheel. Remove wheel two. Yes, I want to remove wheel two. I just want one wheel. Okay, what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna write Lisa and C so that I know these are your Lisa and Cannoli. So we're just going to write Lisa and C because that's an easy way to remember. And then Ruthie. You guys are awesome. You guys are just awesome. That was so nice of you guys. It's super awesome. I love it. I love it, love it, love it, love it. Okay. All right. Oh, you stinker, you. Okay, well, now we have another match. So how about we give... Okay, you know what? I got an idea. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to give you each another spot. That's what we're doing. Nope, we have enough. We got enough for everyone. Got enough for everyone. We have enough for everyone. Got enough for everyone here. Don't worry. Got it. They're not all pink. Just the pink cooker is pink. The banner itself is very pink because it's like me. But no, not everything is pink. So if you don't like pink, that's okay. It's just full of pink. The bags actually, the canvas bags you'll get to pick from, because I have two different ones. I have a blue or a white that I can personalize, so you'll get to pick. The pillowcase itself is just white, and that'll be personalized too. So, and then the other things you'll get to sort of pick on at least the earrings, you get to pick one kind, one of the three kinds on the earrings, and then you get to pick one out of the two necklace, and then you get the ring, and then I'll lock it, and then there's a couple extra things I'm putting in there that are fun. So okay. We do need a field trip. I love field trips. If I had a car, I'd bring you guys on field trips all the time. Don't worry. One day when I do get a car, we will. We will definitely go on field trips, okay? We will go on lots of field trips. I like bringing you guys on vacation too sometimes. When I did Florida, I did streams from there. When I did Saco, I did a 20-minute, maybe half-hour stream from the river because I thought I wanted to show you guys how beautiful it was, and that was last year. I'm not to match Chibi with a dog. I will go first. Chihuahua. Chihuahua. All right, let's talk about purple. You lost Parcheesi 3 times last night. I'm pretty good at bingo. Does that count? I have some talent in bingo. First field trip, rescue me from Virginia. I would love that. I wish some of you were closer to Ocean City, Maryland. My husband is supposed to do that tournament that he was picked for in Ocean City, Maryland at the end of August. First, I got to come up with the $240 for our room at the Airbnb. So the team got 3. They had to get 3 Airbnbs. And so there would be room for everybody, and everybody's either spouse or kid or whoever was bringing whatever. So I had to get 3. And because my husband was added last, there wasn't enough room. But someone dropped out, thank God. And so now there's a room open for us. So it would cost less money if I do the $240 for the couple days that we'll be there in the Airbnb, but I got to pay that this week. And then the only other thing I have to figure out is the travel. So I'd have to figure out a rental, and that's going to cost a pretty penny. So like, I'm just gonna have to cross my fingers and make decent money this month, which is probably not gonna happen simply because like I'm got a couple days I won't be here, probably more than a couple, but I would love to just have any vacation, even if it's a few days. Like I haven't had one since last year, and I think my whole family needs like a break, and it would be nice. But oh, you're in Florida. Listen, I'm cold 80-degree pool. I would take that 80-degree pool any day. I do need to figure out how to get to Florida at some point. My grandmother is in her late 80s, and I don't think another 5 years is going to make it before I need to see her. So, but that's expensive. It's very expensive. It's very expensive. But oh my God, that would be so fun. That would be well. To be fair, my analytics tell me. So I do know we have people in Ireland, we have people in Switzerland, we have people in the UK. Like, so we have people who watch us from all over the world, which is fun to look at in my analytics. But it is kind of fun. That's a good idea. Like, make a map and see like where everyone is. But I don't think any of you are close enough to Ocean City, Maryland, because I would love to like get coffee or meet up if I do end up making it out there. I think that would be so fun. But that's, I mean, listen, I will totally be in, hopefully, Ocean City, Maryland at the end of August, if I can pull this out of my Houdini ass, for my husband's tournament that we would be taking our little vacay on. But I would totally love to have anybody come have coffee, hang out, come watch a game, do whatever. Like, do whatever. I think that would be so much fun to meet some of you. And of course, if it was in like New York or New Jersey, there is a ton of you in that area. But of course it isn't. And it's in Ocean City, Maryland, instead of New York or New Jersey. But if it was in New York or New Jersey, I feel like there would be so many of you. But I would love to absolutely have, as many of you as humanly possible come say hi. That would be so fun. Just to say hi, just to say hi. We have a lot of you in Florida too, actually. There's quite a few of you in Florida. My address isn't the real one on YouTube, I bet. Oh, probably. I don't know. YouTube doesn't show me. They don't give me like addresses or anything like that. When you sign up for like a membership or anything like that, all that stuff goes through YouTube. So we don't get any of that like personal identifying information. We don't need it anyway. But YouTube is like, I think it goes, I don't know if it goes by if you signed up or if it goes by like where your location is currently. I have no idea how that actually works, but it does show you like where people are from who watch you. It'll say like New York, Maryland, Connecticut, Massachusetts, you know what I mean? Like, and then it'll do like Australia, UK, Oh, fun fact about our Australia snacks that Holly sent us. We haven't gotten the second box yet, but me and the kids have successfully eaten all the pizza shapes and all the barbecue shapes because they're freaking delicious and they're gone already. And almost all the chocolate chip like Teddy Grahams. Okay. So my Australia snacks, like, we've been eating them. All right. Now, I'm kind of upset because the littles only left me one bag of pizza shapes. And those ones were my favorite besides the barbecue ones. And now I ate the last bag of barbecue ones yesterday. I ate the last barbecue ones yesterday. They were delicious though. Delicious. All right, let me focus, Elise. Jesus Christ, focus. Fucking focus. All right. Ugh, I can't today. All right, so purple, right? You guys remember the purple guy? You guys remember that, right? The guy? Okay, well, here's the thing, right? This fucking clown, buffoon, dude, right? It's the same guy who said he would hope that Meredith would have to, beg to live. Basically, he wants her fired so she would have to beg on the street and sell her body to live. That's what he said, right? Well, fun fact, this is the same guy who drove up from Maryland, as a matter of fact, to help the sewer turtle in the hearing against Meredith, where she was trying to get a restraining order on him, and he tried to get a restraining order on her just to like X out his own, like an asshole. But showed up for that, right? Well, what we found out through actual journalism, okay? This is actual fact checking. Meredith did actual fact checking here, folks, and then she showed the damn receipts. So what they found out was he had claimed this was his account, and he had claimed that he was a 24-year NASM CPT and nutritionist. Okay. Here's the problem with that is when you look up the number, which is right here on that quote certificate that is just riddled with errors, guess what? And it says that it was, on the 30th of, January 2026. When you look up the number on that website, that goes to every person's license, it is not his license. It is someone else's. It is the person of the name of Dmitry Gavrilov, and there's the number that matches the certificate, right? Certified personal trainer, which he claims to be. It is someone else's license completely, and the expiration date was like 2024 through 2020. So this guy is the guy. All right, that's the guy, and then they have everyone in their system, even when it expires, it's in there, right? It's in there. So yeah, he's very vile. He was one of those people that Aiden basically like started a YouTube channel and like sent people to him just so he could shit on Meredith in the same way that they did with Ray from Dallas. But so what we found out was, yeah, he stole someone's license number to claim and then made a fake license. Made a fucking fake license. All right. He made up a goddamn fake license. Am I the only one he likes? He doesn't bite me. Oh, the Chihuahua? Lucky did cutie. Your husband not so lucky. He gets little ankle bites. Oh, I know. You know what? There's quite a few of you who have lost children, Joy and Elisa. I think you guys would definitely have a lot to talk about as well. But yes, you're talking about, this is the same man who's been like charged with like violent crime, right? Who, Aiden said he's great. So all the people Aiden says are great and amazing and awesome are deplorable, disgusting humans. And all the people he says are like evil and awful are actually like, it makes no sense. Like everyone should listen to the opposite. Okay. So this is, Meredith said, as recently as January of this year, he has been using his AI-generated fraudulent NASM certificates to try to attract new business in Maryland Facebook groups. Okay? He's telling everyone that he's giving all these prices, all these pricey prices on things. Okay? And then it gets worse, guys. And then it gets worse. The Padres are playing right now? Jeez, I didn't know that. My husband definitely knows that, but I didn't. No worries. Yeah, meanwhile, Stuart Turtle said nothing about all this mess with Purple and focuses on Lisa instead. That's a fun fact, right? It's a fun fact, guys. It's a fun fact. Okay, so this is the fun thing, right? NASM certified personal trainer is what he says, out of Baltimore. 2003 to current. Problem with that is there's no history of him being a certified personal trainer. Meredith reached out to the company that issues the certificates. They wrote back. They said nobody of that name has a certificate with them. Okay. Now, if you don't know who this guy is, I'll remind you with this little snippet of this deplorable fucking human that Aiden cultivated just to shit on Meredith. Okay.
I do, in fact, hope she never works a regular job again. That is literally my goal for the rest of her life. That she's on this earth. I hope, just to be clear again, that she is begging on the street corner for change at some point in her life.
I mean, that's gross. I guess it's gross. Like, not for nothing, purple, pink lemonade, whatever the fuck your name is. Looks like you'll be the one begging on the street for change there, bud. Falsified licenses? Come on, buddy.
And she is as miserable as she has made 100 other people by doing what she does. I literally hope that happens for the rest of her life. I truly do. Just to be clear.
Right? Sounds like a nice
maybe
guy.
She has to sell her body like Obach does to make it.
Ew. Like, first of all, I was a dancer once, so I guess that's selling your body. It's selling people watching your body dancing. But I made damn good money doing it and nobody got to touch me. So, I mean, just saying. I mean, I was a dancer once. Like, they're just full of hate and anger. And it seems like just mad that, like, maybe people see them for the pieces of shit they are and people reject that they're just deplorable, disgusting humans. But this is perfect,
either which
guys.
one. I
right, sir. This is the Wendy's.
Absolute worst possible
Put your shirt
outcome
on
for her life, humanly possible. And I'm going to do whatever I can.
No one's
to
going to
make
do it.
that
Aiden
happen.
told him to.
I do, in fact, hope.
Okay, so that if you didn't know who the guy was, there he is. Okay. Well, I mean, he, wants to shit on Obok for pictures of her body, as in selling her body, which I find disgusting. Like, do you know how many people have an OnlyFans account now that, like, you don't even have to sell pictures other than, like, you fully clothed and people will buy them? Like, get the fuck out. Like, I think he's just mad because nobody wants to, buy his body, okay? Or his mind, for that matter, okay? I dance when fire ants get on my feet. You can dance if you want to. I mean, that probably looks like the way Aiden danced, Fire. He says she wants her begging for change, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be the one at this point, after falsifying all those documents and falsifying licenses, that is going to be digging for change in his own couch at this point to survive.
Loose change. That's nothing. Loose change. It's nothing. Loose change. That's nothing. Loose change.
That loose change, you better get it. Better get your loose change. Pink lemonade. Better get it. Better get it. Better get it. Better get it. All right. So basically he misrepresented himself as an NASM certified personal trainer on top of individual posts purporting to be certified when advertising his services. Okay. So not for nothing, but weird fucking behavior, guys. Weird to do that shit. All right. Weird. So he responds to the fraud allegation she brings up. Yeah, it is fraud, especially when you're telling people like you have all that, like, come on now. They're not doing him any favors, but you have to remember, this is the stuff he wants them to do. So like, then they get caught lying and being, just like him. And then he gets mad about it. Right. And it is fraudulent. You cannot sell your services and say I'm licensed if you're not licensed. Absolutely. So he finally apparently responded while we were live here, calling the journalist a spoiled brat. That was his response. As an investigative journalist, Meredith said, I reached out to Paul for comment on the multi-year fraud I documented. He ignored the request entirely. Instead, he decided to call the person who exposed him a spoiled, entitled brat who has never had one consequence for any of her actions. Let that sink in. The man whose years of fraudulent behavior just got laid out in public is accusing the journalist of lacking accountability, while completely refusing to address a single fact of what was reported. And right on cue, the cult is more upset that the fraud was exposed than that the fraud happened in the first place. The usual threats on people with valid licenses have commenced. You'd all be jumping for joy if the roles were reversed. Yes, he is, in fact, another idiot like that. Oh, yeah, odd dude. He's definitely an odd one. Well, that's exactly what he does. He recycles like rage attack dogs, and then what he does is he recycles people who are clearly not like okay up here, like they're not all there. You know what I mean? So that's it. Like he doesn't have any response. Nope. No. Weird. And these are the people that defend it. It's weird as fuck. It's weird. It's really weird to defend fraud like that. Like it's weird. So, here's another clip. Hey, Paul, thanks for admitting you sold memberships for training after you faked your personal trainer credentials. Oh, ouchies.
Now would be the time because I could really use that. You know what I mean?
People just like him. Exactly.
So I reached out to her just like I reached out to a few other people. Boom, boom, boom. Got them all signed up. Whatever. Good to go. Now I'm comfortable enough
not actually
to
a personal
where
trainer.
I cannot have to worry about not drawing a big income for the peanuts that YouTube is going to be. And that's why she gave me the $600 for 3 months because I sell in 3-month packages. That's the minimum. The cheapest plan is $200 a month for 3 months, $600. So she gave me the $600 for training that her fat drunk ass never fucking used one time. And people, also great memories, you people, tweeted at me on my other accounts that are deleted now, that they remember her saying many, many times that, oh, Purple's going to be mad at me and Purple should know I'm eating this and eating that. You know why? Because Purple was her trainer. That's why she was tweeting that, saying it. And
Fun fact, Purple's not anybody's trainer because he's not actually a personal trainer that's certified or anything. She did get him good with this clip. He looks like the dude that loads candy machines. Hey, you got my Doritos? Can I get a Snickers? This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. And Aiden, it looks like, before and after a Snickers, when you're hangry. Thank you, Current. I will do. Just pop that right into the wheel here. Got this. Okay. These are the people, right? Such a charmer, this one. This is, you ever seen those commercials where like people are hangry and they have like, they're waiting for the Snickers and then they grab the Snickers and they turn back into themselves. But like before they get the Snickers or they have like a Bobo version, they look like they're just like a manic troll. Yeah, he doesn't have the Snickers yet. He's angry, Hopefully for him, nobody got injured during his training or his nutrition, right? Like you cannot say you're certified in these things and not actually be certified in these fucking things, dude. You can't do that.
People are like, oh, I remember her saying this all the time because she did.
Exactly, Catch.
So this whole nonsense about a fucking camera and Kim, you dumb fucking bitch, you stupid fucking bitch. Aligning, once again, Kim, okay. Look who you're aligning yourself with. Look who you're aligning. You put your cute little thing at the bottom there. You're such a stupid bitch.
Exactly, Joy.
That you take anything that Psycho says.
Oh my God. He called everyone a stupid bitch. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Yeah, he called it off hours ago. I think it was like this morning. He called it off. Aiden called off his golfing tournament thing and said it was going to be too much rain, and he moved it. And here's the fun fact. The first thing I saw when I saw that, I was like, wait a second. Is he not realizing that maybe some of the 20 or 30 people who bought tickets might be coming from out of state and have booked hotels and flights and all those things? And then within like 15 minutes after that, I see on X someone put a screenshot. And it's somebody going, whoa, guy, you can't do that. I have a flight. I'm coming from Canada and a hotel already booked. Like, you can't, I'll play in rain. Like, I play in rain at least once a month. Like, what do you can't change the date, right? Fun fact, Aiden doesn't care if you have a flight and a hotel booked. And if you lose all of that money, he needs more money. So he needs more people to sign up. Sorry. Right. People that took work off, all those things, you're going to lose money. Like, sorry, he doesn't care that you lose all that money. He needs more people to sign up because he doesn't have enough right now that he doesn't have to pay out of his pocket. So he needs more people to sign up so that he doesn't have to pay any out of his pocket at all, out of his, extra money. And so he moved it because it's going to rain. It is going to rain, but you knew that a week ago, right? Like we all knew that almost a week ago, It's wild. It's fucking wild. Yeah, Baltimore, Maryland. I don't know how far is that from Ocean City, where I might go at the end of August. How far is Baltimore from Ocean City, Maryland? Does anybody know? Right, DeClaire wasn't going. So at least one person said in his chat, I got the screenshot, that they are coming from Canada and they have a flight and a hotel already booked. Oh, it's 3 hours. Okay. So not close then. All right. Not close. I mean, all he does is call women like, you're a dumb bitch, you're a stupid bitch, you're a cunt, you're this, you're that. It's like, ooh, you're so scary. You're wicked impressive with your fucking mutton chops. You're wicked impressive, guy. You're so impressive. Polo wants a tat back. It's embarrassed. No money back guarantee, apparently. My money's on the reschedule is on his new depot date. Any takers? Ooh, good point. I mean, to be fair, I think his new depot date is this week, but his new depot date is supposed to be this week, but he moved the thing to September. I think it's the date that he wanted to do like another Wilbur. I think it was like the 11th or the 12th, something like that, which aligns with the date that he wanted to do another show, but couldn't because none of those places would take him, 1.5 hours. Okay, still a while. I'm sure people will be lining up to about 6. But imagine how many, if a quarter of those people were coming from out of state and they lose money on flights or hotels, you think they're actually going to go to the second one? Oof, I don't know. I think he thinks he's going to fill it up more by stretching it out longer. I hope people just say, nope, no thanks, but takes forever. You should schedule an offshore fishing trip in Ocean City, Maryland. I would love to go fishing. If I had like the means to do something like that, like rent a boat, I would totally do fishing. Couple drinks, do some fishing. I would love that. That sounds like so much fun. Listen, I like the outdoors. I like it. I just need to be able to cool off because of my POTS. Makes me feel like I can pass out. So I Google mapped it 3 hours. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's a long way. Fun fact, no one's waiting in line to hear you say anything, Sarah. Right? What the fuck? Single, I believe.
At face value. That's how
Shocker,
fucking stupid
right?
you are.
That's how stupid. Everyone's so stupid. You're all so stupid. Everyone's dumb. I trust Turtle Boy, but I'm not stupid at all. I fake my licenses, but I'm not stupid at all. Everyone else is dumb. You're all dumb. You're all stupid. The turtle. Go turtle. Go turtle boy.
So this whole I lent him money for it. It's all lies.
I don't
And
know.
the thing about it is everybody except him pretty much apparently knows that every single thing that comes out of this bitch's mouth is a fucking lie.
Says the guy who just lies constantly for the turtle. Okay, make. Karen said, "Fun fact: training with the remote control on the couch doesn't count, sir. Finger push-ups to eat things don't count, sir. All right, it doesn't count. All right, when you're typing away and you're rage typing away, no, that doesn't count. All right, it doesn't count. When you're finger banging away at the keyboard, just rage tweeting, marriage spoiled, that doesn't count as exercise, sir. Yes, finger banging entered the chat.
Every fucking. She told me she had. Oh yeah, I just got hacked and $16,000 got stolen out of my bank account one time. I'm like, and she would say things like that, and I would be like, yeah, that never happened.
The table.
That never happened.
Angry.
Like whatever. Okay, sure. I wouldn't say anything, but it's like things like that along the way. I'm like, yo, that you're just making shit up. Like you're just making shit up.
Says the guy that makes
which
shit
is
up.
what she does. Make shit up and throw a bunch of money around. But hey, when mommy gives you a job, when mommy gives you a house that you don't have to pay for, you've got all this disposable income to try to buy people. And she thought she was going to buy me Halloween night. She thought she could buy other people, but little did she know that they're just going to take your money and call you a fucking warthog. That's
a
all
while ago. He showed up like to make a YouTube channel when Aiden and Meredith broke up, and Aiden was like, I need another Ray from Dallas who's willing to do it. And this Joker was like, oh, me, pick me, Aiden, pick me, pick me. I'm a cool guy. I want to be in the inside circle. Pick me. That's when. That's when.
Like, just like I said, we'll pull up some shit from the chat earlier.
I get hangry
She said
too.
one thing.
I do.
Slammed. Get the fuck out of here. Even Pat Ford's faggot ass.
Get the fuck out, Bird.
Was like, get out of here. Hit the bricks.
Get the fuck out, Bird.
And then she went away for a while because she knows she was going to get hammered in a Nurse Kim chat. And then she tried to come back later and gift memberships because that's all she knows how to do.
Gifting
try to buy people.
Nice.
Try to gain favor by buying people.
What's wrong with someone gifting memberships? There is nothing wrong. I love when people gift memberships because that means there's more people who are going to be able to be at my members only live. If you haven't gotten yourself a membership, by the way, get yourself a membership. We are doing a members only live this week and you're going to want one. So make sure you got one if you don't get one. And then if you don't get one and you can't get one, no worries. Maybe, well, fingers crossed that someone will gift some. That'll be fun.
She did it after court. Here's another good story. Here's another fucking good story.
I don't think it's suing. I think he was trying to have
in
him charged with
between
his intimidation.
like that time of the YouTube thing, January, February or something, and March, when I went up to court for Aiden the first time.
When I went up for Aiden, I need a pat on the back. When I went up there for Aiden the first time, I'm going to go up again because go, turtle. Go, turtle, go.
She tells me that, hey, you'd be happy. You'd be happy now. I've lost 25 pounds since January.
I want it more, Daddy. Please, more. He does have a daddy. He's a turtle, but he's a daddy. Like, please, Daddy, I want some more.
January. And I had basically like kind of.
Fun fact, he has charges for that. Yeah, he's got charges for that. He's clearly a very angry person. And I see narcissistic woman beaters from like 7 miles away because I had one that did that to me, right? I had an abuser that did that shit. And he's got some violent charges for exactly that. Isn't that fun? Yeah.
I stopped dealing with her at that point when she told me that. But she's like, yeah, I lost 25 pounds since January. I was like, good job. Great. Good for you. whatever. So then I go to.
I love the people that I'm sorry. I love the people that come to the Appalachian Trail ferries, the trail ferries that bring like hot food and like snacks and I love those people. I wish that I lived like somewhere near where I could do that. I would love to just bring like snacks and drinks and like things to people on the Appalachian Trail. That would be so fun to do, and it would make their day and it would make my day to make their day. That sounds like so much fun. I do leave snacks and drinks for the delivery people. That counts.
To court like a month
I don't get
later,
many deliveries, but
and remember,
I want the mailman to be.
I saw her at Halloween, and would you ever guess?
I don't know.
That no, she didn't lose 25 pounds. She probably gained 10.
Oh, he's angry. Give me 1 second, guys. I have to pee so bad. I'm rocking back and forth with my conspiracy pee. I'm going to put the donation information up on the screen while I go conspiracy pee real quick. I'm doing a 50-50. So 50% of my direct donations today are going to go to Lisa to help her because Aiden decided to shit on her last night. She's trying to fucking get through cancer and someone's got to take care of her. So her boyfriend or husband has no time off anymore left. He's got no time off left. It's been used. And so they're losing that money because someone's got to help take care of her. And we're going to help. We're going to do the best we can to help. And fuck Aiden for having anything to say about that while buying a house and frauding his subscribers into buying him a house while claiming he needs lawyer's fees. So if you would prefer to help someone else, you can do that this way, or that you can directly donate to her. We have that information too. We've put that up a couple times. I'll be right back. I just got to pee really bad. Okay, I'm back. I told you I'd be quick. I just had it. Yeah. Veruca Salt. Please, Daddy, I want some more.
Just another lie. All she does is lie.
Like you, like everything. A rug?
Even
all she does is lie. I don't lie at all. I don't lie like a rug. I don't lie. Kettlebrook charges around like, I think it was less. It was like 60 or 70 for a Monday. Look at their prices for Monday. Not for Saturday or Sunday, but for Monday. For a Monday, it was like 70, I think, and he was charging like 175. So he was trying to make about $100 off of each person. So he had to pay for at least 100 spaces, I think it was, but that would have been, I think, at the $70 or $75 part, not at the full what he's charging, because what he's charging, he's getting his cut of. They charge at like what they get, and then you charge more to make what you're going to make. But so he had to pay, I think it was 100 spots. Someone said minimum that he would have had to pay for, and he didn't have 100 people. So he would have had to pay for those extra spots. I would love to do that. It sounds so much fun. Exactly. Where they like least with, oh my God, you have my I have big dreams. I want to be like Oprah. Like you get a house and you get a car and you get a check for your bank account. You get all those things to like help you with your life. Like, and then, you get a hot dog cart and you get a, whatever your dream is, like, an ice cream station. Like you get it all. You get it all. Not for $99.99, for nothing, for freezies. I want to be like Mr. Beast, but like different. He gets to do whatever with all of his money. He does like challenges and shit, but like I want to have like Mr. Beast money, but I want to like take that money and then be able to like help other, like he has bought people houses and cars and things like that. But I want to do that on like scale, like big scale,
That. And then of course, what did she try to do after?
His clients.
Oh, we're going to lunch, right? Yeah. Oh, I'm going to pay for everything.
I would love to do that, but A, I probably am not the one driving. My husband would probably be driving. And B, I'm going to bet that he's not going to want to leave like super early so I could do that. So I would have to like see people while he's doing his like tournament. Because I'm guessing he's gonna want to spend time with like his teammates, and if they go out to like lunch, or if they do like I think one of the 3 Airbnbs has like a pool or like a community pool or something like that comes with it. So I'm sure he's gonna want to do stuff like that. I would love to. I want to stop in places like Jersey Shore, New York, like, the Carolinas. Like, I would love to just do a trip that involved like stopping in places like that. I would love to freaking do that. Let me see if I can talk him into it. That's the other thing. Is it on the way? Do we go past it, or are we like way out of the way? Is the other thing. Like, depends. If we're gonna go like past it, I bet I could get him to stop. If it's on the way, I bet I could.
Aiden had to stop her.
Yeah,
from paying for everybody, of course.
Aiden had to stop her from paying for everyone because he wanted her to give him more money. Duh.
Try to buy people again, because that's just what she does. Aiden had to stop her. Like, no, you're not paying for it.
Oh my God, I love that. I love her.
And again, these are the patterns that we have seen.
Yeah, it's not suing. It's he called the cops at one point to have him charged, I think, with witness intimidation. I don't think it was suing, because if it was suing, I think he would just sue, I watched the girl in Florida that started hot dog stand in Florida, Sunshine Dog. She started YouTube and now is making bank. Oh, I love that. I've never heard of her, but I love this. I love hearing these. Hello, darling. Monday, it's cheaper. So on Mondays, it's cheaper than the weekends. I think he rescheduled because he didn't want to. Hello. I think he didn't want to have to pay the extra money for the extra spots people didn't fill. Because I think it was a minimum of 100. I think that's what it was. Yeah, it was asking for charges. That's what it was. It was asking for charges. So yeah, Monday is like cheaper for golfing because most people want to go on the weekend, right? So it's like Saturday, Sunday is like more money than if you go on like a Monday or a Tuesday. But I think if you call, someone did, they either call or check the website, and it's cheaper on like a Monday or Tuesday. It depends. It depends on like, did he say like rain or shine? Is there anything on Eventbrite that says if it doesn't happen this day, you get a refund? That depends. It depends on if there is like, terms and conditions on an Eventbrite that stop him from doing that. I don't know. $200 a month or $600 for 3 months. I think I will take 12 months for $2,400 since the discount for multiple months are such a bargain. Speaking of pay, I just want to again say thank you to everyone for your support with Bella. All of you reminded me they're good people. Oh, dang, you're totally welcome, Ashley. Yeah, I think it was 144. That's what I'm saying. If there's a reschedule in the contract, maybe. I don't know. Put the ball in the TV's nuts. Chock full of nuts. Chock full of nuts. Chock full of nuts. Why would there be? If he promised X amount of dollars, why wouldn't the place just say it's raining sucks to be? I don't know. That's a good question. They must have allowed him to, I'm guessing, right? They had to have. If people want refunds, I think he would have to give them. You know what I mean? Well, that's the thing. That's what one person said. They were like, well, you can't change it. I'm flying in from fucking Canada, dude. And I have a flight and a hotel paid for. Like, what? Aiden's Kettlebrook golf course thing that he rescheduled. Yeah, apparently it's buying people to pay for like meals and drinks when you're trying to be nice. I think he's talking about Nurse Kim, but even that, like, again, I could be fair on that. I might not be a fan of Nurse Kim, but like her trying to be nice and just saying like, hey, I appreciate you guys. Let me pay for it. I have more money than some of you. So just like, let me hold the burden. Like I do that too. Right. Like when I was a dancer, I paid for a lot of things for a lot of friends. I took people on trips. I used to take my best friend Lisa out all the time. Like almost every weekend we would, the whole thing was like, get coffee, get lunch, go out to lunch, go shopping for a new outfit. Duh, we both need new outfits. Well, we'd go out and then we would pick a place, a bar, a place to go out to. And we would go out, right? And I would pay for it because she didn't have the means to be able to do that stuff. And I wanted to treat my friend to be able to do the same things that I am able to do, right? Like I wanted her to enjoy like I was enjoying, right? Like, hello, I don't regret any of it. Like sometimes you're just trying to like take a load off of other people and just be kind. It's not fucking rocket science, you know? I mean, again, that would depend on what's in the terms and conditions on Eventbrite, and you know what I mean? His reschedules on a Tuesday. Of course it is. You have to pass and convince it. Kettlebrook has a case-by-case cancellation policy due to rain. Interesting. Well, his regular job was claiming that he was a certified personal trainer. Well, you got to bring your own clubs. That's the other thing. You got to have your own fucking clubs. Most people don't have clubs. You know, who the fuck would come from Canada for him? I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. I was wondering the same thing. It looked like he was a guy, but I'm like, why? Why would you do that? Like, why? He is not like an A-list celebrity. The dude is literally like a Z-list celebrity. Okay. Weird. See, I love that. The people that mattered showed, including the DA, the chief of police, and the media. See, that's the important shit right there. The people who mattered will show no matter what, you know? No, I think he was talking about Kim because he said Kim's name. I mean, maybe he was talking about J7, but either way, I feel like when people are spending money or trying to help, like they're sharing the burden that they don't want you to have to take. Either person doesn't really matter. The thing remains the same, right? But he did say Kim's name a few times, so I think he meant Kim. But even if he didn't, like, you know, my point remains the same. One golf course, that's it. Yeah, people play in the rain all the time. My husband used to play in the rain too. It's in Paxton, Massachusetts. You know, we should go. We should go out there that day. He changed it to like September 11th or 12th. I don't know, but we should go. We should definitely go. We should do that. We should do that. Google rescheduling. If an event is postponed for severe weather rather than outright canceled, organizers often have 90 days to set a new date or issue full refunds through Eventbrite. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. The problem for the golf course is if they already purchased the extra food. Well, that's the thing. Did he get the food through the golf course, or did he like ordering pizza from the place down the street? You know what I mean? Like, no megaphone. My son's car probably has about 10,000 watts of amplifier speaker power. Oh yeah, megaphone. You just go on public property and get a megaphone and say all the things Aiden has done. I mean, it's just, you know, we can ask questions. We can ask him questions. Asking questions is okay. We can ask him questions. I have questions. I have questions. I can stand the rain. I can't stand the rain in my window. It's an old song. Okay. Purple rain, purple rain. Yeah, I'm guessing he was cheap. You know, maybe he called Chili's and was like, okay, instead of 2 for $20, can I get 80 for 40? Can we get 80 for 40 for that 2 for 20 deal? Can we get lots of chicken nugs? Free the nugs. Free the nugs. Free the nugs. Free the nugs. Right? We should feed them from D&E. He's having a mediocre event. You know? That's very true. Very true. Free the nugs. All right. Well, so this guy. All right. This is the guy.
You want to do this?
We want to do this. It's not very scary. But you want to do this? We're going to do this, you stupid bitch. What a creep. What a creep. Okay, so basically with his whole thing here, basically what he did was he essentially just lied. Okay, lied. Breaking update. Stolen photos confirmed. Hi there. Saw a post you made of your progress a while ago. I wanted to ask you if you used a personal trainer named Paul in Maryland. He's been posting your photo that you posted here on Reddit as his own client success story for his business. I've recently found him to be holding fraudulent certifications, among other things, and wanted to check this out if this was really his client, right? Today, this is the post with your photo. He was recently called out today, so if he deletes it, I do have screenshots. And this person said, fucking wild, LOL. I commented on it. Wow, haha, I figured he stole it. What a scumbag. Wowza. Stealing other people's pictures and claiming that that's him helping them, right? Wow. This other person said, nope, we never used him. Wow, thank you for confirming. He totally ripped off your wife's photos. What a scumbag. And that person said, seriously. So 2 different people. Okay. Damn, man, didn't know you was training me. News to me. Person commented on the photo and was like, damn, man, didn't know you were training me. News to me.
So he's using these photos as people that he trained and helped. Except the problem with that is these people have never met him, and he took the photos from Reddit. Okay, this is about Purple. You know, that ludicrous psychopath guy that Aiden like basically hired into like shitting on Meredith for him. Yeah, just like he did Ray from Dallas. This is Purple. Purple. This is what he calls himself. Purple. His name is Paul, but he calls himself Purple. Biohacked health with the E at the end being a 3. So this poor person had to comment on it and say, damn, man, didn't know you were training me. That's news to me. Like, wow. Stole the photos. He stewed the photos from Reddit. You can't make this shit up, guys. You cannot. Nah, he lives in Maryland. He lives in Maryland. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. You know, people try to see the best in people. You know, you try to see the best in people, you know, but malignant narcissists and people who are manipulative like that, like they're very good at hiding who they are. Make no mistake, okay? Very, very good at hiding who they are. All right. Next thing, last thing before we do, not yet, not yet. A guy named Paul. Yeah, that's Purple. He calls himself Purple. 1 like, 1 share. Okay, that's impressive. Wednesday night. Reading terms and stating you had to option to purchase weather insurance when purchasing a ticket. Hopefully people did. Oh, shit. Insurance? Weather insurance? Oh, no. Nah, he lives in Maryland. Maryland. He lives near Baltimore, as far as I understand. My sisters would punk this guy down. Ma'am, calling a woman a bitch in our world gets you punked down. Facts. Also, pointing your finger in my face gets your finger broke. That's real life. You know? Can this lunatic be charged with anything? It depends on if the government wants to or not, you know? But here's the email from the SSRP staff. It said, hi, Meredith. We're always happy to confirm whether someone displaying a certification issued by our institute is legitimate. There is no one named Paul, and I don't even know how to say this guy's last name. Shinin. I don't fucking know. Anywhere in our records. The attached screenshot appears to be a blatant forgery. Have a great weekend. Thank you. So this is his peptide therapy certification from the SEEDS Scientific Research and Performance Institute, which is fraudulent, made up, doesn't exist. Okay? It's the second one. Weird. Oh my God. Lunatic Barry is just like sending people messages saying, you're all going to be arrested. You, Meredith, Holbach, Nan, Christy, are all charging docs will be fine. This guy has been like threatening people with the feds for like 2.5 years, like every 30 days. You got 30 days. You got 27 hours. You got 2 minutes. The feds are coming. They're coming. Barry, holy fuck. Does your family care about you enough to like section your ass? Like, you are a lunatic. Seek help, sir. Holy shit. Seek fucking help, you weirdo. Yeah, it is fraud. If it's, I mean, he's ultimately screwed if someone files, you know? I wouldn't just waste my fucking time, and I don't care that much about some of these lunatics to give a shit about what they, you know. Listen, if I went after every one of the lunatics, bro, like, I would never have time to breathe, you know? Yeah, they bet he don't get the money to refund. And did he actually ever train someone is the question. Like, did you, like, who knows, you know? Got booted? No, he's in the cult. He's one of Aiden's faves, you know? Yeah, I just mute and block a lot of them. And it's like, bro, a lot of them will be like, you must be this fake. Listen, I have no fake accounts, okay? I have one account. It's in my name. I want you to hear what I have to say with my whole ass chest, with my whole ass face, okay? I'm not afraid to say anything. There's nothing that I'm afraid to say. But there is no chance in hell that I would be like calling the cops because I don't care enough to do that. Like, I don't care. Like, you want to fraudulent, like all those people, like Karma, right? Like, so if Purple wants to do weird shit with fake fucking certificates, well, Karma will bite his ass, you know? He wanted to come all the way down here to try to shit on Meredith without even knowing what the fuck he's doing or talking about. Doesn't know anything other than Aiden told him X, Y, and Z, so it must be true, right? And you come all the way down here from Maryland to get a little pat on the head like a doggy. Did you get a treat, Purple? Did you get a treat? I don't give a fuck about you enough to do any of that, right? Like, Karma eventually will bite your ass. It will. Okay? It will. Okay? Weird. weird. It's fucking weird. All right. It's weird. Well, it's probably a civil suit. You know what I mean? If he tells you to do something, you hurt yourself, or you end up like, puking because you like followed his like nutrition. I don't know. That's I don't know. All right. One other thing. Oh, here's the screenshot of the person. Right here it is. The Dan Islander. This person said, "Bro, you can't postpone the golf event. I have my flight and hotel booked and a week booked off of work. I'm coming from BC, Canada." Then they also said, I golf in the rain at least once a month. Come on. Like, he doesn't give a fuck about any of these people. I mean, he's had the cops called on him. I mean, he's tried to go after Meredith's license. I mean, I guess you could call that fucking, you know what I mean? Like, but I don't care enough. Sorry, don't care enough. Yep, where's that? You know what I mean? Like, where are all the people that supported Aiden? Oh, wait, they figured out who he was and they were a liar and they're not willing to commit perjury and lie on affidavits and 2 lawyers and 2 cops for him anymore because they keep losing when it comes to that, because Aiden always gets found out because he's not smart. He can't hide it, Right? First of all, you should have known better than to support fucking Aiden, to come out here from Canada to support that fucking piece of shit. Listen, supporting him means you're supporting, like, abuse, okay? It's that simple. No, it's real. He was going to have it. It was real. It's real. There was a golf thing. He's done it at Kettlebrook before. He's had one event at Kettlebrook before. So there was an actual event, but it is going to rain tomorrow. It's going to rain all fucking day, basically, So, I mean, that's what happened with the perps, okay? And then yesterday, Boozy Susie here decided she was going to message Jen Altman and say, your USAF records are not stellar either. And Jen Altman was like, that's good because I was in the Navy, dumbass. Like, just another drunken Saturday for Suzanne, a.k.a. Boozy Susie. She also says she has beautiful soft lips and skin. Yes, Kettlebrook in Paxton, Massachusetts. That's what it's called. Yes. You know what I mean? Like, this lady, what she does is she goes on those websites, the publicly available one, and like pays money like a dumbass to check like your credit report. So back when Aiden first attacked me, she sent some weird like social media comment, like made like some weird post with some weird name and was like, Twisted, I know about whatever the weird name was in Cranston, Rhode Island. And I was like, is this lady fucking drunk? I've never been in Cranston, Rhode Island. So I'm like, she just must be fucking, I just assumed she was like drunk, right? Fast forward like a year, right? I'm checking my credit report, which I hadn't done in a really long time because I just have shit for credit. And I'm like, damn, like it had like an address for Cranston, Rhode Island, which I've never lived in. And then a name under like alias. And it was somebody else's like full first and last name. And so, of course, I'm like, what the fuck? This is what that crazy lady was talking about. So, of course, I like dispute it because A, I've never lived in Cranston, Rhode Island. And B, I don't know that name or anybody associated with that name. So I dispute it. And I think to this day, they still have that stupid address like listed on my credit report, which I've several times disputed. Like, I've never lived in Cranston, Rhode Island. I've lived in one place in Rhode Island ever in my life. And it was Pawtucket, right? Never lived in Cranston, never set foot in Cranston, Rhode Island. And I don't know anybody of the name of whatever the fucking name was. These are the publicly available ones. So they get shit wrong all the time. All the time. And so it's like, lady, you went on a publicly available, like, check your credit report or history on certain people and looked up things that are not necessarily true and accurate because you're buying it online from a website that doesn't check their information. You fucking idiot, right? So, like, she goes to tell Jen Altman about records that don't exist because Jen Altman was in the Navy. So she's like, your USAF records are not stellar either. So what she clearly did was go on one of those reporting website things, paid money, and they were like, oh, USAF, right? Falsely. And she's like, oh, those records aren't great. Not that she would see those records anyway, but she probably just saw USAF and then made that post, right? And Jen's like, great, I was in the Navy, dumbass. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, bro, there's no gotchas on anyone, right? We have nothing to hide for there to be a gotcha, Boozy, all right? Although being arrested for assault and still drinking after all this time, that might be a gotcha for you. You would imagine some of these people that continue to embarrass themselves and then are arrested for assault and endlessly being fucking drunk, making phone calls, get like, bro, How are you not embarrassed? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's all for self-reward. It's to make himself feel good inside, you know? Inside. Right? Good luck with that. You're going to waste all that money. That's just stupid, you know? Just stupid. I have no idea. I'd have to look at the website to see it. He canceled because he's going to be found out that he didn't sell as many tickets. That's the other reason is he keeps saying 80, which doesn't make sense because the website will let you add as many as there are. As of when he signed out, only 18 out of 144, which is where he started, 144, only 18 of those had been sold. So how is there 80 people going? That doesn't make any sense. 80 tickets were not bought. So his math is not mathing. And he didn't want to, and like I said earlier, he definitely didn't want to pay the difference for what I think the minimum was 100 people. You know what I mean? That's the other thing is Facebook made everybody put their real name. Do you remember that? What they actually told my friend because her name it's not like a traditional name. It's not like Lisa or Sally, right? So they literally told her that her name is not her real name and she needed to change it on Facebook. She had to send them like her ID and shit and be like, that is my name. What are you talking about, dude? Like your algorithm is saying like you can't use a fake name on Facebook. Like why should everybody have to use their government name? That's weird. Facebook, it's weird. But also Facebook is into like deleting things. Like I made a post about a costume that my daughter wanted that they didn't have any in the store anymore. When my daughter was like 3. And I was like, does anybody have a Minnie Mouse costume? I forget what the costume was, but I'm just going with Minnie Mouse. Minnie Mouse costume for size like 3T. I have a 2T in a chickadee that I can either trade or pay for Minnie Mouse. And fucking Facebook put me in Facebook jail for that post and tried to say it was like a spam or fraudulent. I forget what I have a screenshot of it, but I forget what like the reason was, but the reason was like absurd, like absolutely absurd. Had nothing to do with what I wrote at all. And I'm like, what, dude? What the fuck are you guys talking about, dude? Like what? And mind you, it didn't flag it right away. This was like 6 months later. Like, what are we doing, Facebook? What are we doing? Like, which is why I barely use Facebook anymore. So there's that. Yeah, she sure did. Yep. USAF. That's what she said. Jen's like, that's great because I was in the Navy, you dumb fuck. Right? She should someone tell Jen to get her anchor tattoo changed to the wings. He said 80, but I doubt that. They sure did. They sure fucking did. They sure did. No, because you have to he's had a golf tournament at Kettlebrook before. And people did call Kettlebrook. So he did have it scheduled at Kettlebrook. We do know that. So we know that there was going to be an event. I think he knew that there weren't many people coming and he was going to be embarrassed, to be honest. And I think he also wanted more time on top of that to sell extra tickets because he doesn't want to have to pay the difference. I guarantee you. Can't be just a little rain because people who golf in rain all the time. You know what I mean? All the time. All the time. 2 days ago, TV solicited money for golf giveaway ticket. 2 days ago, he should have known it was going to rain. Well, he did. People were talking about it 4 or 5 days ago that it's going to rain all day. You know, we made whole jokes about that 3 or 4 days ago. You know? Have dinner, girl. All right, there's just one other thing, and then we're going to do the raffle, okay? Okay, where is it? This is okay. Jolene had many, Jolene in her audience had many questions for the Ethel, the Machado. I've had many questions for Machado myself about many stupid things that she does. You know what? I don't have the link for it. I really have to look for it. I have it somewhere, but I'd have to look for it. It's not something I could pull up real quick. But this was quite funny. This is about 5 minutes long. And it's just a clip someone posted. But these are all the same questions that not all, but some of these questions we have asked here on this channel. Like, why do you be doing these things? It's weird. Ethel Machado, why do you be doing weird shit? Okay? Weird. I don't know. I don't understand. What the hell? Fuck.
And how come Hammy's getting no love anymore? What happened with Hammy? Okay. And how bad do you want to have sex with Kirk Miniman? And why do you think you can get on Barstool Sports? I have a lot of questions. I got so many questions. Yeah, and when are you going to take your mom on vacation? When are you going to take your mom to the doctor? When are you going to take your mom to get a pedicure? When are you going to stop talking shit about your mom on the internet? Does your mom consent to you talking shit about her on the internet? Why do you always have to mention she's a bad mom? Why do you live with her right now? What are you waiting for? Why can't you get your own house? Why are you there for 10 years if you really don't want to take care of her and you don't like her and you think she's a bad mom? How come you're paying your sisters? And these are all things you put out on the internet. It's not like personal questions. You put this out. Why are you paying TT's electricity bill? Then why are you telling everyone? Is an attempt to embarrass her and make yourself look good? And why every time you pay for the car behind you, do you have to tell us you're paying for the car behind you? Why don't you mute? Why do you keep filming people and recording people's voices without their consent when you're out and about? And how come you are rude to people who work in like stores or the service industry? And why do you flirt with Derek? He's young enough to be your son. I got a lot of any other questions? Ask some questions here, guys. And why do you blame Valhalla for the death of your fish? You're clearly a pet hoarder, okay?
Fish.
You have some issues. I saw when you were showing all the fish tanks, and they didn't look good.
She's got turtle.
And you really have to educate yourself. Like if you hear from Val Kilmer, he has educated himself about aquariums. You can tell that he has a true passion for it. You don't. You're like, and then Jeffy and we spit shine this one. Now when he peed it when he was drunk. You literally have admitted that you have kids so that you can like have friends and get the love you never got.
So that's a point that those of you, I don't watch a ton of Joe, but some of the, when I watched this morning, some of these questions we've asked, valid questions. She has said that she had kids so that she could get the love that she never had and have friends. That's not why you have kids, right? Like that's not that's not why you have kids, right? Like you don't have kids so that they can give you love that you never had. And like that's, you find a psychiatrist. You know what I mean? You get a psychiatrist. That's the one thing that I don't get. So are we afraid of the turtle? Like that's the one thing I don't get about her is why don't she ever go after Aiden? He does some of the most LOL cow shit I've ever seen in my fucking entire life. I'm playing this for the purposes of the questions that some of the audience asked and some of the questions that like we've asked, which are like, bro, why are you talking shit about your mother, but you live in her house? Why the fuck are you showcasing always fighting with your husband who seems always angry? Like, why the fuck did you tell the world you paid your sister's electric bill? How embarrassing. Why? Why? So this isn't really for purposes of like bullying Jess, but we've brought up some of these very real questions on what the fuck are you doing, dude? You can keep some shit private. You know what I mean? Like you don't need to bring everything out in public. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. He called it a giveaway. It's not a giveaway if you're like that's a raffle, right? Like it's not a giveaway. Me neither. Not in a million years. Not by a fucking long shot. Someone said that and again, you can't confirm any of that, but someone said their sister or brother or somebody worked at the courthouse and like said she didn't have time to like shower or put deodorant on, and they said something to her. Maybe that's why she didn't go back, but who fucking knows? You know what I mean? Like who knows if that's real, not real? Who knows? Right? I feel like she is kind of a personality that psychologists are still like not quite figuring out, where you know, you have to be honest with like mental health professionals if you're going to get the correct help. And when people aren't honest with them, you're not going to get that help, right? It's just not going to happen. And a lot of people who are narcissistic or think that they're more important or better than other people, they don't share the correct information with the therapist about the things they say or do because they don't want to look bad. Well, that's why you're there. You're there to get help, right? You're not there to just gaslight the therapist or the psychiatrist or psychologist. You know what I mean? That's the one thing I don't get. Like, why don't we go after the turtle though? Like, why don't we ever go at, like, he does some of the most LOL cow shit I've ever seen in my life. And I haven't seen much of the satire jokes on him. You know what I mean? I don't think Erin really wants much to do with her anymore. And I don't blame her, you know? Claire recruited who? He recruited who? She has a phone. Watching the video of her car repossession at store lot made me sad. I feel like everyone's had a car repo, but it was the lying about it for me. It was like when you're young and like
you lose a job or something, like that might happen. You might get your car repoed. Like if you're not of means and don't have like money that's saved, like that could happen, you know? Oh, the Blair recruited Jolene. I don't think she likes him. I don't know. I don't watch her enough to know. You know what I mean? This was just already on X as a clip. I watched it this morning. Weird. You know what I mean? Like for me, it's like it was her pretending that like she's above everyone else and is amazing and awesome and has never had any problems ever in her life. So how dare anybody else be poor? How dare anybody else need help? How dare, but in reality, she is or was poor and does need help, right? You live with your mom in your mom's house, right? Like it's the pretending that you like have it all and you have enough money and you make so much money and it's, you know, 20,000, 10,000 a month. You make so much, you're totally fine and it's fine. And then the next minute being like, I can't afford anything, nothing at all. I'm broke. Which one is it, right? Like I'm broke. That's it. Like I'm a small channel. I don't make a ton. I'm broke. Like that's life, right? I don't pretend to be a baller, shot caller. And then, you know, it depends on the day, how I'm feeling. Froggy. Do I feel like I'm rich today and poor tomorrow? No. It's not realistic, right? Like if you have a good day on your show, you might have a good day. That's great. That's wonderful. But that good day isn't every day. So that needs to stretch. You know what I'm saying? Like it's weird. It's weird. He knows her though. Oh, through past gigs. Okay. Yeah. See, I didn't know that. Not sure if this true. Just saw someone say Broken Baker is very sick. And yeah, he had his gallbladder out. Someone said, I actually am supposed to have my gallbladder out. I've been avoiding it. The doctor said if it doesn't bother me again the way it did the first time, then I don't have to have it up. But if it bothers me again the way it did the first time, where I was feeling like crunch over pain, then I have to have it out. So I have been just like avoiding like things that would make it flare up, if that makes sense. Yeah, I heard gallbladder as well. So it's supposed to be like just a quick inpatient, like, you know, they remove it, you go home, you know. But I don't wish harm on the Baker. I don't like him. I think he sucks. He's part of the cult. And I think he's done some shitty shit on behalf of, donations and views and whatever. But I don't wish him to be sick or hurt. You know, that sucks to have your gallbladder out. For me, it's scary. I don't want to have it out. And if it bothers me again, I'm going to have to have it out. And I don't want it to be cutting me open, slicing me open, doing anything. I don't want to. Even my doctor was like, it's not that bad, I promise. I'm like, I don't care. I don't want to, you know? I don't want to. Yeah, I didn't know that. Why doesn't she want wanting in her name? Because she knows she's reckless and it's only a matter of time before she's sued and the other party will win. Possibly. Don't eat grassy thing with gallbladder problems. I try greasy. Yeah, they told me not to eat like a ton of greasy stuff. Obviously, they told me to lower my red meats, more lean meats. So I do all those things. But it's so scary. Why doesn't it have that's it. I don't know. Good question. I mean, my husband has like okay credit, but we don't have like credit cards or anything. It's, you know what I mean? It's a trap, which I don't have I've been married before and like my ex pretty much ruined my fucking credit. So yeah, that was fun. You know, what gigs you mean? Blair doesn't do stand up, or you mean YouTube gigs? Probably YouTube, I'm guessing. Baker will have his gallbladder removed in 2 months. Oh, pancreatitis until his pancreatitis. Okay, got it. Yeah, pancreas issues and gallbladder issues are not fun. I have both of those, but I hope he gets better. They can't do the surgery until his pancreas swelling goes down in a few months. So it's not just okay. Yeah, no. Well, that sucks. Well, he's not going to be there for a few months though, right? They're going to send him home, I would assume, after it's like a little bit better and it's manageable from home. Yeah, right. So they want people to worry about Baker, but not Lisa. Like that's the thing, right? Like they're sharing Baker's, Venmo and views and do all these things, watch his shows and comment on them. That's great and all. But like, once again, what makes it different for Lisa? She has cancer. Like what the fuck? You know what I mean? Yeah, see, I'm scared. I'm not gonna lie. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little petrified to be cut open. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it.
I had mine out and they woke me up, threw me in a wheelchair and zoomed me out ASAP. So that's what I'm saying. Like, and it takes, yeah, like they said a couple days to a week to recover. And it's like, they want you out of the hospital, but realistically, in my opinion, you should be there until you're better. You know what I mean? But nope, they want you out so they can, give that bed to someone else and charge your insurance and all that fun shit. You know what I mean? Weird though, girl, and asked me, I'm living in your mom's house. Yeah, I mean, I've been on my own since I was 17, so I haven't lived with my parents since I was a literal teenager. I was in foster care. They let me out at 17 and a half. So I've been on my own since I was 17 and a half. I've had to fend for myself since then, and it hasn't always been easy. So I couldn't understand living in your mom's house at this age, but I digress. Like, especially shitting on other people that, like, I have to do full adulting, right? If the house is in her mother's name, then that stands to reason that her mother is not going to, like, let the house get repoed, and she's going to pay for some food, or she's going to pay for some of the, bills on the payments on the house, right? Like, she's obviously not spending all her money on that. Her husband's not spending all their money on that. Like, all of me and my husband's money goes towards our rent and our bills and still doesn't cover all of it, right? So it's like, I've been adulting since I was 17 and a half. Imagine shitting on other people who are adulting while living in your mother's home. It's weird, bro. It's fucking weird to me. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just it's a trap. It's a trap. Credit cards are a fucking trap, Apparently there are invisible YouTube tables on YouTube. So according to some, Lisa doesn't have a seat at their YouTube table. Well, she's always got a seat at my goddamn YouTube table. So they can fuck off. They can fuck off. All right. So for purposes of those of you that don't like Jolene, I don't watch her enough to really know all the nuanced things about her. I just found some of the questions that the audience was asking about Ethel there to be kind of on point, couple a little funny. That is the purpose of the video.
Why would you do that? Why don't you just go to therapy? You realize you're passing on like generational trauma, right?
Go to therapy, man.
And you realize no one is jealous of that.
Therapy.
Yeah. And why do you knock on dogs? Good. Yes. Why do you yell so much? Why is your voice so annoying? We need proof of life of the birds, Kathy says. Okay. And how are you so busy? You don't do anything. You're just doing like regular ass shit that most moms do while having an actual job where they're not just screaming and e-begging on the internet. I remember Criminally Confident says why did you invite Derek to the pool? Is your son okay with you inviting Derek to the pool? And why do you wear JCPenney orthopedic shoes?
My grandparents helped me as much as they could. When they were alive. My grandfather died when I found out I was pregnant. So he died, but I was 17 when he passed. My grandmother died of like congestive heart failure and COPD. But I didn't have parents that like could financially help me or be there. My dad died when I was 21. He was living in Florida at the time. He was here visiting when he unalived himself, but he was living in Florida. He came and visited all of us, and he was here for a week and unalived himself here, unfortunately. But I didn't have financial support from family or parent really, other than my grandmother. And she did what she could. You know what I mean? She did what she could. And so it's definitely tough, as a 17 and a half year old pregnant, trying to do it all on your own. But I am proud. I still went to high school, and I still graduated high school with a baby, and with a medically sick baby who had in my pictures of me in my cap and gown, I'm holding my daughter, and she has her G-tube taped to her face. So it goes for babies like that. They put it up your nose and down your throat. For the G-tube for her feeds. And so at that point, already knew she was sick, right? So I'm a teen mom with a sick kid trying to make it on my own. And so I just kind of took it in the same way that I take it today, day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute if I have to, And I often wish that I had or have like a live family to surround me with that sort of like aura. But what I do have is I have all of you, right? Some of you have gotten to know as people just outside of this show, right? I've gotten to know about you and your lives and the things that you like and the things that you don't like. And I love that so much. And I've made relationships and friendships with other people that I wouldn't have had if it weren't for a loser turtle. So I can appreciate sort of having a chosen family, if that makes sense. So she lives with her mom. Yes. But the problem is she also shits on her mom and says she's a bad mom. And one time said she wouldn't go get her medication, and like says she was never a good mom, and it's like, you live in her house, dude. Like, why blast that on the interwebs? You don't have to have a relationship with your mom, and if you think she's toxic, that's fine. Although I think Jess has those same toxic traits that she's claiming her mother has. But why put it on the fucking interwebs for everybody to talk about? That's not something I would talk about publicly. You know what I mean? Well, she's on Cations. Yeah, she's on Cations, but her lupus is fine on Cations, though. Okay, it's fine on Cations. She's been, throwing money around memberships and chats and whatnot, but Cations and stuff are more important. She's got Cations. Most people have to figure out they don't bully family members to adult for them. Yeah, you got to just adult on your own, man. You gotta, you just figure it out. Yeah, she's been in people's chats, but she hasn't been quiet. But she does love her Cations. Yeah, she was in J7's chat. Jillian's from the West Coast. I don't think she got very involved with Tolkien. Probably not to the extent of knowing every person and every little thing, daily bipolar. It kind of is a little bit like that, Mama trauma, purges it all on YouTube. Yeah, but like, talk to a therapist then. It's weird, man, Yeah, she said some really shitty things about her mother. And then she was like yelling at her mother. She would go get her medication. Like, listen, even if I had a shitty relationship with my mother, if my mother lived with me or I lived with my mother and she needed her medication, like, I'm going to get it regardless,
And why do you let 7-Eleven pay your bills when you know she's struggling?
Probably.
And why are you so feral? And why are you stuck in middle school? We have so many questions. You guys have great questions. And why is your face like that? And why the whole milk every day? And why do you always shit yourself? Have you ever been to a gastrointestinologist? Is that what they're called? Gastrointestinal doctor? Have you had a colonoscopy?
Yes.
Because you're 50. And you probably should have had one, at least by 45. Do you know what's going on in your butt? You maybe want to get your butt checked. Oh, I listened to a little bit of it, Brennan. Oh, yeah, I listened to a little bit. I saw it. She was struggling to get the views. She had to go straight into drama because only like 200 people were joined. And then it hit 300 like 20 minutes later. So, yeah. And why does your card have a $400 limit? And why does your card get declined a lot when you're at the society?
Maybe.
And why do you have to get coffee every day when clearly you can't afford it?
Listen, I
and why
will
are you
never
a
shit on
month-to-month
somebody for coffee every day, although I do keep my Mary Lou's cups and make some at home half the week. I get myself one thing, and it's coffee. That is my only indulgence, really, of things to keep myself sane. So I can't shit on people for getting coffee.
Oh. Okay. Like, times are hard, and a lot of people are month-to-month hoes, but why do you act like you're a baller shot caller and then the next month you're e-begging? Yeah, you got expert says you gotta get your butt checked. You gotta get your butt checked. You gotta butt check your booty, girl. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and why are you so concerned about? Good question, Valhalla. Why are you so concerned about intercontinental finger blasting that had nothing to do with you? Are you jealous? And why are you so obsessed with Broken Baker? Like, it's weird. It's creepy. Every chance you get to write a song about him, bring him up, talk about him and his relationship. Why? Do you want to toot on him? Is that like your fantasy?
Ew, gross.
Oh my gosh. It's for the poops. She says it makes her go every day. 24 on 24 makes me poo, 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 poo. Do. And why were you so in love with Turtle Dove? Did you want to go in his above ground swimming pool? Is that why you hated all his girlfriends? Is that why you couldn't wait to get on his lives and talk shit about them? And why did you rip on the way Meredith looks when you look like that?
Lovely.
Why do you rip on the way anybody looks when you look like that? That's what I don't understand. And why are you so mean to Cyberchick Boston?
Oh, boy. Boy.
Why you talk about people and call them ugly and stuff when you look like these? Or 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 you look like these? And why do you claim you're like some conservative woman when clearly you're not?
Oh,
or look like these?
Alrighty.
Why can't you say please and thank you? Why can't you use a nice inside voice?
Thank you.
Why does Jeffsies hate you? Why do you guys have so much resentment? And why do you put it online? Why do you exploit your relationship and your problems? Yeah. And why do you eat corn the long way? That's what Valhalla wants to know.
I would never put that on.
Why don't you go to the dentist? Does she not go to the dentist?
Never.
So ready to talk shit. Says why you don't go to, why you going nowhere? You scared? And why is vaping gross but chewing with your mouth open? And don't you smoke cigarettes? So why are you worried about what Ali Mata's doing in vaping when you smoke at the ciggies with Jeffies?
Leave me alone.
Huh? Why you can't live and let live? Why do you racially profile people? Why you get so mad when people call you a bigot when you're clearly a bigot? We got good questions, you guys.
I mean, some are valid questions. I'm just saying. Some are valid fucking questions. All right? We're just going to say some are valid questions. The flies. I can't with the, oh, this was a Muppet Man video and it made me LOL. Okay. And then we'll do the raffle. I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not really sure. Very bad. He's upset.
Another day, another new court case. 100 years or more is what I face. The only reason what I do is just for you. Only money will keep them from getting through. You all saw play out live. Unmarked cars pulling in my drive. But it's just another day, as you can see. Only way to stop it all is more money. Keep sending all you have until I'm free. Cause the only one between them and you is me. Give, send, and go. Turtle chats and Venmo. Mail money if you want, cause I'll take cash. Just don't send me any gifts like t-shirts. Cause those worthless things go right in the trash.
He says he throws gifts in the trash of their t-shirts because he doesn't want them. Like, I would keep all of them and probably frame them because I would be so touched that somebody like made me a t-shirt or made me a gift. Like, what the fuck? All right. I need a vote. I need you guys to, yeah, the ladies dancing. I need a vote on how y'all want to do this. Okay. How do you guys want to do the wheel? Do you want to do first person it hits is the winner? Or do we want to do process of elimination and the last person, like, it'll spin, it'll hit a name, and I'll remove that person. It'll spin, I'll hit a name, it'll remove that person until we get to the very last person on the wheel who will be the winner. Okay. I want to see a 1 in the chat if you just want to do a 1 spin and that one person wins. I want a 2 in the chat if you want to do a process of elimination. And the last person that remains on the wheel is the winner. Okay. I wanna see what we're doing. What we're doing. No, for the whole thing, because it's the whole thing. The whole thing is one prize. The whole thing is one prize. Well, if they're not, we can always say who won and leave a message. I'm seeing mostly 1s. So most people just want a 1 spin. I'll show you what the thing looks like so you can change your mind if you want, but I'll show you. Wheel opening. So here's the wheel. Here it is. That's the wheel. Don't mount this stupid ad on the side. Yeah, 1 person wins the whole kit and caboodle. It's the whole kit and caboodle. The whole kit and caboodle. Okay. I see some 2s. I see some 1s. God damn it, you guys are making this hard. I mean, 2 is funner because it's like, you know, you eliminate every last thing until there's 1 person left on the wheel, right? Yes, all the prizes go to 1 person. Oh, it's everything. It's the whole kit and caboodle. So if you're trying to get yourself a raffle spin, you might want to do it right this. I'll give you 2 whole minutes to buy up your last minute raffle ticket. Spot, call it a spot, to do that. And then I will, yeah, all the things go to 1 person. So it's a whole package deal. That's the point. It's like 1 package deal. That was what made it sweet. Is it's just a big old package deal, you know? Well, that's okay. If I have a couple people who said if they win, they would like to give it to certain people, or another person who said donate it to someone else. So like, there's a couple people that also wanted to do that. So, do we want to do
the process of elimination and do last person on the wheel wins all of the things. Yeah, last call for alcohol. Last call. It's all of the things. No, all of the things. It's all of the things. I think you guys maybe got confused with the and or for the whatchamacallit, it's like the earrings. The and or for the earrings was like you get to pick one of 3 of these if you win, basically. Like, so for instance, see the 3 different kinds of earrings, choose one. You get to choose 1 out of the 3 if you win of those, and 1 out of the 2 different kinds of necklaces if you win. But this is a whole kit and caboodle. This is the whole thing goes together. No, it's a whole kit and caboodle, the whole thing. Maybe you guys, I think, so this is why I explained it on the first day. Like, if you win, you get to pick, right, on the earrings. Like, you get the ring, you get the open face locket, then you get to pick 1 of the 3 different kinds of earrings and 1 out of the 2 of the necklaces. Yes, plus a few mystery funsy items that I have that will be fun. It's a winner take all. It's a good point. That's the point. Like, why not get your own place? It's fucking weird. It's weird. Get your own place, Ethel. Jesus. All right. I guess what we're gonna do. Okay. Guess we're gonna do process of elimination because that's funner and takes a little bit longer. But that means the very last person on the wheel gets the winning. So each spin, it'll hit a name and I will remove that name. And I will spin again and remove a name. And I will spin again and I will remove a name until we get to the very last name. All right, doesn't look like we have any extra people popping in for this. So I'm gonna start spinning in a second. I just don't want to like start spinning and then something pops up and then I don't want to have to redo. So unless you're doing it right now, you tell me to wait. I'm gonna get ready to spin this Ladberry. Are we good? Is everybody good? We're good? Can we spin? We're good to spin. Watch, it'll be my luck and I'll be getting ready to spin and all of a sudden I'll be like, wait, hold on, wait a minute. Little ads that pop up on the side. Go away, ads. Go away, ads. All right. Let's get it. Let's get it on. All right, here we go. Boop. First spin to remove first name. Ooh, it makes a fun sound. I like it. Oh, that's okay, Go Duke. You have more. Okay? You have more on there. That's okay. It's all right. Somewhere over there. Wait a second. Where's the other one? Okay, it's there. Okay, just making sure. All right. Spin again. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. You have more on there. You have more spots on there, girl. Don't worry. You got more. You got more. Okay. Here we go. What we got? Okay. Sharp as hard. It's okay. You have more. I think you have more. Right? Yes, you have lots more. Okay. Here we go. Damn it, James. All right, we got more. Okay. My headphone just died. Damn it, James. For fuck's sake. Search your name for some reason. All right, let's see. And pass the pepper. All right, we got more. Quartet. Damn it, this wheel, James. Like, what the hell? Fun fact, James was gonna donate to one of you guys. Lorelai, damn it. Now it's getting bigger with the names because everyone you take off, the little slices get a little bigger. You know? Damn it. I feel like that little kid in the TikTok. Fucking damn it. Fucking damn it. Fucking damn it. Oh, Rachel, no. It's all right. You got more, Lorelai. You have more on there. Dang it. Shepherd's Heart. I think you got another one on there. You got a couple on there. You got a couple on there. Bigfoot Festival. That's hilarious. It's going to be a turtle as a judge. Is it going to be a turtle? Lorelai, why you keep targeting my girl, Wheel? Goddamn Wheel. Pass the pepper. All right, we're getting in here. I mean, I feel like it's like conspiring against you, Lorelai. Like what? Maybe it's because you just had a lot of spots. I feel like it's conspiring. More chances to obviously land on it. Aw, dang it. There's one of Lisa and Cannoli's spots. That's okay. You have enough. All right. You have enough. That's it. It's discriminating. This is a conspiracy. Wheel, you are conspiracizing. I feel like it's conspiracizing. I just feel like it is. Like, fucker. Marsha. Dang it, Wheel. Panda, I feel like that was targeted harassment. Oof. Oh no, Ruthie. We can't buy in once we already started, girl. We already got it. I think there's still, I think pretty much everyone still has one spot, right? Goddamn Wheel. Oh, Pepper too. It's been like, it's targeted Pepper a few times. Shepherd's Heart. That's okay. You have more. You have more. It's getting bigger. Yeah, it's getting bigger. Oh no, Jesse. Oh no, oh no, oh no. It comes for Jesse. That's okay. It's only your first one. It's okay. Right? Pull! Ah, dang it. It took Ruby out. Goddamn wheel. Oh, no, no! Damn, Jesse. It's just... You have one left, I think. Yeah, you got one left. You got one left. Is he doing another Lauren Matthews attack again? He's already done 2. Oh no, Panda. Yeah. Oh no, go Duke. It went past you. You still got one on there, Panda. It is fun. I love doing these. They are fun. Jesus. That's okay. Lorelai still has one on there. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Damn it, Jesse. It just ate your last one. Dang it. No! It's the last one for Panda. Was that the last one? Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'll eventually do another one. Shepherd's Heart. That's okay. You have quite a few left over there. Ah, now it's going to target you because you have a few on there. So it's the odds are that it's going to get you a few times. I'm gonna get you. Yeah, but goes for a third ski. Goes for a third ski. God damn it. All right. Oh no. Oh, no. That's all right. Shepherd's Heart has another 3. Oh no, Lisa. We have a few Lisas. All right, it's getting big here. Oh no, takes out the last James one. No. Boo. All right, here we go. What do we got left here? Lisa and Cannoli, Grammy Cheryl, Shepherd's Heart SC, Go Duke, and Lorelai. So congratulations, one of y'all. Here we go. I'm gonna whittle it down here. Ah, dang it. It's on took you out, Lorelai. So close though. Oh no. It takes out Grammy Cheryl. Right, drum roll. I'm good at drum. My dad would have been good at drum rolls. That's for sure. Shepherd's Heart. All right. Down to really 3 people, but 4 names. Shepherd's has 2. The odds are in favor, but you never know. This wheel apparently just does whatever it does. You know, oh, it takes one. Another one bites the dust. Another one's gone. Another one's gone. Another one bites the dust. All right, now it's just the 3 of you. Okay? It's just the 3 of you. So, let's see. Oh no, Lisa.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right.
Go round as a drum roll, please. It's either Go Duke or
Shepherd's heart. Let's see. We're gonna find out right now. Go Duke. Look at that. You beat the odds, my friend. You literally beat the odds. You have beat the odds, girl. The odds were stacked against you and you still did it. Congrats, girl. Never done a raffle this way? I mean, it's the fairest way to do it where everyone can see. You know what I mean? Like, all I do is click. I click to start it and the wheel does its own thing. And then, so it's fair. You know what I mean? It's completely fair. When you do the one and done, it's not as fun because, like, you spin it one, okay, you win, right? Like, but when you eliminate all of the names, like, it's funner that way. You know what I mean? It's funner that way. You know, right? I feel like it was fun. Not, you don't think it was funner that way? I feel like it was funner that way. It's always funner that way, but it's the fairest way that I can do it. You know what I mean? I've done like write everyone's name down, put it in a fucking bag, shake the thing. I've done that, but I feel like this is the fairest way because it's like everyone's name is on there, and then see this shuffle button over here. Once I write all the names down here in a row like this, I just hit the shuffle button and it shuffles all the names up. So you don't have 5 of the same person next to each other, right? You just hit the shuffle button and it shuffles all the names up everywhere. And then you spin the wheel. You know what I mean? Nail biter. Nail biter. I feel like it's the fairest way. You know what I mean? Like it's funner too. Like it takes a minute to go and like it's the anticipation, you know, it's fun. It's fun. Congrats. Go Duke, darling. Do me a favor if you can, when you can. No rush. But tell me what you want on the pillowcase. If you want something, you might just want it blank. You know, you might want to do something else with it. I don't know. Re-gift it. I don't know. Same thing for the bag. And I will, if you already remember what the charms were for the open face locket, you can tell me which ones you want. If you don't remember, tomorrow I will get pictures of all the charms that I have and email them to you. You're gonna have to email me first so that I can open the emails, and I'll send you the pictures of all the charms I have so you can tell me like what the theme of the open face locket is going to be. And then you're gonna have to pick, do you want the white pearl studs, the white pearl dangles, or the pink dangles with the share mark on it, although the pink dangles are longer than what's in the sort of AI video. The other ones look exactly the same, but they're longer. They're like dangly down here. And then do you want just the regular pearl drop, simple, very classic necklace, or do you want a colored pearl in a cage type necklace? I have a breast cancer one that's really pretty. It's pink. The cage itself is pink. You can put a different colored pearl in it. But let me know what, right? Make us some good food with the pink crock pot. I have a pink crock pot and I make barbecue chicken like sandwiches, but you like, you have to like tear the chicken and then you put it in the slow cooker. It's delicious. Okay. It is delicious. All right. And also your address so I can like package it all up, get it shipped, and do all that stuff too. Because I want to do that. It's going to be a little heavy, so it's probably going to be a little, you know, like expensive to ship, but I am happy to do it because I think y'all deserve a give back every once in a while, and I appreciate the fact that you're all here. Thank you, BB. I appreciate you, my friends. We're gonna wrap this up in a second. That was so fun. That was so fun. Yes, shredding. That's the word I was looking for. You know, my mind's going. It's because I'm hangry. You know, I know that's why. Because I'm hangry. My email should be also in the description of the video. Should be in all of the videos, but sometimes I forget to put it in there. But it is in a video. And I'm so happy one of y'all amazing people won. That was right. First out and then you win. Look at that. See? For the win. For the win. That was fun. It's great. I love it. All right. So it's all good, right? All right.
I'm going to wrap this up in a second. I know, I'm ready. I'm starving. I'm starving. I will see you guys tomorrow anyway, right? I'm going to go calculate this 50% for Lisa so I can go send that to her after the stream. And then I'm going to figure out what me and hubby are having for dinner because none of the kids are home. The two oldest are at my oldest's house, and my little is with my sister. So we are kidless at the moment. Me and my hubby are going to have to decide what we want for dinner. And so I'm going to figure that out. But first, I'm going to calculate the 50% to send to Lisa. You guys will probably have like another 5 minutes if you're like just popping on now to know that we're doing a 50-50 on my direct donations today for Lisa, because she deserved to not be shit on by Aiden, and his shit is not fucking important, but you know, weird. Yeah, I wrote down like all the donations, and so it would be like I have to calculate it, but I think it's close to 300, I think. Got one for 20, so she gets 10 of that. One for 25, so she gets 12.50 of that. One for 50, so she gets 25 of that. Another for 50, so she gets 25 of that. There was a $2 one, so she gets $1 of that. A $100 one, she gets 50 of that. Another $100 one, she gets 50 of that. There was a $200 one, she gets 100 of that. Then there was another $25 one, she gets 12.50 of that. So I have to add all those up. I have to add all. I wrote all of them down on the paper here, okay? Because like, if I don't, then I'd have to look at all the things in my email, and that just takes too long. I'm not doing it. So I wrote them all down as they were coming in, so I didn't have to do that. So, ooh, fish tacos. All right. I'm sure Lisa will post after I send it. I love y'all. I love your stinking faces. Thank you for being part of my amazing community. Thank you guys for coming out and supporting, you know, Lisa, for supporting me. I appreciate all of you all the time. If you put hospital in the comment description, I'll send you a little system. It's Mass General. Mass General is going to be the hospital. But I don't know, like, obviously yet what floor and or whatever, but it's going to be Mass General Hospital because that's where her surgeon is out of. It's like connected to Beth Israel and Mass General, but I heard they're splitting, but the hospital will be Mass General. But I will take all the prayers I can get for my sister. Her surgery is Tuesday, so I appreciate that as well. I love your stinking faces. If you need to get in touch with me, email, DM on Twitter, or get in touch with someone who has my, you know, direct number if it's something you need to get to me right away. I love y'all, and I will see y'all soon. Bye.